Welcome to Allan Border Field. This is day 3, moving day here for the Premier A-grade grand final between the Redlands Tigers, who finished second, and the University of Queensland, the minor premiers. Good morning, my name's John Devine. Joining me for the very first time, a very good friend of mine. He loves his footy, he loves his cricket, and he loves his iced coffees. Gav Fitness, how are you, Gav?
Very well, thanks, John. Great to be here.
Wonderful stuff. The summary, obviously, with the way the game started. Redlands, they won the toss back last Saturday, and they sent the University of Queensland into bat at bare fruit by removing the powerful batting lineup of the University of Queensland, all out for 228. Now, Redlands, in reply, 9 for 319. They haven't declared. They're going out to bat here to try and get a few more runs. They lead by 91. Gavin Fitness, it's all in the hands of University. They're the ones who have to make a play for this now because they need to get 11 wickets to win this competition.
Yeah, that's for sure, John. They'll be looking to get this last wicket very early this morning, and then get in there and get a total on board. But they're going to have to score at a reasonable rate, and hopefully set themselves up into a situation where I think ideally they'd be looking to have a go at them late this afternoon for a little bit, and see if they can take the game as deep as they can tomorrow.
Play was cut short because of storms last Sunday afternoon, so Jack Clayton still has 3 deliveries to be bowled from the northern end, which is yet to be named. The southern end is now the Kath Raymond end, one of the great Queensland cricketers, having the honour of a stand named after, or an end. I suppose you'd rather call it a stand than an end, wouldn't you, Gab? Have an end named after you, but so Kath Raymond is where Sinfield, who got 7 wickets in the first innings, coming off the back of being selected in the Queensland Bulls side. He's done quite well, has Sinfield, but he'll take guard, and Clayton comes in from the northern end as day 3 commences, and straight on the money.
I'd say Jack Clayton will just look to get out of this over as cheaply as possible, and then they'll pass the ball back to their spearheads.
Jack Clayton, this is the second over. So obviously that one's been pushed through forward of point. Just the one, a bit of rain during the week here in southeast Queensland, for those of you who are watching from interstate. So the outfield might be a little bit slow, but nonetheless the grass is cut this morning.
I think it'll be a little bit slower, and then if you can see where the boys have been warming up. There's a few divots, etc.
I thought the boys from Brothers Rugby Club would come over for a bit of a couple of bits of scrummages, a couple of bits of grass kicked up.
There's plenty of noise coming from over there, I know that.
They start early on a Saturday morning.
Well, I pulled up in the car park and thought I must have been late.
Well, it looks like the brethren are taking on the Bulldogs. Left arm around the wicket, down leg side. That was a quicker ball here, and that's the end of the over. And just the one run coming from it. Gav, would you have entertained the thought of declaring overcast condition, rain during the week, brand new ball?
Yeah,
or do you
possibly
want to really put the sword and have a long tail bat?
Yeah, I think Jackson Sinfield would be pretty keen to bat on for a while and see how many they can get. However, I do understand what you're saying in regards to first use of the wicket. I guess if there's going to be anything in the wicket, it's going to be early. But in saying that, Redlands have now got themselves into a situation where they don't have to really force the game. Yeah. University are the ones that have to force it. So it's going to be an enthralling day here today, I think. It's going to set, I think the game realistically will be pretty much decided today, I believe.
Sinfield, 44 not out on the back of a 7 for us. So you're having a whale of a time. So, as I said at the opening, congratulations on making the Bull side.
It's a way to celebrate it.
Did well. So Crook from the Kath Raymond end. That's a short ball. Good morning, everybody. So they got Crook on the scoreboard, but it's actually Henderson.
Ah, is it? Okay.
There you go. He looked a bit. I thought he must have grown overnight.
It's a good way to start, though. Jackson Sinfield will know he's out in the middle now. Comes in again.
Yeah, right arm around the wicket. Finds the middle of the bat. There's a big gap there at cover, isn't there, Paddy?
Absolutely. I think they're inviting him to try and hit the ball through cover. Maybe chase one that's a little bit wider. That was a good area. Good area.
I'm trying to work out Gavin fitness, and I see a lot of it in the Shield games. A lot of fast bowlers are now bowling around the wicket.
Yeah.
It seems to be a trend of late. As you see Henderson continue from the Cathraymont Street end or the city end, and there's that whopping big gap. You could probably run 5, or you and I could, Gav.
Yep.
Big single, but yeah, it's interesting they go around the wicket.
Yeah. I just think, especially the lower order batters, I think a big part of it's about lower order batters not necessarily knowing where their off stump is, and if they can angle the ball in. But that there, exactly what we spoke about then, tactically, they've left the cover out, they've sat the ring fieldsman on the ring, give Sinfield one, and now they get, now they get an opportunity to bowl at Stimson, which is what they'd be looking to do.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that giving runs away. You should be able to get either batsman out. That's my argument. Don't give them a single. Don't give them anything. That's down on leg side. That's going to find a easy one to find leg. Do you know what I mean, Gav? I don't know.
Absolutely.
You should go for the throat and not give runs away.
Yep.
So now they've got Sinfield back on strike. So
That's
what was the point of giving a single in the last over?
And the reaction is that they're, before you know it, if they do continue to rotate the strike the way they're going, all of a sudden there's a partnership. Partnerships mean trouble for fielding teams, especially in a game that's situated the way this one is. And he comes again.
That one's a lovely shot between the legs, goes to fine leg.
The draw.
Yeah, how about that?
Crikeys.
Give it away. The one thing but also as a bowler, do you want to give a single away and it messes up your rhythm? I'd rather just keep attacking the same guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when there's a right-left-hand partnership on as well. It makes it hard to keep adjusting, and it takes up time because fielders have got to move, etc. So Stimson back on strike now.
Yeah, Henderson's gone back over the wicket for the last ball of this, his first over of day 3, and the shoulders, arms at the end of the over. So Dom Castle is watching. Good morning, Dom. And Ahmed Hayat says good morning and wishing both teams all the best. So keep your comments coming through on the Facebook page. And gloomy conditions here. I don't think we'll get any rain, Gav. I think we'll probably have a full day's play. 96 overs. So if we do our maths, 95 overs left in this one, or maybe 94, we've got 190 overs left in this game. It's wide open.
Absolutely. It's game on. And as I said, University have to force the game forward. It's going to put them under pressure when they're batting. They're going to have to score at a reasonable rate to keep themselves in the game. And obviously Redlands, with their powerful batting lineup, will be looking to take their attack down. Good point that too, Gab. Marnus Labuschagne coming in for Jimmy Pearson. So the students, we go back 3 years ago when they played Valleys and absolutely 4 centuries in the first inning, massive first innings, and now the tails have been turned on the students as we see Willens find middle stumper. They come through for an easy single in the end. Interesting. There doesn't seem to be much pressure in the field out there from Uni. They just strolled through for one there.
Again, trying to just let Simpson come on strike.
It's one thing they need to be really wary of. You can't sit back and let this cruise out. You've got to get in and get it done.
Totally.
Get off the ground.
Yep.
And push the game forward.
Yeah, they want a wicket because you're right, Gab, because they need to post a total somewhere around at least, as it stands at the moment, at least 300.
Yeah.
They're down by.
That's a good area from Matty Willens.
They lead by 96 at the moment to the Tigers.
They won't want it to get too much further away, that's for sure.
And this is all brand new. This is the first time the Premier Grade Grand Final's been played on the brand new Allan Border Field. It's a massive ground now here, isn't it, Fatty? It
is.
It's not the postage stamp that it used to be, but now there's a lot of areas.
Yeah, it used to be a fair bit smaller than this.
So Willens into his 24th over.
It's another good area.
Redlands aren't in any hurry either because, why would you if they're giving away signals?
Definitely it is. They just need to Yeah, I would have expected the uni boys to be up and about and full of energy and trying to save every run.
Yeah.
However, they just seem to be sitting a little bit back on on their heels a little bit, and due to that, Redlands have already put on an extra 8 or 9
5,
runs.
I think, isn't it? 91 overnight.
Yep. Comes in again. All bowled, no run.
Yeah, well, Simpson doesn't need to do anything. He's faced 22 deliveries now for his 4 runs.
Yeah.
Obviously, Sinful would like to get a 50 in the final.
Definitely. It'd be great for his confidence. Haven't seen a lot of him with the bat.
No.
But I guess when you're batting in a lineup as strong as what Redlands is, you're probably not going to get all that much time in the middle.
No, yeah, you're spot on, Gav. Yeah, not 8 and 9 probably likely to have a couple of bats. Short one, harmless.
Well played by Stimson.
Yeah, 228 University of Queensland managed to squeeze out on day 1. They got a couple of early quick wickets against Redlands before they steadied through the saviour, as we like to call him at the Sheffield Shield after his last 2 home games. Jimmy Pearson just got the Bulls out of all sorts of trouble.
Just Mr. Reliable, isn't he? Jimmy.
He's on his way to New Zealand, or he's there already.
Fantastic. It's well bowled again. Just turned on the onside for no run. It's the end of the 2nd over for the day. 3rd over for the day, sorry.
Just on that quickly with Jimmy Pearson, I don't see him getting any slower or any less athletic behind the stumps as he's got older. Gav, he's still flying around like a goalkeeper. He's still batting under pressure. I'd like to see Jimmy Pearson come out and have a bat when they're not 3 for 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? What could he do? He's actually had to shut up shop. He's an aggressive player, but he's had to actually grind out totals.
Yeah. Whereas, see, that's with players like Jimmy, that's when they're at their best. That's when you're going to get the best out of him is I guess, when his teammates need him the most. And at 3 for 10, or like he's done in Shield cricket all year, every time Jimmy gets a score, it's critical. And it's normally from a recovering situation. Turns the whole game around for his teammates.
Yeah, generally.
Typical wicketkeeper, John.
Exactly right. It's a response I was after, Kath. So, Henderson, again from the Kath Raymond end. Oh, it's a shot to point off the back foot. A rising delivery. All over it, though. So, this is the 99th over. So, this ball's nearly 20 overs old.
Just looks to me like Uni are just trying to limit the damage, or rather than get on and blast the wicket out, they're just looking to limit the amount of runs that Redlands get. Henderson again.
Bit of grunt there. He's into his 16th over. So you're liking the field here for Stimson? I think I wouldn't mind having another guy or even square leg come right into mid-wicket so you can see him. A little bit of heat, even have mid-off, come in a few more paces, because I don't think Stimson's going to go over the top or be aggressive. I'll be getting right in his face.
Yeah. Wants to cut an angle across the wicket block. Well,
there's an edge, and that's the end of the innings, is it? No, umpire James says no.
Ah. There was plenty of enthusiasm there.
Well, we asked for it and they got it. They didn't get the right result.
Questions being asked.
Let's see if he turns around. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
He looked back straight.
Yes.
That's sometimes a good sign that you might have got a feather on it.
If we're in a court of law, you'd say guilty, wouldn't you, John?
Totally.
Oh, yes.
So Henderson.
And that's a good follow-up as well. Seems to have found his rhythm now, Henderson.
That had some venom, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, good pace. Yeah, that's one of those ones. If you notice the body language from Nick Sale in first slip, he was headed towards the change rooms. So I think it's a fair indication that there might have been a little bit on it, but
anyway, he survives. just to really annoy the Blues, the UQ Blues. Henderson already has 2 wickets, denied a third.
Well bowled again.
I was, I remember in the last Shield game when we're talking about fast bowlers, how there's always seems to be, they seem to have that same pace, a lot of bowlers now, that mid-30s.
Yep.
And we're just trying to find, there's an APB being put out on the slower ball.
Okay, yep.
Where's the slower ball these days?
Yep.
It's very rare to see it, as is the Yorker. I just think 2 really, really potent tools to use as a bowler aren't utilised enough. Do you think that at the end of the over? 9 for 325.
You probably go into the shorter version in the game, and it's the other way around. They tend to utilise the slower balls more than anything. Still not convinced that the bowlers execute Yorkers as well as what they possibly could in white ball cricket, but it's a lot easier sitting up here, that's for sure.
But even a low full toss is hard to get away.
Correct.
Gav, right? Even if you over pitch it.
Yep.
It's just a little bit hard to get. It's not generally, unless you've got some pretty good footwork, you can't get underneath it, and it's going to go along the ground and not cause too much damage. But
well, you get someone bowling at a decent clip, and
yeah,
even a knee-high full toss is hard to hit.
Exactly. And the more you pitch it up, obviously it swings a little bit more. So they've taken second slip out in Bryce Street and they put him into cover, but they've dropped point onto the rope.
Yep.
Short ball.
However, you can tell by the field that they're happy just to give Jackson Sinfield 1 here and get Stimson back on strike.
Well, they've got fine leg almost on the rope, and they've got the square leg just behind square 3/4, and they've got mid-wicket 3/4. So,
and a third man and a deep point.
What's going on?
I wonder if Matty Willens has bowled a deep point very often.
Yeah, well, he's obviously been selected in with higher honours as Matty Willens.
He certainly wouldn't have bowled a deep point on the 4th over of the day very often.
No.
I wouldn't imagine.
A 20 overall ball too, short one.
It's very short.
That's a wide. You can't reach that.
Yeah, interesting. That's 2 though. That's 2 in a row that have been above the batter's head.
So Jack Clayton moving it around. He's going to put Street back into the slips now. The bouncer's not allowed anymore. Well, without it being called. So Sinfield on 48, faced 110 balls.
Straight to the fielder.
That's better. That's putting pressure on now. Well hit though.
It's at a metre either side. It's probably 4,
4,
isn't it?
yeah.
So I'd imagine they'll look to get through this one and then bring the field up and try and put some pressure on Sinfield to get down the other end.
That one again finds, yep. 97. It's the lead. They only added 6 this morning, and they've added them very, very easy. Gavin Fitness.
They have. It's been a bit of a cruise so far. However, they're leaving the field out, so surely Jackson Sinfield has enough faith in Stimson to last 1 ball. Comes in again, Willens.
Jeez, he's hitting them like he's at number 3.
No run.
Sinfield, yeah.
Now, surely the field will come in now.
Where's Jack Clayton? I'm seeing Nick Sale is remonstrating a little bit at first leg. Does he want? Well, there's a lot of chat here. Everybody's waving arms and nothing's happening.
Yeah, here they come. Here they come. Obviously, the goal now is to you want them sitting in on top of the batter. They don't
Totally.
Give a runaway here, and
if it beats the infield, it's pretty slow. They might get 2, and then you still got the same guy on strike.
Correct.
So get in there. That one they will find.
Again.
Yep. Bowled to his field. That will give a maiden over there to Willens. 25 overs, 2 for 61.
This is what Uni exactly would be looking for now, is the opportunity to string some delivery, like string a cluster of deliveries at Stimson and hopefully get the result that they're after.
Do you subscribe to the fact if you're going to bowl short, have somebody under the lid close to a tail ender? Because they're more likely to defend themselves rather than be aggressive.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, especially in a situation like this where they, I'd probably have someone under the lid to Stimson here. If Henderson can get it right and get it straight.
Well, Henderson, as you said previously, he's really
There
starting.
it
Let
is.
him go. There you go, down the leg
That's
side.
out
This time he
time.
gets the wicket as Henderson. The innings comes to the close. Redlands all out for 325. Henderson denied the previous over, but not this time. Gavin Fitness, well, it's all in the hands of the students.
It's game on now. This is going to be an exciting day's cricket here, to say the least. The uni batting group will look to get in, and once they're in, they'll be looking to force the game, which will be great. Puts a couple of their batters under pressure, I must admit. Going to find blokes like Bryce Street aren't going to be able to take, as long as what they might normally take to get in. They're going to have to push the game forward. Jack Clayton, very strong batting lineup though. Both these sides, hence the fact that they're both in the final. So,
all right, we'll take a break, change of innings. So Redlands all out for 325. University of Queensland are now 97 runs behind before they have to make the Tigers bat again. So we'll be back shortly, and stay tuned. This should be a ripper.
Welcome back here to AB Oval, or AB Field, sorry. Quick change of innings. We welcome to the microphone Hamish Bennett.
G'day, Gav. Thanks for having me, mate. Always good to see you again, and ready for an intriguing, bit of play, hour and a half before lunch.
Absolutely.
Interested to see how University go about it. I actually think they've probably got to be a little bit, not conservative, dare I say, but I think they've got to bat to lunch, assess the conditions, and then it's actually those last two sessions of how can they accumulate 4 to 5 runs and over in those last two sessions. They need to be able to build a partnership with their big top three to get them going to be a chance of winning this game.
Very much so. Up until lunch will be all about laying the foundations to give themselves a great opportunity to force their hand a bit in the last two sessions this afternoon. We're going to have James Baisley, by the looks of things, come in from the Brothers End.
Yeah, until he gets named. We have to keep calling it the Hamilton Road End or the Brothers End.
Yep.
Paisley bowled really well last week. Was unlucky not to get any wickets last week, but applied a lot of pressure. Him and Stimson actually worked pretty well in a partnership. University looked to play Stimson quite aggressively.
Yeah.
Come out of their crease, negate his swing, and Paisley bowled a lot of deliveries to Street. Was probably unlucky not to dismiss him early on.
It's going to be a big, as we said, an interesting period before lunch here. Bryce Street and Angus Lovell opening the batting for University. 3 slips in a gully. And I noticed one deep down at fine leg as well, so Baisley might have a look at Streety upstairs early as well. In comes Baisley. Full toss to start with. Street drives down the ground, chased by Manas Lavashan, who will pull it up just inside the boundary. And Street gets off the mark with a well-run 3.
Yeah, it's a nice start for Street. I think straight away probably answers a few questions of what we're asking. Their intent just looked better. You'd say last week he probably just going to clam down that delivery and just try to get through it, but
yeah,
that's what University need. They don't need to be reckless. They just need to look to show intent, get in good positions and
rotate the strike. You know, it's going to be interesting, that's for sure. Angus Lovell just takes guard. He's had a good year so far. Big Gus. In comes Baisley. Another one on off stump. Hits straight back to Baisley. A couple of 4 balls to start with. I think he'll be looking to pull his length back a little bit.
yeah, he's probably just saying there would have been a bit of moisture pumped into the surface during the week, a little bit of rain as well. Just trying to see if he's going to get any shape on the ball.
Yeah, throw it up there and see if it shapes. It is a bit overcast here. In comes Baisley again. Well bowled. Nice and full again. Angus Lovell jams down on it. Yeah, he's had a good year, Angus Lovell. Played some second 11 cricket for Queensland as well. Made a move from the Sunshine Coast. I think that was that 2 years ago? Is this his second year at uni, I think?
Yeah, I've only been here 6 months, Gav, so I'm probably not the man to ask.
In comes Baisley. Well bowled. Some better length. Lovell gets on the front foot.
Well, we can open the batting and have an average of nearly 53 for the whole summer in Prem cricket.
Yeah.
A high score of 204 not out. You know, it's not the worst season you're ever going to have, and no wonder he had a few games to the Queensland second 11.
He had a big, he did. He had a big, our winter in the UK. He did well over there. In comes Baisley. It's full again. I don't think there's too much shape there, Hamish.
Yeah, it's just Yes, he's just trying to get it up there. I think as well, I don't mind the length either. Thinking that
Yeah.
University have to score. He's got the 3 slips in the gully behind him.
Yeah.
They're in catching positions, just knowing that they just might just have a wee just wave at one little fish early on when they're trying to get rid of this deficit. Could be a chance just to get a sneaky wee early pole. So don't mind it from Baisley. As you said, he'll pull his length back and maybe some cross seamers, 3 cooler balls as the innings goes on.
In comes Baisley again. That's the length, I think. Just a little bit shorter. I wouldn't possibly back of a length, I'd say. But Lovell plays it very well.
He's just more of that in-between length, isn't
Yeah.
it? Lovell's not sure
Yep.
whether he can score off the front foot or defend off the back foot on that length. This is probably here a bit of a moment in the game for Redlands, just to see how Lee's Drenners have to going to go about his work for the rest of the day. John Stimpson last week pulled up pretty lame with a right knee complaint, was struggling to run. So we actually see how many overs he can get through this weekend. He's probably gone through the kit bag over many years and found a few painkillers just to get him through the day, as we all do, Gav. So hopefully he can be good for his team, because he's probably been their premier bowler this year for Redlands, someone who's been able to shape the ball all day.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he's been good. However, if they've got plenty of options. They've got Malenko, obviously Baisley, who's already started. I think we might see some overs out of Marnus as well.
I think he'll be demanding some overs, won't he?
Yes, I'd be fairly confident that he might bowl. Yeah, should be interesting. In comes Stimson. It's a good start.
You see him hobbling straight
Yeah,
away there in the
definitely.
follow-through.
Yeah, yeah.
Hence why it's a slightly more defensive field as well. Pulling out the third grabber into a short cover. Street last week in Lovell as well. Coming at Stimson, almost batting in the danger zone.
Yeah.
Trying to negate that swing and trying to take the LBW out of play as well. So I think Marnus will probably be warming up now, wanting the new ball from the Raymond end.
And as you can see, Streety's batting well out of his crease here as well. It's well bowled. He's just that nagging little dibbly dobbler, isn't he? That more than likely eventually will get you out. Always in good areas.
I think it'd be a hard pace to leave as well. Gav, just you feel as though you can always just play it. You can play a shot. You've almost got too much time.
Yep. However, it'll be interesting to see whether he starts to get in, like whether it gets worse or whether he actually just plays through it. That's well bowled. There'll be no run. Played to square leg.
A couple of volts or a couple of heavy ibuprofens or codeine down at fine leg might just keep him going.
I know the desire will be there, that's for sure, because I know he loves it. He's played a massive role for Redlands this year. In comes Stimson again. One to fine leg. So another run to the total. Street moves to 4. Fielded by Baisley at fine leg.
You spoke about in the break, Gav, about, and I think maybe just before we went off here, about Street not being able to face as many deliveries to get himself going. Do you actually think at the next level that's something maybe he could bring into his game a little bit more, of actually trying to score a little bit more?
Yeah.
Because he does chew up a lot of, he chews up a lot of deliveries.
Yep. I think it's something that he's... Oh, it's a chance. He's walked at him there, hasn't he? I think he's walked down the wicket and it's found the outside edge and it's gone through the cordon and they will get a hard run 3. Be interested to see a replay of that. I'm pretty sure he walked at him.
Yeah, it's well bowled from Stimson, as you mentioned. Getting that, if anyone's going to swing the ball, it's going to be him getting that away shape. Lovell just walking at him. It looks like he's just gapped it perfectly between second slip and first slip. Just probably more of a nick maybe to just first slip's right hand, but dying. So second slip's jumped across it as rightly he should. Unfortunately, it doesn't go to hand, but straight away an opportunity. So at least you know Stimson's getting the ball to talk.
And he comes again to Street. That's a good error. There's a little bit of shape there after it went past the once Streety let it go. Shape after it went past the batter. But yeah, in regards to Streety, I think it's a part of his game that he's aware of, and I think he fully understands that he's going to have to find a way to increase his strike rate a little bit, especially the way cricket's headed. Let's be honest, it's even the longer version, as you know, with the introduction of what they call it Baz ball and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
The longer version of the game, teams are just, or batters are still looking to drive the ball forward. So now here comes Bazley at the start of another over to Lovell. It's well bowled, the tie on the bat. Turned on the onside, no run.
It's just something here. I mean, when you have a look at the scores, you see Street, he gets around about sort of something between 32, 37 quite consistently, and she'll cricket off about that 120, 130 balls, and you think to yourself, well, how can you make more of your deliveries you're facing?
Yeah.
You know he's going to face 100 plus balls, but how can you make more of those? How can you get that up to 50 or 60 or 70 or even more? I don't think it's by playing necessarily more of those glamour shots, but it's how can you defend better for one?
Yeah, I think it's a strike rotation thing. Bazley again to Lovell. Lets it go through to the keeper, Drennan. Bit of bounce or a bit of carry there as well, which is good to see.
Well, they're two just completely different bowlers, aren't they?
Yeah.
From each end, it's having Stimson there's almost, you'd think maybe as an opening bat he can almost switch off a little bit, not be as concentrated, throw the bat at it a little bit. I think that's why they work well in partnership.
Bazley again comes in to Lovell. It's well bowled. Good areas again and a good leave. It's an interesting little contest, this one. It's two Sunshine Coast, or well, former Sunshine Coast boys up against each other. James Bazley started his career with the mighty Sunshine Coast Scorchers. Same with Angus Lovell. Both moved down from the sunny coast, I think both living in Brisbane, which cut their travel time down. In comes Bazley. Well bowled. Lovell on the front foot.
You can also, just watching Lovell's technique here, sort of on the 45-degree angle, you see he's got a little bit of madness in him, doesn't he? Way he's sort of just after in that pre-ball routine. There's the wide stance, which is obviously unique to himself, and then gets into that pre-ball routine of just getting into that power position. A little bit unweighted.
I don't think there's too many young cricketers around that haven't got a little bit of madness in them these days. Hamish, they all tend to emulate what it is he does. Obviously works well. Bazley bowls. Oh, there's some carry. Through to keeper Drennan, who reverse cups it. Bit of bounce.
There is a bit of bounce, yeah. He's not the worst cricketer in the world, is he, Marnus?
No.
It's been...
I just get a feeling it won't be long before he injects himself into this game, whether that's with some leg spin or whether he's bowled some medium paces this year. I know he'll be bursting at the seams to get in the game.
Bowled some off-spin and warm-ups as well.
Yeah, I did see that, yep. I did see that. Bazley comes in again. Well bowled. Through the corridor again. It's the end of the over. University of Queensland, none for 7. It's 3 overs down. It was a maiden by Bazley. Beautifully bowled. He's just found his areas now. I reckon up until the lunch break, he'll just look to bash away there. Limit their scoring, build pressure. And as we know, maidens or pressure brings wickets.
Yeah, well, they can't afford probably too many maidens either, UQ. They can't afford that pressure to build. They need to keep thinking about strike rotation, trying to get to lunch. Maybe a parity, ideally, but probably fall just short of that. Try and create something for these next 2 sessions, but Sinfield's going to be the game changer for me. See how he bowled beautifully last week. That bounce he got 7 for 83 last week.
It's a great effort, isn't it? In comes Stimson. Bowls. Oh, that's a good leave too. A little bit of, what would you call it, wobble? Just
from the ball or Stimson?
It just started a little bit outside of stump, then just wobbled a little bit, held its line. Goes through to Drennan, the keeper. he obviously knows his craft very well, Stimson. And he comes again from the Raymond end. 12 hold. There.
I just look at it. I'm watching Bryce Street just between deliveries more so than anything. Just seeing, I wonder what's going through his head of just that pace and just, what do I do?
Yeah.
He's almost trying to see it off. He would actually feel more comfortable facing someone like Baisley or a Sinfield because that's probably what he's used to facing.
Yeah. As I said, it looks like he's about a foot out of his crease. Well bowled again. It's a good area. Stimson, obviously, he's been very, very good all year for Redlands. He's like that. It's like that overseas pro, isn't he? That just he runs in, doesn't overly exert himself, but he finds an area and he locks in there for most of the day. And he comes again. Well bowled.
Tell you something, he'd be very naughty with the Duke, wouldn't he? He'd probably be able to shape the Duke both ways.
You'd imagine so, yeah.
Get it a seam, and in those league games, just bowl, in a 50-over game, just bowl 25 overs from one end.
Yep. Give him another 1.5 yards, 2 yards of pace, and he'd be, yes, very tough.
He's got the height as well, doesn't he?
He does.
Just helps.
And he comes again. Street walks at him this time, and Stimson's got a little bit straight on him, and he's glanced it down to fine leg for one. I think we're going to see a bit more of that moving forward. I think the uni batters will look to... so now I notice Angus Lovell is taking guard a good foot out. So they're looking to try and get to Stimson on the half volley. And Stimson will look to shape it, so it's game on both ways here. Well bowled. It's a good area. It's a good area. That's where the contest is. In that area there that Stimson's dropping the ball is where the contest is as we speak.
Well, by batting so far out of crease here, it takes 2 dismissals out of play, they would hope. The bowled, because he's got to drag his length back, and then the LBW.
Correct.
Make it easier for them to leave the ball. Stimson's got a lot of wickets this year just from LBWs and people just fiddling at the delivery when they don't necessarily have to due to that lack of pace. So tell by Street's mindset as well, walking at him there, just probably getting frustrated.
Yeah.
It's not coming on.
And by coming out of his crease a bit, it's going to make the... or bring Stimson's pace up a little bit, which is probably the pace that especially Streety would be more used to.
Yeah, it feels like he hit through the ball without effort.
Yeah. Baisley bowls. It's a good area as well, through to Drannan. Very good area. So what do we got now? We got 3 slips in a gully, or is it? Or it's a fine gully, isn't it? No?
Yeah, it's a finish gully, isn't it?
Because they got a good stagger in their cordon there. They're interested to get a front-on view of that. In comes Baisley again. Well bowled. It's good areas again.
Have you coached against these sides this year?
Sorry.
Did you coach against these sides this year?
Yes.
Still yes. Turnbull. What are you sort of going into the final? What were your sort of initial thoughts of who was your favourite and who are your key players?
Well, it's interesting because I probably felt like Redlands were probably the best side in the competition. However, we got them this year. Turnbull got them this year at Turnbull in the 2-day game. I'd say we had we got it right. Game was locked in at what they need? I think they needed 80 overnight with 8 wickets in hand, and Tommy Belcom and Albridge Stockdale, our 2 young quicks, got it right. But then what happened after that? we ended up getting beaten outright. So it made it rather embarrassing, to be honest. Yeah, they knocked us over really cheap in the second dig and then chased them down. But Redlands I must admit, they were my fancied. It's a bouncer from Baisley. I thought they were probably the pick of the sides throughout the year. Uni are always up there, their batting strength. But Uni always seem to find a way to get themselves find a way to get themselves out of any trouble that they might be in with both bat and ball. Yeah, I think Norths are a good side. It's an interesting competition at the moment. There's not a lot of difference between the sides. Any one side can beat the other one on their day. Here comes Baisley again. Whereas, yeah, I do remember that was the first time I'd seen Stimson bowl, was at Toombul that year. And yeah, it's the first time I'd seen him bowl. Was quite impressed with the way that he went about his business. In that game, they were without their big guns as well. And when I say that, they were out without their Baisleys and their Marnuses and their Pearsons.
Yep.
Sammy Heslett did play. Malenko, I think. No, he didn't play. Baisley again. It's well bowled to street. I think Malenko's only played. I don't think he's played
a couple of games, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he's played the full year. But yeah, I think. I think probably the best two sides are in the final. Normally ends up, or normally turns out that way. They seem to be a club that's always there and thereabouts. Redlands, I know they have a wonderful culture. I know that they have complete buy-in from their playing group, which at first grade level is so critical that you've got to have buy-in from those, especially from the senior players. Comes Stimson again. Bowls turn on the onside.
Especially as well when they've probably got a few, you'd say, not fringe first-class players, but players like Baisley who necessarily don't always play Shield cricket, but he's there for the heat. So you're going to get him at periods who, when he comes back, he's obviously someone has to drop down to second grade and the flow on effect down through the grades. So if you have that buy-in from your club about who's coming back and who's leaving for a period of time, then it does make a big difference.
Here comes Stimson again. Lover walks at him. Not out. Good shout, though.
Yeah, huge appeal. Stimson not happy with the response either as he looks back. I think Stimson got away with one today this morning, though, that he nicked. So cricket does work in roundabouts.
I think he'd be happy to swap it, though.
Yeah, definitely. Lover walking at him.
It's back pad, too.
Back pad, but way he walks him, you'd probably argue it's probably a touch high.
Yeah, I was going to say high. Yeah.
See why the umpire's gone against, managed to keep his finger down. You see it's shaped away
that's
beautifully.
High.
It's a great delivery.
It's going over, though, isn't it, Hamish?
Well, Lovell's not exactly short, is he, Gav?
No.
And it's hit him on the back pad, probably just on the back pad flat. He's a couple of metres down the wicket.
Yeah.
It's a fair decision. If you start giving those early in the day, she's going to be a short day.
Whereas, just going back to that, what we mentioned before, in a situation like you mentioned with James Baisley, they're the best ones to have because Bays would know that if he's out of the Shield side, he knows that his only way back to the Shield side is Lovell walks at Stimson again. He knows that his only way back into the Shield side, if he's out of it, is through sheer way to run, sheer way to wickets in club cricket, which is great for Redlands. I've always found the fringe players are always major contributors in clubland, but they have a wonderful culture at what do they call it, Tigerland. It's well bowled.
It's a shame that doesn't sort of it's not sort of contagious into the West Tigers.
Yeah. Well, we're lucky Banger Bancroft's not even going to start singing the club song. fanatical Tigers man. Been there as long as I can remember, that's for sure. They were strong back then as well. You know, this time 25 years ago, they were a strong side. Here comes Stimson again. Lovell walks at him. He's doing a good job here, Stimson. He's just adjusting his length according to what batter movement there is. And as I said, Lovell's walking at him. So he's just pulling his length back. Unfortunately, that's going to affect height. That the ball, you know, when the ball pitches, you know, it's going over the top most of the time.
Being a former gloveman yourself, Gav, would you, as coach, maybe be getting a message out to Drennan, maybe get the 12th out with the lid on, thinking about, do you think Drennan could come up, get them back in their crease?
That's a great idea. I must admit, it's something that possibly to both Baisley and Stimson. I'm sure that Jimmy Pearson will be thinking that. There's no doubt. We've seen him stand over the top to Baisley in BBL cricket and all that sort of stuff. And he comes again. It's well bowled. It's a good area. Just dropped on the offside. Marnus at a short mid-off. Yes, I do think that would be a good idea. That's going to keep the batters in their crease. And it's going to bring the LB straight back into it.
Also as well, when the keeper's up, it just feels uncomfortable leaving the ball, doesn't it? I don't know why. It just does. You just feels like you need to play more deliveries.
Say the least. I think it's a great option. It does. It's just got that little bit of, you know, just creates a little bit of an uncomfortable feeling. Baisley again. That's beautifully bowled. I think that's nipped away. And Street has had a little flirt with it.
Yeah, it's a good delivery from Baisley. It's a beauty across the street, just nipped away. Street's done well not to play at that, actually. It's something that he does do well. He just doesn't follow deliveries. He plays the initial line. He's happy to be beaten. It's probably a good trait in an opening batter.
Keeps his hands close, doesn't he? Which is... Although I'm not convinced he didn't have a little flirt at that, Hamish.
Well, I've seen people have bigger flirts.
There might be a difference between a batter and a bowler. In comes Baisley again. Well bowled. Through to Drennan.
Something Smith did well last week. Redlands, when he came in, he didn't just play that initial line, and the only ball he really did flirt at was the one he nicked.
Yeah.
So holding their line.
So they've been very good so far. The Redlands bowling attack. University of Queensland, number 8. This is the 7th over they're in.
It's more the time they'll be happy with. 1 hour into the game.
Absolutely.
Still ahead by 89.
It's well bowled again by Baisley, just giving Street the opportunity if he wants to drive. There's no cover. Well, Marnus is at a wide mid-off. I wouldn't say it's a cover. They've got a point.
I think something there, Gav, just as we spoke about, letting those wider deliveries go. I feel as though looking at Street, he wouldn't be bad on the cut shoulder through point there with a slap through point. Actually putting some pressure back on the bowler. When you allow the bowler just to bowl, the bowler gets into a nice little rhythm. Doesn't feel any threats.
Absolutely. And as we spoke about before, I think it's well bowled. That's 4.
In saying that, shot boy.
Dragged it down. Was about shoulder height, and Street just rocks back and whacks it through square leg for 4.
That is one of his strengths.
Definitely. But as we were talking before about Streety, you know, in regards to strike rate, etc., you know, I do think that sometimes he does have a tendency to let bowlers bowl at him, as opposed to him looking to dominate.
Tell you what, he's dominated there after he's hit that delivery, just the walk down the crease, not even bothering to run.
In comes Baisley. Does he follow up with a... Oh, that could be another boundary too. It's down the leg side. Oh, that's well fielded. Stimson. The dive stop, flicks it back inside the rope. Street gets 3, takes the total to 12.
Even straight away there, he's played the pull shot for 4. Straight away as a bowler, you feel a little bit more pressure. You actually think there's something on you. Paisley straight in line again, gone for 7 off 2. Yep. As you mentioned, just from watching Street a little bit live, just those wider deliveries where you feel as though he can cut, where he can play a nice little sort of back sort of, I guess, like drives, slap through point or just in front of point for 4. Just think he can score just a little bit more, put some more pressure on the bowlers.
Definitely.
Without, yeah, it would be effortless scoring, the way I look at it. Just make yourself feel a little bit more comfortable at the crease.
So I guess that's part of Streety's gameplay, where comes Stimson again. Street walks at him. Where Streety knows that if he leaves well early, and he continues to leave well, the bowlers have to get straighter. Bowlers get a little bit straighter. That's where Streety comes into his own and has no problems rotating the strike. It's when they're that little bit, not so much wider, but in that corridor of uncertainty that we talk about, that Streety will just let the ball go. In comes Stimson. It's well bowled again. Tell you what, he might be hobbling into the crease, but he's doing a wonderful job and just finding his areas.
That's probably something they spoke about midweek. If you can come on with that new rock, take one pole for us, you've done your job. You can probably spend the rest of the day on ice.
That's it.
Sort of reminds me of, that's a well-bowled delivery there as well. It sort of reminds me of a hybrid of a little bit of Stewie Clark, just with his head wobble.
Yeah.
And a bit of Trent Copeland. So with that height and lack of pace and being able just to nip it and just being so accurate.
I remember, it's interesting you asked about, playing these blokes. I remember I said I saw Stimson for the first time this year. And I watched him run in and I turned to our boys and I said, this bloke looks like he swims to the crease.
See the arms flapping here.
Well bowled, great areas. Street jumps on the front foot.
It is funny though, isn't it? People run and then you put a ball in their hand and everything just changes.
Correct.
It's
amazing.
It's the strange thing about cricket, isn't it? Things just change and everyone does things in their own sort of way and there's no perfect technique, and because if there was, everyone would be trying to copy it. But,
correct. Yep.
Everyone would be trying to bat like Sir Donald.
He comes, hits it straight to cover.
That's good from Street, though. I like that.
Yeah, showing some intent.
Getting in on that half volley, as you spoke about. Just making people think. That was something they didn't do last week with Sinfield. He bowled some deliveries that, yes, they bounced and they turned, but they were down leg side and they let them go. As soon as someone charged, when Williams came in and just charged and defended it, they pushed mid-on straight back. Redlands will be thinking about how they can protect runs here as well.
Correct, yep. In comes Stimson again. Street, once again, looking to get down the wicket.
As what we saw just then, would have seen it off camera, but after Street charged, they've actually dropped point back almost halfway, allowing the run to come to save the boundary. So, University, if they can actually start rotating the strike, trying to score off a lot of deliveries, they can actually probably accumulate 4 and over pretty easily. And then when they try to put the foot on the throttle, because I think they're going to need 90 overs, I reckon, Gav, at least.
Yeah, definitely.
You want 2 bites of that new rock.
Yep. And I think, well, I certainly, if they're looking to push the game forward, they'd probably want to, if possible, have a go at them late this afternoon.
Yeah, just that awkward period and then opening the batting.
Absolutely. Yep.
Get them 1 down, 2 down.
Yep. 1 or 2 down. Ideally, you might get an early look at, or a late look this afternoon at Marnus for a couple of overs with a possibility of knocking him over.
And they would just deflate Redlands, wouldn't it, a little bit?
It would. And the big thing that sticks out to me there is no saviour. And when I say that, Jimmy Pearson's not here, mate. So if they were to get a couple of early ones, Jimmy can't save them today, being away.
Well, Jimmy's one of those guys, I mentioned it last week in the commentary, he scored a lot of runs for the Bulls, nearly just under 500, but you feel as though if Jimmy Pearson comes in there 4 for 400, he's actually not going to score any runs. It's when they're 20 for 4.
That's right.
That's when he's going to get his 100 or his 70 or his 80. Something
That's
just
right.
brings it out, and whether it's a pride or something from the badge, or he just loves standing up in those moments when
Definitely.
his back's up against the wall.
That's why he's a great leader. That's why he's done such a great job of leading that current Queensland side. In comes Baisley again. On the back foot. Oh, well fielded by Marnus.
It's funny, that trait though, isn't it? You just know when some people come into bat when, you're 50 for 4 and Jimmy Pearson walks out and you think, right, well, he's going to get 70 odd.
Yeah.
How can we get some other runs around him when...
Yep.
And there's other people, and again, in the same situation, they're 4 for 400. You actually think, well, Jimmy, there's nothing probably barring Jimmy up there.
Yeah.
Knows the game's in control. There's nothing to actually get him going.
And that's probably something that he notices as well. You'd probably find at 4 for 400, the adrenaline's not rushing the way that it would be at 3 for 20 or 4 for 20. It certainly brings out the best of him. Once again, I've got to say it is the trait of a wicket keeper.
Oh, I knew you were pushing the wicket keeping trait, but I didn't think we were going to go down this road.
Yeah, you'll find the other bloke that does it for him is Drennan. Lee Drennan does the same.
Well, he's busy at the crease, isn't he, Drennan?
Yeah.
Looking to score, get off strike.
Yeah, bats in that middle order.
Yeah.
If you do manage to get a few early ones against Redlands, you've still got him. You've still got to knock him over because he's likely to do what Jimmy does, just get a 60 or a 70, and all of a sudden, instead of knocking them over for 150, they get 240, 250. In comes Baisley. Oh, bold. Lovell looking to get forward, but shows no interest in going at it.
Well, Jimmy Pearson as well. He's in New Zealand as well. And looks like Australia A I'm not sure if they've won the toss or lost the toss, but they're going to be batting first at Lincoln with the Duke Bull. So after a bit of rain, Pearson might be standing up. Aussie could be.
Did you say they're batting first?
They're batting first, yep. So it'll be interesting to see when we have a look at the wicket.
In comes Baisley again. Bowls to Lovell. That's a lovely shot down the ground, being chased hard by Marnus. Should get a minimum of 2. That's great fielding too. 2 to Lovell. Broke the shackles a bit from this end. Baisley's into his 5th over. He's gone for 10.
It's a lovely push. Something they didn't do last week, Gav. They just didn't look to just push and lean on deliveries. They just defended them, trying to bat time. That's the biggest difference. If you're trying to bat time, you actually need to show some intent. You need to look to score as opposed to just going to your shell and watching the clock.
And I think they've started to show that, haven't they? They've started to, well, especially from this end to Stimson, they've started to walk at him a bit, etc. So comes Baisley, last ball of the over. Dropped in front of him, no run. On that note, Hamish, I'm going to go and have a cup of coffee, and I'm going to pass over to the great man himself, John Devine.
It's funny. It's funny how he said that, and also text me his bank details. I don't understand what's going on there. Anyway, interesting hour before lunch. See if how much of this deficit has been wiped away here by the men from WEP. There's an easy single there. So no real demons on the pitch. I thought there might have been, Hamish, from the overnight. There doesn't seem to be a lot of movement. Doesn't seem to be much off the deck either. It's all about probably building pressure, line and length, and having really good field placements.
Yeah, it was interesting speaking to the groundsman just before the start of play. They weren't sort of quite sure how I was going to play. They thought maybe it might play a few more tricks off actually the seam bowlers and the spinners with the amount of liquid that they've had to pump in it during the week, and then obviously the forecast not being great either. So just trying to get that balance right of when you do hold a final over 2 weekends, just trying to see what the surface is going to be like. But I think for University, Well, it's going to be a different story, isn't it? Like, they're going to need something in the surface tomorrow to bowl Redlands out. So, at the moment, the reflection of the surface probably isn't true until we get to tomorrow to actually see how UQ can get 10 wickets.
So that one climbs just as I speak. Johnny Stimson gets one to climb on Lovell. Just a little bit of a remonstration. Pulled his hand off the bottom of the bat there. Jumped on him a little bit, but... Is that on yours? Stimson into his 5th over. Shoulders, arms. Yeah, it was an interesting week. I was actually out here on Wednesday and they were rolling it at that stage. And also another funny thing I've never seen before, and I don't hang around cricket grounds that much during the week, but they were rolling it east-west.
Oh, they're cross-rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bizarre. I don't know whether I'll let the cat out of the bag here or not, but I don't know.
They're probably
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Probably getting ready to do their renos and something that they do end of season, maybe something they put into maybe the way they've watered or maybe put something into the surface.
I was just wondering whether it's a, because this wicket wouldn't be used a lot, because a lot of international or broadcast games, they use the pitches, and as you can see on the camera angle, right on the edge of our filming platform. So the middle, I think 4 to 8 of the, or 2 to 6 of the broadcast ones. So this pitch might have had a lot of traffic. So maybe you need that extra attention. But I can just see giant footmarks on either end. The batting creases. Stimson comes in again. There's beats outside edge of bat of Lovell. Lovell doesn't mind walking out of the crease. I wonder whether Drennan should have do a Jimmy, come up over the stumps.
Yeah, we just sort of spoke about that, trying to come out and try and negate that. That's what Lovell's trying to do. He's trying to negate the bold LBW and the swing, trying to get Stimson on the half volley as opposed to a good length delivery that he could nick. He's done the wee look behind there as well, so Stimson's bowled well. Hasn't gone for as many as he did last week. He's done a pretty good job. He just needs to get one pole here to do his job.
Off the back foot finds extra cover. No run. Yeah, well, they're just trying to whittle that total away, and then they might start putting the foot on the pedal. So Stimson's...
I think it's about getting to lunch for UQ. None down. They'd obviously ideally like to be at parity at lunch, but I think they're going to fall short.
Yeah.
And then it's about, during that second half, that middle session, that last session, how can you put the foot down? How can you get 300 pretty quickly? Probably 350, to be honest.
Well, 2 runs and over, and I would imagine there's probably only about 20 overs left. 20, I wish. Probably about 12 overs left in this session. It'd be hard pressed. But, yeah, I think you're right. Maybe just let them whittle away that, be none down.
It's how they play Sinfield. I think that's going to be the key to the game. They actually need to take him on. They didn't really take him on last week. And when they did, Redlands were pretty defensive in their fields straight away to the tail. So they actually need to try and take Sinfield on when he comes on to bowl. As we do see a bowling change, Malenko coming on. And John last week bowled 12 overs, 6 maidens, none for 8. And I think he bowled about 4 or 5 no balls in there. So obviously a very accurate bowler, can shape the ball into the street and away from Lovell. So they're going to have to try and take him on as well.
Former Peter Burge medal winner is Simon Malenko, genuine all-rounder, can bat and can bowl. And yeah, some talk it might be his last summer. I don't think he should. I think he's got plenty left in the tank. He's certainly a competitive player. That's straight away on the money, finds point.
They probably need to have a little bit of Malenko's intent with the stick, John. Definitely comes out and
correct.
He does not muck around with the bat, that's for sure. That's going to be the hardest thing for UQ, is trying to find that balance of how hard to go without... You know, they need to play high percentage shots to get the scoring rate up.
Well, this is the 10th over, still another 78 overs to go. So plenty of time, but yeah, the conversation, I'm not sure whether you and Gav thought about how much time UQ need to get this batting lineup of the Tigers out.
Yes, but I think they need 2 bites with the new ball. I'd like about 90 overs.
Yeah.
Give yourself that possibility if you do have them 7 or 8 down, 10 overs to go. You can take that new rock and go bang, bang.
Good call.
But
You've got to get there first.
they do have to get there first.
So Malenko again, right on the money.
They need to show more intent, though. I know we sort of said it maybe after lunch, but you look now, 10 overs done. They're on 19, halfway through the 11th over, sorry. You know, street strike rate of 37, level of under 20. You need to be able to get off strike easier. Need to be able to just defend, rotate. They're used to coming towards the bowler, but are they going left and right of the crease? Street's obviously pretty good off his pads. Can he move laterally across to the offside to actually create some space on the leg side? Get square leg, push back to the fence. Get some sweepers out there. Until they do that, I think it's going to be pretty slow going.
And slow going is another thing I was going to mention. The outfield here was a lot slower than it was last week, so runs are harder to come by. They're not going to find the rope. It'll be more threes and fours, or maybe twos and fours.
The best way to find the rope is by going over it. No fielders in the air.
That's it. It was quite an attacking field here from Redlands. They've just got one man outside your, or two men I should say, just outside your traditional circle. Man at point, 2/3 of the way, and fine leg. So otherwise, it's standard field. And that one will find a man at square leg.
I think what UQ can do. See a dot there from Linko, and he just bowls another maiden, which is sort of standard practice in this match. What UQ can do, because with their two of their three top orders being left-handers, is actually start after lunch, is actually use the short side well. You know, if Lovell and Street are still in after lunch, maybe targeting ends. So, you know, where Lovell's about to take strike now, if Street comes on at this end, he's trying to target that short boundary. Then when Malenko bowls, Lovell's trying to target the short boundary as well. They should be trying to hit as many deliveries into Queensland cricket and the Matthew Hayden stand as possible, really. Try to use that left-right hand combination better.
So Lovell, the taller of the two batsmen out there, and the right-hander, is going to wait for Stimson into his sixth over. Obviously, not 100% fit is Stimson, but geez, he's still putting it on the 5-cent piece.
Yeah, that's not going to change.
No.
Almost think when he's got an injury like he does, it's actually harder to keep stopping and starting. Might be one of those things where maybe he just bowls 10 overs up front and then you just put a fork in him and say, thanks, John. Love your contribution, but that's you done for the day.
Totally right. Totally right. I know he was opening the bowling towards the end, you know, late 30s. If you took me off, I wasn't coming back. You know, I don't know how much WD-40 you got.
Never enough.
Never enough. I just seized up and I wasn't coming back. And you're right. You cool down, and how long does it take to get started again? Obviously, he had a few maybe painkillers or something like that. But he's certainly not a young man either. Is Stimo? No offence.
No, he does need to go in for his end of season service, doesn't he?
He's putting on the hoist.
Yeah, put him on the hoist, have a full body look at, but.
Yeah, I think there might be a shake of the head from the mechanic when the report comes out.
Straight to the wreckers, you reckon?
Yeah. Oh, look, he's still putting it on the dime. He can't believe it. He's beaten the outside edge of the bat of Lovell again.
There's actually a delivery there where Lovell stayed in the crease. He stayed crease bound. That's probably what's actually caused the trouble. Not getting to the pitch of the delivery, not coming forward. See here on the replay. Beautifully bowled from Stimson, but Lovell's more in the crease, playing him genuine. And that's actually where you're going to get in trouble when you play Stimson. You need to come at him.
He's asking for trouble. Lead Renner's a quality keeper. I'd love to see him get up over the stumps. It's easy for me to say, though, but because Stimson isn't express.
I think they would actually, maybe putting Drennan off is actually just bounce Stimson would get. You get pretty steep bounce.
Yeah.
Could just put him off. He's thinking, you know, one of his big dismissals is the caught behind. Probably just doesn't want to grasp one. But also, getting back to Stimson's spell, while UQ aren't taking the game away from Redlands, you just keep him going. If he can go for another 45 minutes, then get him on the hoist for the rest of the day.
The ice bath. Well, he'd ideally love to be bowling again later today, but I don't think that's going to be the case. It's just a come back for two and easy in the end. Short boundary, as you mentioned, down here in front of the Stuart Law stand. Probably I suppose they're both just as short. Whether it be at third man or deep extra cover.
Yep, spot on there. I think with that ice bath, that Stimo would be in. Need a few maybe cold beverages in there as well.
See, that's what we're talking. Internal lubrication.
Yep.
Does wonders.
It's amazing after maybe once you've actually a few golds down, how better the knee would feel.
Well, you're going to have a drink now, so he'll have a bit of a Gatorade and that. So the lead now is 76 runs here as we wait for the drinks to come out. We'll have a quick break. We'll be back in a second. Well, the drinks have been taken. We change of innings at 20 past 10 when Redlands were dismissed for 325. So our drinks break now 1 hour later. Lunch will still be at midday Queensland time. And at the moment, the pencil pushers, the students, the Blues, UQ, they're still none for, trying to whittle away this deficit. And now it looks like 76 still. 76 overs remaining in the day, and lunch is probably the first thing they want to negotiate, but Malenko wants to ruin that party as he comes in from the northern end to Bryce Street. Well, I don't think he's got in the way on purpose there because he didn't have time to move. Maybe he's appealing for a leg before second go.
Yeah, just a little bit of, he's trying to get himself into the game.
Could have actually hit the back of his calf, but that was pretty close.
It's just an irritate. Just a batter who irritates you.
Yeah. I think it'd be the other way around. The Redlands are in the box seat. Malenko again. It's got some pace going. They'll come through for a quick single. One well run by Bryce Street. We saw that with himself and Joe Burns at Shield level. Both like to try and get the easy and cheap singles, mix up the strike.
Yeah, I wonder what they actually talked about at drinks, John, the batting pair. I wonder what their assessment of the wicket is. Reached their first target of just getting through that drinks break unscathed. Now it's about just trying to manipulate the bowlers a bit better. They need to rotate the strike more.
Yeah.
And it's going to create more boundary options with that left-right hand combination. Because if you let Malenko and Stimson just dial in, it's going to be slow going for the rest of the day.
Well, and you hit the nail on the head. Maybe they're not going to go over the top, get those cheap singles. There's a lot of real estate here at Allan Borderfield. It's not the size that it used to be, so there's plenty of quick singles. And if you can get 3 or 4 and over without being risky, go for the straight and level and no slashes between the wicket.
No, and it's only and what it's going to do is Drennan knows time. That's what he's looking at. He'll be looking at the clock, the deficit in the clock, and saying, how long can we be out here with UQ behind the rate? And it's actually going to take the slips out of play. So if you do play some shots and nick it, you might actually get a boundary as well as the innings goes on.
There's an edge. No. Thought you might have looked in the crystal ball there, mate.
Well,
and the other thing is also the sun's not coming out. This pitch isn't going to dry out anytime soon either. Well, not dry out, if you know what I mean. Just get that white colour about it. So it's still a little bit tricky, but certainly I'd rather be batting later today than early this morning.
Yeah, it's also that mental game, isn't it? When the sun's out, you tend to think to yourself it's a good batting surface.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit overcast. Your mind can think it's going to start to do a little bit. Just play a couple of little tricks on you.
And apparently it doesn't swing as much when the sun's out. I don't subscribe to that. I think if you still pitch it up, there's an opportunity to swing it, whether it's cloudy or full sunshine.
I think it depends how much moisture's in the wicket. If the sun's out, there's moisture in the wicket, there's going to be swing. But with this wicket being up for as long as it has been, you'd probably say the moisture level's going to be pretty low, so there might not be as much swing. It's going to be more those cross-seam deliveries, three-quarter deliveries. Can you create a variation and bounce?
End of the over. Well, expensive one from Simon Malenko, a single off it. He might need a break. That's too many runs off his over.
Yeah, well, I guess, what was he going at last week? He was going at
2, wasn't it?
just over 0.5.
0.5, I beg your pardon.
Just over 0.5, probably 0.56 or something like that. Not quite sure, but he's starting to get expensive.
They're having a bit of a conversation here at the Kath Raymond end, and Stimson will continue. He'll start his 7th over.
Well, he's plugged in I guess he's that old Hilux, isn't he? About 500,000 Ks on the clock.
Yep.
The old diesel.
Yeah, they've changed the brake pads 75 times with the same donk.
Yep. And once you start the diesel, she doesn't like to be turned off.
No.
Needs a wee while for the oil to run through the pistons to get it going.
That's it. Yeah, he's just not sure how Stimo's glow plugs are. First thing in the morning, might have to stay on a little bit longer, but he's certainly really
Get the choke on for a bit.
tightening it up. Well, he's just won an over. 3 maidens so far from his 6 overs. Just 7 off it. I think there's only been the 1 boundary. Maybe from the
Yeah, street pulling Baisley in front of square. It was a beautiful shot.
from UQ. So if you take that out, that's 18 runs. So off the 14 or near 14 overs complete. So yeah, they're just a little bit of rope-a-dope here. They're just trying to slug it out and then come home with a flurry. But it'll be interesting after lunch. I reckon that middle session's it.
Yep.
That's the
I think
ball
the other
game
thing,
decided
John, is
there.
UQ's always so used to being ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Used to batting time and having that, being comfortable, having time on their side.
Well, they are the minor premiers, so that's now no longer an issue.
No, and when you're batting and time isn't on your side, and they've got to change their rhythm up here. They've got to think of something. I actually think against Stimson will sound funny. I actually think it's easier to play him in the air than it is along the ground, with the lack of pace that Street and Lovell probably used to facing. Actually follow through with your shots. Look to hit him straight into the side screen. That'd be the option I'd be telling them.
You take it away from Redlands, make them make the changes. At the moment, they're just letting old Stimo come charging in. You're quite right. Just going to...
And what you will see is, but obviously we don't have as many cameras as Fox working for us today, is actually towards the end of the over, Point is actually dropping halfway to 3/4 of the way back to Street. Actually eliminate that boundary option to cut it off. And if they get one, they don't really mind. So they need to change the field here. They need to get rid of the slips. They need to start taking some options.
Yeah, they've got a good batting order. I'm just checking that. Nick Sale, no slouch. Gets on Yana Kutsi.
Yep.
Harry Walker, good knock. And then you obviously got the skipper and probably the form Bulls batsman of the summer, apart from Jimmy Pearson and Jack Clayton.
Yeah, Walker played a good innings last week, 58.
Yeah.
Lost a couple of balls up on Queensland cricket as well. So he can play aggressive.
You got the big man James Grady as well. So there's certainly some.
And Willen's got runs.
firepower. Yeah.
Willen's got runs as well last week. Shows some good intent.
So I'm thinking the reason behind their steady she goes because they've got that firepower at the back end to call on. So Simpson comes up with another maiden. Yeah, lunch is certainly the order of the day. That's all they're thinking about at the moment of the University of Queensland. They'll sit around the table, reassess what they have to do. Sinfield's yet to have a bowl.
But you look at it though, and you look, we've got 74 overs remaining in the day. They say they want to bowl 10 overs tonight. There's 64, 2 for change of innings. So they've got 62 overs to bat.
Well, you're looking at a one-day scenario, aren't you?
Yeah, and how many? I think they need to give. I think 250, 260, 270. They need to give UQ.
Yeah.
So they need to go about 5-6 runs and over from here on to actually give themselves a chance to. They can still keep it setting aggressive fields throughout the bowling innings. Because that's something that will hurt UQ is if they're going to win this game, they actually going to need catches in positions for long periods. They can't afford to go defensive and just give Redlands runs and just let Redlands bat and just block the game out. They need catches. They need to be able to apply pressure throughout the whole innings. And they need runs to do that.
You've also got the Marnus factor as well. Chuck that in. So that he can get on with it in a hurry or he can graph out a big score. So that's another little thing for University to bring into calculations.
I think they need to get Marnison tonight. They need to get Marnison. If they get Marnison tonight, nick him off. I think that will just put a bit of a dagger into Redlands. Just take a little bit of steam out of them overnight and know they've got a big battle tomorrow.
So this 20, might end up being 20 overs by lunch. You're probably right. They probably need to be closer to 50 than they are at the moment, I would have thought. And we spoke about it. The quick singles take on the field, rotate the stripe, mess the bowls up, take the game away from Redlands, or take the upper hand away for the time being. Just try and get those singles. Really frustrate Lee Drennan. He's got to make the changes. Does he make bowling changes at the moment? He's happy to bowl Stimson because they're not going after him.
Well, if you looked at the scoreboard and you thought it's a traditional game where UQ's qualified near the minor premiers, and let's say you thought they had to be beaten outright, that's the way they're batting at the moment. It's not almost like they're not aware that Redlands are actually winning this game because they won the first innings, which obviously they would know that. But by the way they're batting, I mean, Lovell's 8 off 46. I just don't know if that's quite the right intent that you want.
Well, it's similar to, was it 3 years ago against Valleys when they just batted for an eternity? 4 of their top order got 100. Fry, Clayton, Henry might have got 100 in that one. Yana Kutsi got 100, and they just batted, took their time and batted Valleys out of the game. There's a no ball there from Malenko. So there you go. He's got his first no ball for the second innings. But yeah, it's almost like they're happy to graft around. They realise it's not 4 days, it's 5 or something. But anyway, they've got a game plan. And I think it's just to survive until lunch. So there might be some fireworks in the second session. They might be waiting for Sinfield to take him on, but there'll be a few nervous, 7 of them will be a little bit nervous to be facing him again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what sort of bounce Sinfield gets. I thought that was his best ally last week. Yeah, he does get the turn on it, but the way he gets over the ball, once he gets that sort of overspin on it, gets that bounce, that's what really helped him last week. So the service being a bit dry, not as bouncy. Be interesting to see how they play him. They probably didn't see many sweeps last week, probably due to the bounce, so I'd like to see the sweep come out more this week.
It was interesting to say that Sinfield, when he did loop it at the Gabba, that bounce certainly caused a little bit of indecision from the Western Australian batsman. But anyway, that's the end of the over. 15 overs gone. And we see Stimson make his pilgrimage to the Cathrayemont end, the city end. As Gavin Fitness he's got himself a coffee. He's going to join us the last half hour. And I think Gav might be in agreement with myself and Hamish that the UQ really, probably too late now in this session with half an hour trying to survive, but probably should have been around about that 50-run mark and really have that deficit somewhere around the 40 mark, Gav.
Yeah.
Seems to be they're buying time and just waiting for lunch. I don't know what's so good about lunch.
Yeah, I guess they're just laying a platform before lunch, and then they'll get together as a team. And
well, they've got the wily Peter Clark down there as their coach, so he's no dummy. He knows cricket very, very well. This Clark, nobody can understand him, but he's he's a very astute reader of the game, is Peter Clark. So they've got their plans, and obviously the priorities are last until lunch, which is at midday local time, which is 28 minutes away.
yeah, I'm sure they'll sit down as a group in the lunch break and say, okay, this is where we need to drive this game to. This is how we're going to give ourselves our best opportunity.
Well, it's playing in Lee Drin doesn't have to do anything, does he?
No.
He's just happy to let it go as we see Stimson come in halfway through his 8th over. He's bowled every over from the Cathrayemont end in this second innings of UQ. Just a single.
I did notice that it looks like Malenko is swinging the ball a little bit from the other end. So I guess the big thing is as we know in the lead into the lunch break, the last thing they can do now is afford to lose wickets.
Actually, you're spot on. Imagine doing all that hard work with not a very big run rate and then still lose a wicket. You'll be going, we've spoken about it before in commentary about taking the game away. And if you dig yourself a hole and you lose a wicket, the hole gets so much deeper. That's
absolutely
beat the infield. They'll come back for two. But
two runs are starting to flow a little bit now. It's a lot better than what it was. The deficit now is down to 70. So I think, that realistically they'd be looking to cross that off as soon as possible after lunch. You'd probably want to try and make that up in the first hour after lunch.
Well, we believe that'll be by tea we'll have a fair idea.
Absolutely.
A really good idea which way this game's going.
Yeah.
And you don't get anything for second.
No, that's for sure.
Well, what's Ricky Bobby's dad say? If you don't finish first, you finish last.
Correct.
So,
especially in this case. So but the game is alive and well, that's for sure. Streety's still batting a little bit out of his crease to Stimson, trying to get him on the half volley. There it is there.
Actually, I'll ask you about that, Gav. We saw Lovell actually walk out of the crease quite often, and you and Hamish obviously spoke about it, but Stimson hasn't got a lot of pace, maybe a little bit of bounce, but I just keep going back and thinking about Jimmy Pearson coming up over the stumps to Michael Nisa and taking the batsman back into the crease, and you can hear Jimmy probably muttering in his ear, and it just he got that catch, and I was just flabbergasted that Jimmy Pearson had the I was going to say the balls, and I just did to actually come up to an Australian bowler with the pace that he had and still take that catch, but it brought the batsman back into the crease and made him very, very uncomfortable.
Yeah. I think in that case, as Malenko comes in, bowls again, good areas. In that case, standing up over the top to Ness, to Michael Ness is, well, obviously his pace is very good. Ness has excellent control.
Yeah.
So you have a fair idea where a high volume or a high percentage of the balls are going to be, which gives you a good advantage as a wicket keeper. But I'm not sure how Ness would have felt about that either. Jimmy standing up.
So, what do you check my birth certificate?
Yeah, it would have
What
been.
is I'm getting on?
What's doing, Jim?
Exactly right. But,
Absolutely.
But Stimson's not far out of that category. I don't think I've seen him put one down the leg side
No,
yet.
his
It's always
control's
been,
excellent.
Yeah, so maybe
However, I reckon it could be a little bit in Lee Drannon's mind that they don't necessarily have to push the game forward.
Yep.
If Uni come out and were scoring really freely, I think you'd probably find Lee Drannon would come up over the top of the stumps and keep them in their creases and bring the LB back into the game.
Yep.
Because as we saw, it's turned on the onside for no run. As we saw earlier this morning, Stimson did hit Angus Lovell on the pad, but because he was so far down, it was definitely going over the top.
Yeah, you're spot on. Redlands don't have to do anything at the moment.
No,
Run rate is only just 1.5.
Yep, just keep hitting their areas, and as we all know, builds pressure. Pressure brings wickets. Malenko comes in. It's well bowled. There's a bit of carry too, which is good to see.
He's still got plenty in him, Simon Malenko.
Oh,
He's got another 3 years in him.
I said before to Hamish about Stimson, you know, he looks a little bit like that overseas pro that runs in and bowls 40 overs from one end. Well, it's probably fair to say that Malenko is your classic, he is your classic overseas pro, isn't he?
He's outstanding. I don't think he's bowling any slower when he's 21.
No.
Lovely shot through extra cover. That might go all the way. That will be 4 runs. So the second boundary of the innings here for Lovell. And shackles are broken. A bit of excitement for the crowd.
Yeah. There's a few in too, John. I went for a walk. Went for a walk outside during my break, and there's a few people here, which is great to see. See, there is some shape there, though.
Yeah,
I swung.
Now that you mention it, the previous delivery, I thought that.
Yep. And all Malenko, now you give Malenko an inch, he'll take a mile. You know that. If he could nick one off here, he's likely to go bang bang before lunch, and that's exactly what Uni aren't after.
No, and I don't think Simon Malenko will be too upset about that shot.
No,
he's actually going after him.
No.
I mean, they got the money in the bank. They're just deficit 66.
That's right. Difference, you know, it's not much. Well, the area that he's bowling in can while he might go for the odd boundary, he's also a big chance of getting in the game with a nick here because the ball is shaping. So we got a change of bowling.
Well,
have we? Yes.
Yeah, Marnus.
Marnus shocked me.
Well, I thought Sinfield probably would have.
Yeah.
There's 7 guys who got out to that guy in the first innings, and I reckon he's got to come back. They don't need to, but I would have thought Sinfield was more of a chance before Malenko. But let's see what happens.
I'd be surprised if they didn't have a look at Sinfield, before the break. And Marnus bowling medium pace. So that is wide down the leg side. Drannon gets a glove on it.
It's probably come off the pad, hasn't it?
Has it? No, I don't think so.
No.
Spies.
Boo, says Lee Drannon. I'll talk to you about that later, Marnus.
As does every other wicket-keeper in the country.
Wishing a leg bye for Lee.
However, as we all know, Marnus has the ability to make things happen, whether it's good or bad. It wasn't a great start, but he'll certainly get better as he goes on. It's on the tyres.
Another couple of runs here. Stimson has to go after that one. He just come off from bowling, and that's the fastest and the further he's had to run all morning. Yeah, I was just at 20 minutes to 12 local time. I would have thought that three overs from mate. Well, then again, Sinfield might rather have this end, the northern end. Maybe that's the.
Which end did he bowl from last week, John? I'm not sure. Can't remember.
This one again, that's
on the
Australian
pad.
legs, yeah. So he's yet to hit his mark here as Marnus.
Strudy will feel like he's missed out there, I think. Marnus seems to be getting a little bit straight.
Well, he's got 2 slips and a gully point. Cover mid on, mid off. Square leg. And then we've got Jane Baisley down here at fine leg. So he's the only man outside the traditional circle is Baisley at fine leg for Marnus. Finally gets one right in the middle of stump. Once again, it looks like Marnus didn't add any water to his cordial this morning. He's wound up.
Just loves it, doesn't he? He really does.
Well, you and I both know you're a long time out of the game. You
Absolutely.
guys just love every moment of cricket.
I just think it's fantastic that a bloke can go away in the Test team, do what he did in India, and then come back and be desperate to play club cricket.
Yeah.
It's a no ball. Stretching out.
So there's a bit of enthusiasm for you. Too exciting. So,
None for 36. Starting to lift that run rate up a little bit. It's just up over. Well, it's now at 2s.
Might get to 50 by
Yeah.
lunch. If Marnus keeps bowling no balls and straying on the pads of Bryce Street. That's right on money. Where's the Ashes is the next campaign, I'm guessing, for the Australians. A few months away, so Marnus says, well, I can't wait that long.
Keen to get in it. The ladies' Ashes coming up as well very soon. That'll be a great series, I think. It's great to see a couple of the Queensland girls.
Oh, they're the black caviar of world cricket, aren't they? The women's side of Australia.
Absolutely.
Everybody
They're
else
outstanding.
is everyone else is third or fourth. There's no one in second spot behind the Australian women's team. It's outstanding.
And they're just getting better and better. I mean, I'm lucky enough to work under head coach Ashley Nofke with the girls program here with the fire and the heat. And the girls just get better and better every time you see them. They are technically spot on. It's just great to see, and the quality of the young girls that are coming through, fantastic. They really are.
It's exploded. 2 slips in a gully here for Simon Malenko, and that's going to find cover.
It's well fielded by Sammy Heslett. But a short cover, I'd call it. Well, maybe not a short cover, but
it's short for you and I, mate.
When you're hitting them that hard, it looks short. That's for sure. But once again, Malenko throwing the ball up there, seeing if it's going to swing. That time, Gus Lovell's hit it out of the guts. However, just needs to make sure he stays over the ball here. Just turn on the leg side, no run. A little bit straighter.
Yeah, Malenko, I know they don't have to do too much, but I would put a 3rd slip in there. I would bring everybody in a little bit tighter, just really put the pressure on, because I don't think UQ are going to go hard 15 minutes from lunch. Just go for the throat. And you get a poll before lunch.
Yep.
I'll tell you who'll be singing around the soup bowl.
That's correct.
It'll be the Tigers.
It's another one straight to mid-off. See, I totally agree with you, John. I think, if they bring an extra slip in and if they go for another 20 runs before lunch, well, it's not really going to hurt them.
He's the only one who's got any movement, isn't he, Simon? And I wouldn't mind actually seeing Simon go around the wicket.
See, an extra 20 runs before lunch isn't going to really hurt them. However, if they were to pick up 1 or 2 wickets, that's really going to hurt Uni. So, risk versus reward, I'd suggest. It's another good area by Malenko.
Yeah, just go around the wicket. Just push it across the right-hander. Bring square leg in, because Malenko, as you mentioned about Michael Neser and Stimson, they have control. The only control Malenko doesn't have is over his left foot.
Yeah.
With the no ball, but other than that, Mr. Reliable.
Yeah.
Just be right on middle stump.
That's good shape too. If you look at that on the screen, that is very good shape.
Get another one in there, Lee. Make him think about it.
Just trying to entice him to drive. If you can hit that area and get him to drive, the blokes behind the batter right in the business.
Even chuck Baisley into a second gully.
Yeah.
Something just to open that V up. Push mid on a little bit wider. Invite.
Again. Isn't it amazing how if he pulls his length back half a foot, the ball shapes the way it does. He gets that little bit fuller and the ball just doesn't shape. So it's a real game of cat and mouse here at the moment. So it's a little bit fuller and it just doesn't shape. Or then again, that might have been the one that was meant to go the other way too. Yeah. So that's the end of the over.
19 overs gone, 69 still required.
36 for no wicket. 15 minutes before lunch.
What do you like about the new Allan Border Field? I say everything.
Yeah, I say everything.
There's not a bad thing about this. I love the terraces over there.
Yeah.
That's
the
my favourite.
The scoreboard's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's all, as we know, the ground's a little bit bigger than what it was.
Mars continues from the Kath Raymond end. It's just a great, environment. The big trees over there down behind third man on your screen to your left. You got the Albion Paceway to the north where all my money is.
Yes. I was only having some conversations about that the other day. You used to be able to put your bets on at lunchtime and then while you were fielding, listen to them. Call them over the loudspeaker over there. Marnus, back of a length to Street. Street drops it on the offside. No run.
This is better over here from Marnus.
Yeah, he's found
his rhythm. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's everything to like about it.
Definitely. And I've got to say, the training facilities up the top. It's very picturesque.
We've got a canteen on the eastern side now. Before, you used to have to come all the way over to this side. I don't think it's open today, but in the big clashes.
What's it called? Champions Corner?
Champions Corner.
It's...
down the leg side. That's going to go...
Could go for four, actually.
Basically won't rail that one in, so off the leg.
Buys. Leg buys. Marnus just struggling with line a little bit here. He has been a little bit straight so far on the first over and a bit that he's bowled.
Yeah, that was our fault. He's back into rhythm and he goes down the legs.
Champions Corner over there, which is in recognition of some of the great female cricketers that we have around here. We've got the Melissa Bulow Terraces.
Yeah.
In comes Marnus.
And
straight again. Easy one.
Yeah, curious about this decision for bringing Marnus on. No, I mean, he can make a breakthrough. He's more the guy to bring on when there's a partnership you want to break. I know this partnership is obviously crucial, but I think Sinfield's probably more the man. And I don't think he's going to get a bowl before lunch. He might get one more.
I don't think it'd have anything to do with Marnus asking the captain either.
I got this.
Give me a bowl, Lee. Give me a bowl.
This guy has got a chance.
He comes again.
Lovell.
Back of a length.
He's looking good, Lovell.
He is.
Real good.
Yep.
He's got his feet moving. His eye on the ball. His head steady. He doesn't care who's got the ball in his hand. And Bryce Street, man of bats time. Might have to change that game plan after lunch.
See, that's the thing with Streety is he really does have the ability to score. Once he's going, he can get away. He plays 360. You've seen him play in one-day cricket where he'll reverse sweep, he'll ramp, has the ability to go over the top. So it's going to be an interesting middle session, that's for sure.
Well, going to see a
what do we got here? Sinfield. There you go. Just before lunch, just really, right-hand off spinner spinning the ball away. Well, it'll be interesting to see if he can bounce and spin it again away from the left-hander, being Bryce Street.
Two cages are coming out, so they're going to have a
couple under the lids.
Yep. Obviously, leader in on one of those.
Yeah. And then they'll have one at... I'd imagine they'd have one at short leg. Should be glowing with confidence after making his first-class debut this year and having some good success there and then backing up in the first day of the final with what I would imagine was a personal best of 7 for. Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I don't mind seeing that one bit that there's turn and opportunities for a young player. So he needs to do a job again. I'm disappointed he didn't get more of a chance. He'll have 2 overs here before lunch.
Yeah.
So Bryce Street, we're just talking about, Bryce Street. Maybe, Gav, does he need to actually stick to that game plan of grafting out a big score and being the anchor there and bat right through? As you see Sinfield come in.
Turn to start with, has it? Yeah, I think especially in the lead into lunch. But then after lunch, I'm sure that Streety will look to expand his game a little bit.
But obviously, Sinfield come in again, right arm around the wicket, pushes Street back. But does Street look to graft those quick singles and get the guy at the other end on guard to push the run rate on and just stay there?
Yeah, I guess that'll depend a little bit as to what's happening at the other end. If they've got someone that's going fairly freely, he'll just offer that guy the strike. But we'll wait and see.
Oh, look at that. So
Bowled.
it's Sinfield in the first innings, 32 overs, 8 maidens, 7 for 83. And that's.
I was going to say to you before that, realistically, if this was day 3 days in a row, you'd probably find the wicket would be a fair bit drier than what it is now. But he's not. It doesn't seem to be struggling to spin it. It's been a great start.
Getting called. Putting that Bulls cap on would just grown him an extra 4,000 revolutions in his delivery.
Yep. And he comes again. See, there is some turn, but that's too short. He'll get one to deep point. He's got protection out there.
Yeah, so Queensland blessed with Swepson, Kuhneman, Sinfield.
Yep.
Once upon a time it was all the fast bowlers. Now we've got a good collection of finger spinners as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of good young leggies getting around. That's for sure.
Baisley, Steggity, Nisa. And your bowling attack along with Bartlett. Wildermuth, yeah. Jack was got some wheels again.
Absolutely.
He might actually at certain times, Gav, I reckon he's probably the quickest of the Queensland bowlers.
Definitely.
Oh, it's an appeal. I think that might have been just a bit too high.
What's happened there?
Well, they're going for an LBW because the bails are still on. There's not a stumping, but I'm assuming.
Don't know if there was a little inside edge, possibly.
Could be. Let's have a look. It wasn't inside edge. So I'm not really sure what they're appealing for because I think that's hit the bat. Yeah, it has because he's looked back straight away to see if it's hit the timber.
Yeah.
Good start from Sinfield.
Very good. It's good signs for the afternoon ahead.
Yeah, Lee Drennan. Sure. Well, if he's going to bowl another 32 overs, we'll certainly get the remaining 67 overs in. And as you mentioned, as did Hamish, UQ want to have a crack at him. And interesting, I'm not sure whether you guys spoke about it, I was out of the room, but the use of a second new ball.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Round the wing this time now, Marnus goes down the leg side and Lee Drennan will be absolutely livid.
Yep.
And a no ball. 5 off that delivery.
He has. He's come around the wicket and he's still struggling with his direction. His line. He's been too straight. It's been tapped on the head down to the boundary for 4. It was runs, wasn't it? Or was it leg runs? I'm pretty sure it was runs.
Ball runs, yep. And a no ball to boot.
Marnus again. There's some shape there. I want to say that. Coming around the wicket, he's swinging the ball into the left-hander. He just really needs to avoid swinging it down the leg side, which he's done a little bit too much of so far.
It doesn't help going around the wicket either when you're struggling to find the off stump. He's got 2 slips in the gully. Lee Drennan's giving everything he wants. Square legs on the rope. There's a lot of real estate on the... Well, that's a lovely shot.
By Street. Only get 3.
Longest boundary, and they'll come back.
Shackles have been broken here a bit.
Yeah, and unfortunately, and that's 50 for the University of Queensland.
None for 50. I wouldn't. Well, they're not scoring at a great rate by any means, but I think they're laying a platform here for this afternoon. As we know, here at AB Oval, you can accumulate runs really quickly.
Yeah, a lot of space, level.
Well bowled. That's a better area for Marnus.
Yeah, he's come back over the wicket now. Sinfield could possibly be quick enough to get allow another over at the northern end, Cathramont end, if she can get through his over quickly. I think there'll be a lot of respect here from both batsmen to just play him out, so it'll be a quick over.
It's well bowled again. I wouldn't be able to help myself either. I'd have to have if I was batting, I'd have to have a chat to Marnus about the towel being the same colour as the ball. Is there any chance we can change that for a white towel, Marnus?
Good call.
I reckon he'd probably tell me exactly what he thinks too, just quietly.
You might need, might be redder.
Well
Pushes
bowled
it back. That's a
again.
better.
It's a much better back end of the over.
Not sure I'll get another one in now. This will be 3 or 3.5 minutes for Sinfield to get through. He may well.
Yeah, they'll get another one in.
Oh, I mean after that. Though.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I'd be surprised if they did. And ideally, the uni boys wouldn't allow that. So
Off the back foot.
Marnus threatens to throw. Probably having a few words too, I'd imagine.
Look like Brad Pitt in Troy. Spinning around with a spear. Into the over. 4 minutes remaining until the lunch break. None for 50. The University of Queensland, the minor premiers.
Now, this is a massive over in the context of the game here.
He caused some havoc that first over, didn't he?
Yeah, Sinfield will look to spin it big going into the lunch break.
Yeah, we'll have a break as well. Gavin Fitness, former Queensland Bulls keeper, knows all about spin bowling. Do you ever have a bit of a trundle with this finger spinning at all?
Mate, I was a great leggy.
Well, yeah.
No.
That's not what creepy said.
Yeah, a lot of wicket keepers seem to think they were leg spinners, but Sinfield bowls. They get one.
That's good work.
Dab it a little bit, John. Dab it a little bit. You know, when you're playing grade cricket and you've got might have to bowl 4 overs before stumps. This is in the days before they called game. We never called games off early ever. We played right through till 6 o'clock or whatever at 5 o'clock. Managed to have a trundle on a couple of occasions under the instructions of Brendan Creevy, who.
Oh, it's out. They get a wicket right before lunch. Sinfield strikes. Lovell's on his way. And you said it, Gavin Fitness. This is a very important over before big lunch. And they've made the breakthrough now. The Tigers and the Students lose their first wicket at 51.
And that will be lunch, I think, won't it? Yep. Well.
All that hard work, Gavin Fitness.
Yes, it's... and I've got to say, Redlands have done a great job here by just hanging in there, not going away from their plans. Losing wickets just before lunch. And what it does do is it makes life first up after lunch very difficult for the new batter. So they'll have a new batter in and they'll have Sinfield spinning the ball away from Bryce Street. So it's going to be a very exciting second session, that's for sure.
All right, we'll take a break here. University of Queensland, 1 for 51. And we'll have an early lunch. We'll be back in 40 minutes' time with the second session here on day 3. It's the Premier A-grade grand final between University of Queensland, the minor premiers, and the Redlands Tigers.
Welcome back to Allan Border Field, Session 2, Day 3. It certainly has the makings of being a very, very enthralling middle session here. The game evenly poised. It's a big wicket. It's a big wicket just before the break with Angus Lovell being out caught at short mid-wicket to Jackson Sinfield. Welcome back to the microphone, Hamish.
Yeah, thanks, Fatty. Obviously a little bit of lunch in the stomach, which is always nice to recharge the batteries before the middle session of the day. And you're right, with Sinfield getting the wicket, he's going to be the big player in the game. He's got 8 for 85 so far, so you could almost put that Andy Bickle medal around his neck right now, I'd think.
Very interesting. It was a good lunch break. I walked past the canteen down there and I saw a sign that said, drinking coffee makes you 83% more attractive. So I've whacked 10 cups in, but it hasn't helped so far. So
It's not, maybe in 12 hours it might help, Fatty.
might kick in. Now, might be in good nick come tonight's Queensland cricket dinner. And then a nice phone call from friend and fast bowling Valley's quick Luke Feldman. Very quick to remind me about the 6 for 60 the day he wrecked University here back in a final a few years ago. So Sinfield will continue.
Was he just between shifts, was he?
He was. He's a great man, Fox Feldman. He's got his young bloke. Here comes Sinfield. Oh! It looks like he's spun that straight away to the new batter, who is Jack Clayton, Queensland Bull.
Yeah, it's an absolute beauty after lunch to start. Show some great intent for the session, showing the Clayton and Street. He did in the first innings. This is his matchup, the two left-handers.
Definitely.
It's going to be hard going for these two, trying to get Sinfield away.
A little bit of spin again. Yeah, this is the money session, Hamish, say the least.
What you think? Excuse me, Fatty, the thing that annoys me here is actually got deep point on the boundary.
Yep.
Get the man in under close on the offside. Actually put some
Yeah.
pressure on UQ here.
There it is. You'd be looking to keep the new batter on strike, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and also, like, yes, you don't have to win the game outright from Redlands' point of view, but
Yep.
the best way to actually stop them from putting you back in and putting some pressure on is by taking poles and putting pressure on them.
Correct.
Especially after that first delivery. Sinfield's turned and bounced.
Yep.
You know Clayton's going to try to get forward to negate that. Get
Yep.
the guy on the helmet so he has to play it from the crease.
Would it be fair to say that deep backward point or that deep point fielder's there for a bad ball?
Yeah, exactly. You got to encourage your bowlers to bowl good deliveries.
Correct.
Got to back them, especially Sinfield. He's got 8 for so far.
Just turns it on the onside to mid-wicket. That'll be the end of the over. Or end of the half the over that was left going into the lunch break. Now, what are they going to do at the top end? This will be an interesting call here because Marnus finished from that end before they're going back to Baisley. I thought they might.
Yeah, you go back to your,
Yeah.
as you said, your state players, the guys that want to, I guess, put their fingerprints on the game. And Baisley, you have to say, he's probably their best bowler, isn't he? Best pace bowler.
Yeah. So you'd imagine now that Sinfield will lock himself in at this end for pretty much most of the afternoon.
Well, I actually think what they've done, and they did in the first innings, I think they like to bowl Sinfield from this, I guess, Brothers Rugby end to the two lefties. And then when they get right-handers in, I think you actually switch hands due to that shorter boundary
Yep.
and then rotate the pace bowlers.
So I think we'll see Baisley and Malenko from the Catherine Raymond end. I'm not sure how much we'll see out of Stimson. He's still on the ground, and he was very good in his first spell, but as to how that knee's going to hold up going into the late today, we'll see. However, Baisley around the wicket to Jack Clayton. It's a great start from Baisley. It's the areas that he'll be after. Clayton just jumps on the front foot and Might have been a little bit of bat/pad in that one.
You're talking to a few of the UQ guys. They said the wicket was pretty slow, Fat. Actually, one of those wickets maybe hard to get out, but actually hard to score runs as well. So
Yep.
about trying to get that balance right for UQ here, of trying to play high percent of shots, but just not letting Redlands bowl at you, dictate the game.
Here comes Baisley. Bowls again. That's a great shot from Clayton down the ground. Might not go all the way. Marnus, got too quick for him. It's a boundary. It's a good start from Clayton. It'll be a confidence builder for him.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot from Clayton down the ground. And this typical AB outfield just runs away. Marnus obviously gave it everything, but couldn't pull it in. And that's the intent that UQ need to show. That's a good start from Clayton. Hopefully they can just get on the back of this and try to build some momentum into their batting innings. Is around the wicket the matchup as well, Fatty? Is that something you sort of look at for Clayton?
I think so. And when I say that, I think as Baisley comes in again, you get minimum of 1. Might be 2 there, is it? Yep, he's back for 2 easily. He's quick between the wickets, Clayton. Yeah, I think I have seen a couple of times this year Jack Clayton struggling with bowling around the wicket. I think you'll find he's been out letting the ball go a couple of times this year. However, he's a wonderful young cricketer, started in our pathway system going back quite a while ago. I remember having him in a Queensland under-17 side. As Baisley comes in again, well bowled. And then the following year, we were going to pick him a year young in the Queensland under-19 side. And he had decided he was going to chase the AFL. And he was in the Brisbane Lions system. Went and had I think it might have been 2 years of AFL. And then decided to come back to cricket, which is great. And he's making a real career of it now. He's obviously playing for Queensland, which was his goal, I know. In comes Baisley. Bowled again. That split them. Oh, they'll get 1. That outfield is slow.
It is slow, yeah, with all the rain and just no sunshine on it either, just to get rid of that dampness. But it's a lovely shot. It's actually a great start after lunch.
Yeah. Yep.
Just shows that intent.
Yeah.
And it just puts Baisley under pressure and make him change his lengths, just not be able to get into autopilot.
Correct.
Like he did a little bit before.
And it puts Lee Drannan under a bit of pressure as well. He's not just going to be able to keep Baisley going from one end. If he is travelling a little bit, he's going to have to. And then, and then they're going to have a look at Malenko and Stimson from the other end. In comes Baisley. Bowls again. It's good areas from Baisley, but Jack Clayton is, sorry, that's Streety this time now. Streety equal to the task. Jumps on the front foot and hits it to cover. It's the end of the over. University 1 for 59 after 24 overs.
It's actually good from Street as well, though. Fat, I actually seeing him actually play there, probably could have let it go, but actually trying to play some shots.
Yep.
And they probably struggle where Street and maybe Lovell struggle was none of them probably real stroke makers, attackers.
Yep.
So that when Clayton's come out, play some shots, it's actually infectious to actually get going and rotate it.
Yep. And I'm sure we've all heard the quote before. The best way to defend is to attack, especially in a situation like this.
Well, you don't want to die in a hole, do you?
No.
You want to die all guns blazing.
That's right.
And a bit of glory.
Now Sinfield around the wicket now to Clayton. Well, that has beat the field, and that will go. Good bit of fielding down there on the boundary by Big Stimson.
He's probably thought he's going to just get out there and have a bit of a graze and have a bit of a rest out there at deep point, but he's had to do some work. He's done some great work. If anything, it's probably put his knee back into place.
Yeah, it's I reckon it could be a high volume area. But once again, I think I'm not convinced the deep backward or the deep point there is as I said, it's there for the bad ball or the short ball, so to speak.
I wouldn't mind if if they had it when maybe UQ are 50 or 60 in front,
Correct.
trying to slow it down. But when you're still 35 behind,
Yeah.
you're just giving away just 5, 10 runs over a 10 over period that you don't have to give away. Try and get if you can get this UQ top 3 out, as we saw in the first innings.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled by Sinfield.
You get
Beautifully bowled.
You get these top 3 out. Where do the runs come from?
Yep.
No one averages over 30
Yep.
for the rest of their order. I think Sale does, but with half his innings were not out, so his average is inflated.
Oh, geez, that's some intent from Bryce Street there. The reverse sweep. Wow. It's gone all the way down to the third man boundary for 4. So Street's come out with a little bit of a different plan now, I think.
That's a great option from Street. Something he
Definitely.
lacked in the first innings, showing some actual intent to Sinfield. And that's a great shot. I'd love to see that shot more. And what that actually causes is going to eventually cause Stimson to come round squarer, and then it's going to open up his cut and his cover drive for boundary as well.
It's well bowled again. Just brought his length back a little bit. It's a real weapon, that reverse sweep, especially if Sinfield is going to spin the ball.
Yeah, you're just going with it. I think it's a pretty safe option. There's no one really there. I
Yeah.
think if you go once, you've got to go twice.
Yep. Will be 1 out to Stimson again. A little bit shorter from Sinfield, and Streety just jumps on the back foot and blazes it out through extra cover, I guess, straight to Stimson on the extra cover fence.
And you're right there. That's what it does. It creates Sinfield to change his options, put pressure on, doesn't want to over pitch. Street can go back, punch out to Stimson for 1.
That's it. Sinfield to, oh, it's well bowled again. It's well fielded by Sammy Heslett. He's got some good pace across the ground. One of the best fielders getting around, I think. Does a wonderful job for the Brisbane Heat fielding in the outfield, and has done for a long time. Just takes the majority of high balls that come his way, that's for sure. He's safe as a bank under them. It's the end of the over from Sinfield, 1 for 68. It's the end of 25. He's got 1 for 12 off 3. You know, he's going at 4s, but in saying that, he's picked up one early one, and just looks like he's in the game.
Yeah, he's created a few opportunities
Definitely.
there. Especially just those outside edges. Thinking to yourself, can he actually get a second slip in there? Maybe not the guy on the offside. Something just to create a little bit of doubt so they just can't push forward, try and rotate the strike.
Baisley to continue from the Catherine Raymond end. Bowling to Jack Clayton. They've still got that deep backward point for Baisley as well. In comes Baisley. Full, hit straight back to him. Didn't quite get it.
No, just with these defensive fields, Fatty, I just think it just makes you bowl a bit more defensive as well.
Yep.
Just that mindset of you still need to be running in, trying to nick guys off.
Yep.
Thinking about how you can actually take wickets.
I think probably the only one, well, I think Malenko was the one that swung the ball this morning. So I don't think it'll be long. I did see him warming up previous over. I'm not sure it'll be too long before that's well run by Jack Clayton. I don't think it'll be too long before we see Malenko from the Catherine Raymond end.
Yeah, especially if there's runs scoring. You need to try and find,
Correct.
for Redlands, they didn't mind bowling Stimson and Baisley and Malenko on longer spells before lunch because the scoreboard wasn't moving.
Yeah.
Now the scoreboard's moving. Can you just
Right.
try to upset the rhythm of the two batters?
Spot on, Hamish. It's going to be, as I said, it's going to be an interesting session, this one. Especially once that deficit's crossed off. In comes Baisley. Bowled. Oh, misfield. I'll get at least one. And that'll do him. It's well fielded again. Geez, he's quick, isn't he, Sam Heslett?
Geez, yeah, and it's just that hardness of the block, Fat.
Yeah.
Just being able to put it almost like indoor cricket, the old down up.
That's
you.
it. Yep. Yep.
No, it's good, and it's a fine balancing act as well for Drennan, with Paisley being a genuine all-rounder. How much do you bowl him? Because you know you're going to need him tomorrow. That
Correct.
energy as well.
You're going to need him to bat tomorrow. So both him and Malenko, both are similar. Paisley bowls again. That's down the ground from Clayton. They'll get at least 2. Yep, that's all they'll get. Well fielded again. But yeah, both Malenko and Paisley are very similar. They both obviously bat and bowl, and they both like to score freely, and they're both blokes that can take the game away from you, which I think you probably saw Paisley do. Not that he's taken the game away, but he played very well in the first innings. He got 90 odd, didn't he? Which was
91. He played a very mature innings actually.
Okay.
Tried to just actually put the team on his back and batted nicely. Put the bad ball away, but didn't probably necessarily go searching for it. Unlike Malenko, who probably creates his own bad deliveries.
Yep, correct. It's well bowled again from Paisley.
When Malenko does bat, you definitely don't turn your eyes away from the vision from the game, because something's going to happen.
You give him width and he'll slay you over cover for boundary after boundary. Yeah.
And if you bowl the stumps, he's trying to hit you over cow corner for as big as he can. That's great watching.
Yeah, I think that the bowling will have to have their plans in place. I think they probably need to go upstairs with Malenko as Paisley bowls again. It's well bowled.
Yeah, definitely the bumper, but also think as well, Fatty, the change of pace has come into the over there, and UQ are 1 for 72. But I actually think the change of pace, just a slower ball a bit earlier, just something different, just to unset the rhythm. Definitely a one-pace hitter when looking at him.
Yep. It's been around a long time now. Simon Malenko had time both here and the Bull squad, and as well as down in Tassie with the Tasmanian Tigers, and had a little bit of time with the Heat here and a decent stint with the Hurricanes in Hobart. Probably never really hit the high standards that he possibly would have wanted to, but it's very difficult in that short version. He had he was good, but I think Millie might feel like he might have left a few runs in the dressing rooms at times, but just a very good all-round cricketer. Played here both for Redlands and the Gold Coast over the years.
I guess that's just the way you play as well, isn't it? If you need a coach who's going to support your style of play, and I guess at times, if you do get those coaches who are not maybe more negative thinking, but more technical focused and playing the game to respect the game, and think that they should play it the way they think they need to play it.
Yep.
Or they probably respect the traditions of the game. Then Malenko's style probably goes against that.
Yep. It's well played by Street, a sweep. A genuine sweep shot for 2.
Just dinked it on his head, hasn't he? Just tapped it on his head.
Yep.
It's probably the lack of bounce compared to last week with Sinfield. Now you can actually probably feel comfortable sweeping him.
Yep.
The bounce last week was a little bit awkward.
That's well bowled. There's the bounce.
Just gets that overspin, doesn't he? He'd be nice to keep to, wouldn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Especially the left-handers. You'd always feel like you're in the game.
Yep. And you know that you don't have to stay too low. He's not going to skid one through. He's always just going to be that nice overspin, that bounce.
There's the reverse again. I still like it, even though he's missed it. However, I'd imagine that Jackson Sinfield, when he is getting the bounce that he's getting, he'd be tough to right-handers, because if it does come through, it's normally going through the gate. And as we know, that's difficult for everyone.
Yes, through the gate or down the leg side, isn't it? And you don't get a real look at it.
No.
You're getting it blocked.
That's right. Very interesting. In comes Sinfield again. On the street. A little bit fuller. Just dinks it on the offside. Straight to Marnus.
It's one thing I noticed last week, actually, Fat, is when someone does go and the next ball's pretty quick, pretty flat, try and defend it up, I'd actually like to see him toss it up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think, I'd imagine that's a little bit of maturity as a spinner as well. That's well bowled again. And Sammy Hazlitt moves so well laterally.
Doesn't he?
Across the ground, he's just outstanding. Another good over, 1 for 74. Off end of 27 overs. So they're starting to pick up their run rate and slowly but surely crossing off that deficit, which is now 23.
Yeah, the only problem here, though, is Fadders, we came back out at 12:40.
Yep.
Look at that time, 1:40 at drinks. Where's the game going to be placed?
Yeah.
They're probably going to be just in front.
Yep. Yep.
If they want to be bowling tonight, they're actually setting Redlands a decent target. They're going to have to. They actually have to score a little bit quicker.
They've got to stay. They've got to be positive, so they get a look at the change bowls. They can't let Baisley just continue just to bowl at them. They are going to have to try and drive the game forward. But the reality of it is we've got two first-class batters here, so they're more than capable of doing that. So Baisley comes in from the Raymond end again. All bowled, one to deep point.
It's almost just a Queensland warm-up game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sinfield and Baisley and Clayton and Street out there just with a few fielders just making up the rest.
Marnus out there. Jimmy Pearson's played a part in the game, which is great.
Thoughts on sort of Marnus? My impression there is he wanted to go one sort of spell pace, probably want to come here and bowl offies from the other end and then maybe a few leggies a bit later on.
Yeah, as I said, Marnus will he'll be looking to get in the game, and how he does that, I don't think it really bothers him, but he'll be looking to get it's well run. A little bit straight from Baisley, just short again, just dinked on the leg side for one. Yeah, I don't think it particularly worries Marnus how he gets in the game, whether it's bat, ball or field. He just loves to be in the game, so. It's a great contest here. Baisley to Jack Clayton now. He's got a strike rate of 100, which is what we're after. 12 ball from Baisley. No carry. Lead running taking that down around his ankles.
Yeah. Well, it's not as much carry as last week. A little bit dry. You'd hope Baisley's just not bowling seam up. You hope he's using the seam, going 3/4 deliveries, then genuine cross seamers. Just trying to get some variation and bounce. You feel those catching covers, catching mid wickets probably come into play, especially for UQ later on in this game.
And I reckon especially to Sinfield, especially if he varies his pace the way he's capable of doing. It's good batting from Jack Clayton. Very good batting. That's almost too easy for him. So I think that they'll be thinking about that field setting that they've got at the moment. I see Malenko warming up there.
Yeah, they almost probably need to take one of those grabbers out if they're going to stop that. And then just put that guy more at a cover sweeper.
Correct.
On the fence. But, I mean, I'm not too sure about a Fed. I just think Redlands gone too defensive here.
Yep.
I'd like to see them be a little bit more aggressive in their fields. Actually, like I said, you get these, you've got Lovell out, you've got one of the big three out, you get two more of them out.
Yep.
You almost sense it's game over.
Here comes Baisley. No run, straight back to the bowler. Yes, it's interesting to see as the game, the ebbs and flows of the game. I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting afternoon here.
I think what Redlands have done, though, is they've taken enough time out of the game currently.
Yep. Yep.
For UQ, just need a couple of big overs. They need a few of those 15-plus overs.
Yep.
Just to really get some momentum going and give some belief going.
And the way it's looking at the moment, it's hard to imagine where they're going to get those sorts of overs from because, all the bowling's been quite tight at the moment. Comes Baisley. Well bowled, hard into the wicket, back of a length. Straight to Marnus at mid-off. It's the end of the over. University 1 for 77. It's the end of the 28th over. Baisley with none for 28 off 8. Back to Sinfield at the brothers' end again.
Yeah, he's bowled 21 overs in this game. Baisley, none for 58. He's actually deserved a couple of wickets. He's actually bowled beautifully.
Yep.
He actually just needs to. He's been a little bit unfortunate.
I guess the other thing is the bowlers might be able to bowl a few more overs this week. It's not as hot as what it was. Some soaring temperatures last weekend.
So when you're on the beach just getting your tan to help you with that extra 83%?
Yeah, mate, drinking coffee.
Yeah. Espresso martinis.
I don't get to the beach often these days, to be honest, Hamish, but in comes Sinfield from the brothers' end. It's too short. Fieldsman in the deep comes into it. It's on Stimson. Good throw into lead running.
As you spoke about Fat there, for Clayton, short leg came out into a catching cover.
Yep.
Marnus as well was just probably 5-6 metres to his right, just a touch, just only a little bit deeper, almost 2 catching covers. Trying to get him forward, prodding at the ball.
The short leg's going back in for Bryce Street, or is he going to go on the offside? He's on the offside.
A little bit. Half a dozen one way, half a dozen the other way, isn't it, when you're under the lid there?
I'd almost be thinking, well, if he's going to spin it, you'd look at maybe a second slip. Oh, and especially with the reverse.
Get him in that position on his knees, a second slip.
Yeah, well, if you get someone in there, someone that moves well, someone that anticipates well, as soon as he goes down on that knee to reverse, you're in the game. All you need is a little bit of glove. In comes Sinfield. Tell you what, if Stimson was looking for a bit of a graze out there this afternoon, like a lot of fast bowlers would be, he's not getting it. He's getting a high volume of balls coming to him out there.
He's going to put their mouth in the trough, is he? Just to have a bit of a drink and a little bit of a graze. He's been pretty active, but with a sore body like that, Fat, it's probably the best thing for him, actually.
Yeah, keep him moving. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm not going to feel sorry for him being a big quick, that's for sure.
Oh, no.
I think they get everything they deserve.
It's a bit rough.
No, it's not. Don't worry.
You've had too many fast bowlers give you a hard time in the past. That's the problem.
And it still happens. Don't worry. Well, that's a great shot. That'll go all the way for 4. It's a great shot from Jack Clayton. A little bit of width. Yes, to still get it a bit from even playing in the Bulls Masters games. I don't get missed, that's for sure.
You see on the replay here, it's actually the way Clayton opens is he doesn't really commit with the front leg, just goes in the straight line. Does commit, but not over-commit towards the ball. Be able to play the ball and actually just pierce that gap between those 2 short covers. That's actually a hell of a shot on this surface.
Definitely, real intent. Yep, back foot again. Stimson in the game again. Yeah, some real intent from Jack Clayton there. The ball, I'd say it was just a little bit back of a length, and it did spin as well. But he managed to get enough of it.
Sort of probably shows the wicket as well. Being able to hit that in front of square. Normally, I think last week when it was bouncing a bit quicker, it would have been a shot. He would have hit behind square. But this week, a bit slower, and they're just muscling it through cover. Sorry, it's a great shot. Sign of a very good player.
First bowling change after the lunch break. Baisley was at a 4-over spell, I think 3 or 4-over spell, and now they've gone to, just as we thought, Malenko. This is going to be a very interesting spell here from Malenko. He's another bloke that has the ability just to get in the game, doesn't he? Just get in the game, pick up 2 or 3 quick ones, and all of a sudden the game's turned on its ear.
Well, I think it's this level as well. He just put the ball on that again on that dime and can just wait for a batter to make a mistake. They're actually going to have to come at Malenko here.
Tell you what, Millie's got himself a haircut and a half there. It's gone the is it the Cleary shaved sides.
Yeah, well, maybe he's thinking they're in a good position, maybe a bit of a team photo tomorrow night.
And again, I probably shouldn't be talking about haircuts, should I?
At least yours is consistent though, Fat.
Consistently, yeah, it's consistent. Consistently nothing. In comes Malenko from the Catherine Raymond end. Bowls on the tyres, and Jack Clayton has made easy work of that. It's 2 straight, bangs it straight out to square leg for 4.
That's the first boundary Malenko's conceded in this whole game. It's actually taken him 17 overs to hit for a boundary. That's a great shot from Clayton as well. It's more just the length there over pitch. Actually a little bit of shape as well. Just went with it.
A little bit straight. And it's raced out there. However, I like this. Uni are clawing their way back. The deficit now is down to 9. In comes Malenko.
What it has done, Fat, is straight away takes out the second grabber, puts him in that short mid-wicket and deep square goes out.
Absolutely.
So he's got more single options.
That deep backward point's now in on the deep point in on the ring as well. So all of a sudden, I think there might be a little bit of a change in the Redlands way of thinking and how they want to go about pressing the game forward now. They were fairly happy, I would say, just to have the game cruise along, but now the deficit is down to almost even, and they know they are going to have to play some good cricket from here as well.
Yeah, they won't, I guess, Drinks with only Drinks. Oh, I guess Drinks is about, 33 minutes away.
Yeah.
And he'll try to get one more pole before Drinks, really, and then they'll be in a very good position, Redlands.
12 run, great running. Fantastic from Street and Clayton.
But you think ideally, Fat, they need to be, end of the session, UQ need to be somewhere around that 100 lead.
Absolutely.
To actually be in control of this game, to actually be able to declare later and put Redlands under some pressure.
Yeah. So you look at it's the one thing that is a little bit worrying in regards to the university batting order. They don't have. I'm not convinced they have that bloke that can really go in and go bang, bang, bang and take the game away.
Yeah.
However, as we've spoken about in Redlands, with the Redlands side, if it was a reverse situation, you'd be worried about Baisley and Malenko taking the game away or being able to really put their foot down. In that university batting lineup, I'm not sure whether they've got that bloke that can really take the game away from Redlands. But we'll wait and see. I guess that's what the big stage is for. In comes Malenko. That's well bowled again. Now they're jamming on the circle. No run there. It's the end of the over.
You don't think Walker really from last week showed any potential they could take the game away from Redlands?
Yep. Young wicket keeper.
Yeah, but you're right though, Fat. UQ, they still seem the batting lineup. They want to face 20, 30 balls, establish themselves, get a real good read on the wicket, and then actually go for it.
Absolutely.
But you can't afford those 20 or 30 balls this week.
Whereas wouldn't you love to be a young wicket keeper in the game at the moment? A bloke like young Walker from university, if he could come out and put on a show this afternoon. There's opportunities for wicket keepers in Queensland at the moment. I think after Jimmy, obviously after Jimmy, who I believe is the best in the country. There's an opportunity there for the next young bloke to come through, and I guess by scoring runs in pressure situations or on the bigger stage, such as a final, is a great opportunity to throw your name in front of the selectors. Sinfield from the brothers' end. That's a great shot from Jack Clayton.
That is a great shot, Fat. You're right. Start the over as well. Always good to get a boundary early in the over.
Definitely.
But just put some pressure on Sinfield.
Yep.
Put some pressure on Redlands.
Yep.
Now, I think they're going to push mid-on back now. You got 3 sweepers out. You're going to have more ability to score easier runs.
This has been great from Uni after the break. They've come out with a bit of a different mindset. I have no doubt that the plan was to try and lay a platform before lunch and then try and launch into a bit of a more positive session this one and later this afternoon. Sinfield bowls.
Not a bad follow-up, actually. Not as flat and as quick as he has been previously, so it's good.
I'd be they've left the mid-on up. I'd be leaving the mid-on up too. See if he wants to go again. Comes Sinfield. Well bowled. A little bit quicker, wasn't it?
A little bit quicker that one, but you're right. Leaving the mid-on up's a good option. It's actually a hard shot that Clayton's played there. Turning away. A little bit of slowness in this wicket as well.
Bowls a little bit short. I'll get one to Stimson on that cover boundary again. He'll be fielding balls in his sleep tonight, the big fella. If he gets any sleep, because I reckon he might be in a world of pain. Okay, so now they're getting another one under the lid on the offside. So this is where Streety comes into his own, where you got a bloke at the other. So Jack Clayton's going at nearly 100 or over 100. Comes in and bowls, well bowled. As long as you got someone going at the other end.
Yeah, that's what Street likes, doesn't he? Just
Definitely,
occupying the crease and not being the centre of attention, being able to just defend, be there for his mate.
Correct. Easy one there on the leg side. So, just by looking at that field placing, as soon as the ball gets hit on the onside, you're guaranteed a run.
Yeah, 6 runs off that last over. Pretty effortless as well. Obviously a good shot at the start of the over, but just being able to get the runs, the easy singles. I'd like to see, obviously like most batters, Street probably wants to get to 50.
Yeah.
Then after that, I'd love to see them unleash.
Yep.
Actually really try get that T20 mode on.
Yeah. Back to Malenko from the Catherine Raymond end. Still shaping the ball a little bit. And Streety's batting well out of his crease. So he's still trying to drive, still trying to get that ball on the half volley. In comes Malenko. Well, good areas. Just keeps bashing away. Few people around, which is great from both clubs. Especially there seems to be a lot from Redlands, which doesn't surprise me. And as I said, the culture that they're renowned for at Tigerland is known as one of the best ones around. Well bowled again, dropped on the offside. No run.
Just when he walks away, sometimes Street just looks like he's pretty hard on himself, doesn't he? Just the way maybe it's just his mannerisms, but looks like he just gets a little bit dirty at himself at times.
It's his first year at uni. He changed over from Sandgate. In comes Malenko. Well bowled again.
Any reasons for that, Fat?
No, I'm not sure. I think he might be living over that way. I'm not sure.
Maybe a few more overs?
No, I reckon he'd have got he was captain, so I think he'd have got as many overs as he
would have wanted.
He certainly would have got to have batted as long as he wanted. They've done it fairly tough this year, Sandgate, unfortunately. It's a bit straight from Malenko. One down to fine leg. And Stimpson's he's getting his numbers up. So, I'm sure that Sandgate would have been very disappointed to lose him. However, life goes on, and hopefully they'll be able to rebuild at Sandgate and start to put some wins together in the years to come. Here comes Malenko. Bowls again, dropped on the offside.
You actually think for these two, Fat, Malenko being pretty predictable in what he actually bowls is actually probably a good opportunity for Clayton to pick him up over mid-wicket.
Correct.
Mid-on.
Yep.
You know what he's going to bowl.
Well,
Excuse me, you can charge or just stay in your crease and get under it.
That natural in-swing. As soon as he does get a little bit straight, I'm sure that that Jack Clayton will be looking to whack him over mid-wicket. No run, well bowled. And that'll be the end of the over. And on that note, I'll jump off the headset for a little while and hand over to the guru, John Devine.
Oh, he's warmed up the headsets nicely for me, hasn't he? Big gaff. Beautiful. Well, that's also something with 8 legs in it. Anyway, 1 required to bring it all back to square with only the loss of 1 wicket. So, Hamish, it's game on, isn't it, really? We talked about this session probably being the one that's going to give us some idea what's going to happen, but I'm going to give that second thoughts now. I think it might still be in the balance come the second break.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I think they definitely need to put the foot down, though, UQ.
Sinfield, quicker ball. I was just down behind him in that last over at the sight screen. He certainly gives it a bit of pace when he bowls that quicker ball. I wouldn't like to be Lee Drennan if there's an edge here.
Yeah, you can almost get it.
Reflexes, yeah.
Gets into that one-day mode, doesn't he? Trying to get it quick and trying to push the ball through. Whereas when he's at his best in this sort of 4-day, 2-day cricket, that's when he's getting up over the ball, giving it a chance to actually do something. It's a slower surface, so it will be hard to hit at times.
Oh, that one's jumped. Whoa, what did that hit?
Like that there.
Yeah.
Can just rag it. Actually gets that overspin, so it creates a bit of bounce.
You talk about batsmen actually pulling away and giving themselves more time when bowlers want to be quick. You're probably right. Sinfield needs to be the same thing. He just needs to slow down and think about what he wants to cough up next. Plenty of time with red ball cricket. Reverse sweep. There's a chance. Oh, that would have been a screamer of a catch. I'll just get the 1. Wow. I should have been caught that one, Hamish.
Well, yeah, that's a dolly. Not,
isn't it?
That's a great effort. See here, the reverse sweep's on it. Yes.
Got a finger to it, maybe.
Yeah. He'll go down as a chance, but I tell you what, that is a game-turning chance if he takes that. That is one of those catches you're saving onto your phone for the rest of your career, because that would have been a hell of a grab.
Exactly.
But you're right about Sinfield. I think probably a guy that bowls a lot in the nets, bowls a lot of delivery, so always just wants to get back to the run-up and keep bowling, whereas you actually get there, exhale, take a breath, actually think about what your follow-up delivery is, what you need and how you need to go about it.
Yeah, he's a young player, and that's just going to find a quick single. Good call, good running. Just trying to mix up Sinfield's line and length with that quick single.
Yes, you're right. Young player. He'll learn that in time. That's what experience will do. We'll teach him. When you put on the pump, how can you just stay within yourself, know what your plan is, and just back yourself?
I'll give you an example of slowing the game down to your pace, and that's someone like Brendan McCullum. Even with the 1 day, when he's captain of the Heat, nearly every ball he changed the field for no other reason than to mess with the batsman's head. It wasn't. You didn't think the ball was going to go there, but the batsman had to think about the field change and what that meant. And if you can do that by stopping and thinking about what you're going to bowl next, the longer the batsman has to think, he wants the band-aid off quick. He doesn't want it to come off slowly. So just make him stop and think and wait. And Sinfield's got some tricks. He's got that quicker ball. He's got the top spinner, as you said. Oh, I think he's got a great future, this young man. He just needs to get to know his game better, I suppose, is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I think it's something spot on there, John, as well, with the mental side. It's actually something when you think about team meetings and when you actually look to scout a batsman, you don't actually talk about their character traits. What sort of person are they? Are they over a thinker? Are they a stressor? Are they chilled out? Are they someone who wants bat on ball all the time? Are they nervy? So can you actually play with your emotions, actually play with their character? Someone that, wants to go after the ball, overthinks it, change the field, might just think, he's going to bowl this, he's going to bowl that. Try and create those preconceived ideas that put the batter off their game.
It's just 90% of us above the shoulders. Malenko again, and that finds the middle of the bat of Jack Clayton, who's looking solid. Run a ball, 34 off 33. He's the key.
He's doing nicely, Clayton. He's done it well. What he's done is he showed intent straight after lunch, actually given the UQ a bit of belief that the wicket, yes, it's slow, at times it's a little difficult to score, but you can actually build an innings. So, effectively they're 1 for 1. So how can they build that lead up in this next hour and a bit?
Malenko, yeah, and we talk about bowling partnerships. It's a cliche, left, right and centre, but Malenko tightens it up one end. Normally that you'd go after the spinner, but the spinner's certainly got it on the string, so there isn't any relief anywhere. They're just waiting for that loose ball. Clayton's man is going to pounce, as will Street, but This is a great contest between bat and ball here. 1 and 2 up against each other here at Allen Border. No one's giving an inch. Who's going to blink first? Malenko, right arm over from the Kath Raymond end. That's a lovely shot to mid-off, but no run.
Well, what Malenko is, and it's a strength that you can turn into a weakness, is has such a good line of length, so it becomes predictable. So how can Clayton use that predictability? Get him over mid-wicket, get him over mid-on, actually get under it, start playing some T20-like shots. Get some more sweepers out so you can rotate the strike and get that 4 and over without a boundary.
I'm just a little surprised as see him come in from the city end. I just found the hip of Clayton. I'll just get a single thing about 2, but no. I'm surprised he changed ends. I thought he got a little bit more swing from this end, from the northern end, Simon Malenko, before lunch. I'm surprised he went down to the other end, but obviously Sinfield's got one tied up, and we know, well, that's 100 runs up for UQ. But, and Stimson's, as we said, he's on the hoist. He's not he might come back.
He's been out having a graze. He'll be full.
He might get an hour before, he might get an over before tea, like an old spinner.
Yeah, well, I think Sinfield's purely simply bowling from the end to take away the short leg side boundary to the two lefties.
Correct.
So it's basically based around Sinfield at the moment.
High ball, here's a chance. That might be too big, and it will go for 6. Well, not a controlled shot, but the shortest boundary has favoured Bryce Street, hasn't it, Hamish? Any other part of the ground, he was out.
Well, it just shows, and that's also a good way to bring out the 50 partnership, 55 of 69 balls, but it just shows that shorter side. You can actually take some risks. That's a pure top edge. Street, as soon as you hit that, he thought that's straight up, I'm out. Take the gloves off. Stimson's gone back and back, as you won't see in that shot on the rope, and it's gone actually over the fence. So Bryce Street, they should give some confidence to know that he only has to half hit one. It's going to go for half a dozen on that shorter side.
A little bit of extra pace or bounce maybe from Malenko for Street to miss time that one, but he moves to 47. What's Malenko's trick this time? Finds the pads again, and that's a single. An easy one at that. So Redlands need to be careful here. Hamish is starting to, the pendulum's starting to swing back towards the University of Queensland. The University of Queensland obviously need the 10 Redlands wickets, whereas Redlands have sort of in the box seat with their first innings lead. But nevertheless, you can't discount this powerful club of the University of Queensland.
Yeah, they're going to need a few more overs like they've got the one currently, though.
Malenko, well, he'll make sure he rethinks a short one. Jack Clayton, that's the end of the over, an eventful one. They lead by 10.
Yeah, I mean, from memory, I think that's the biggest over of this innings so far, 10 off, and Malenko bowled 12 overs in the first innings and only went for 8 runs.
Yeah.
So it just puts in, they've actually put him under a bit of pressure, but they're going to need some more like those overs. You look at it, you know, they're 1 for 10, the equivalent of their lead. You've got an hour and 15 until tea break. How can they just keep putting pressure on?
Yeah, is that how you play it? Do you play it by the session? Do you play it by the hour? Or by the half hour even? You know, half an hour before tea, do we start to sort of close up a little bit and try and survive? Or 15 minutes even, you know?
I actually look at it and I think you play it by the momentum of how these two are going. These two are going well. You've got to keep going. It almost looked like, it might sound outrageous, but almost think about bringing in a pinch hitter for the next wicket.
No, I don't discount that at all. James Grady or someone?
Yeah,
long levers.
And what it would do is it would just allow the person that's in. So, for instance, if Jack Clayton gets dismissed here, it actually allow just Bryce Street to bat, manipulate it. As long as you keep the person in, manipulating it, moving the ball around, having some other people and trying to play cameos around them, you're going to build a good total. Whereas if they go Clayton and Street, bang, bang, then you feel as though UQ's out of the game.
I said to Gavin Fitness before lunch, does Bryce Street, you know, put the foot down a little bit, or does he stay there, be the man to bat through the innings and rotate the strike and give it back to the guys who are going to get on with it? We know he can get on with it, but does he need to be the one who puts the semi-automatic away and just go out there and play straight? He's on 48. We know he can bat long time. So is that a tactic you think UQ are adopting here, Hamish? We see Sinfield again. That one's...
Yeah, I think Street, look, if he can bat through the innings, then it's great. But his strike rate currently 45. I like to see him around that 60, 65 mark to actually get it going, to keep rotating it. And if guys can come in and play cameos of 20, 30 at run a ball or just above, even if ideally they probably need someone to come in and get 50 off about 30, just to really push the game ahead.
Sinfield, you can tell he's young. I wouldn't run after that at all. But interesting field placement here by Liebman. He's got 2 slips, or is it a... Yeah, these are first slip and second slip quite close. Interesting. But was Bryce Street's intention to lift the run rate with that hook shot that he mistimed? Is that a sign that he's thinking about getting on with it?
Well, I actually think it's just a strong scoring option for him. I think that's one of his deliveries he really favours. He loves the short ball. He knows it's a good, strong boundary option for him. He's just sort of misjudged it. A bit more bounce than he thought. As you said, Malenko put a little bit more effort into it. Grab the top edge. But it should definitely encourage him to know that that shorter side can work for his favour. That's what they have to do. I think with the next wicket, they're going to get a right-hander in. It's probably going to be Max Clayton. And they actually need to take turns. So whoever's bowling from the Raymond end, the left-hander needs to attack the shorter side. And then from the brothers, Hamilton Road end, that's when the right-hander needs to take charge. Look to get a boundary and over to the shorter side.
Tom Malenko will continue. He's 9th over, none for 21. And Jack Clayton, what an outstanding summer he had, especially the back end for the Queensland Bulls. He really grafted a good knock, was worth 100 against WA. As you see him take guard now. He's on 35 or 38. He's gone behind that runner ball, but still. Malenko 1 slip and a gully point cover mid-off. Tries to glide it. He does glide it into the gloves there of Marnus Labuschagne. He's taken the wicket, and the important one of Jack Clayton. They lose their second to the Students, and the Tigers are roaring.
Yeah, huge wicket there. You can tell by the celebration, the cheer around the ground, how they're getting around Labuschagne and getting around Malenko. The celebrations, they know that's the big wicket. See here on the replay. Slow motion work there. Malenko just hitting that length there. Claims open the face. Got the outside edge. Labuschagne doesn't drop those. That's easy money for him. And that has turned the game on its head. UQ, 2 for 107, but in reality, 2 for 10.
Well, that man, Simon Malenko, the mailman, has delivered once again here for the Tigers. He played for the Tasmanian Tigers. He's always a Tiger, and he's found the edge. He's just glided that into the gloves or the hands of Marnus Labuschagne. He'd be disappointed with that shot, Jack Clayton. He's obviously trying to get between second slip and gully. Didn't get enough on it, so they make the breakthrough, and Malenko, as he does always, steps up.
I think last time they won the final, John, Malenko took 11 or 12 wickets in the game. So he's a big match player. Just finds a way just to turn this game on his head.
Would not surprise me about that man, Simon Malenko.
And what's happened here is just as UQ got that momentum, the Students were getting ahead. It's just going to pause them. And someone like Street, what will he do now? Will he go into a shell again? He needs to keep trying to rotate the strike, get Max Clayton into the game.
So, after lunch, we got 10 minutes before the drinks break. Maybe I spoke too soon, saying it was pretty much level pegging, the pendulum leaning towards UQ. So, Peter Clark and all the guys at Webb Harris, that's my fault. You lost that wicket, but you can't take Simon Malenko out of the game, and you've probably got to give a little bit of credit also to Sinfield at the other end, because they're trying to find some runs quickly. They can't seem to get them from Sinfield, so Jack Clayton thought, I'll just glide one down to a vacant third man spot off Malenko, because there's a wideish ball outside. You probably shouldn't have played. I've seen him 1,000 times leave those before Jack Clayton, but this time he just wanted to get on with it. Unfortunately, Marnus was in the way. Malenko.
Well, you actually see what happened there. Was last over is the Malenko over went for 10, and then Sinfield actually followed that up by bowling a maiden to Street. And then Clayton saw the maiden, and the pressure probably got to Clayton about rotating the strike. He's just throwing that dismissal. I'm not sure if we couldn't tell if Malenko held the ball cross seam or 3/4, but probably just a little bit more bounce. And in the surface, sometimes maybe just thought he was going to keep a little bit lower, come on a bit slower, and it's just kicked a little bit and just grabbed that edge. And, well, Labuschagne, as I said before, man of that quality, he is not dropping those.
Oh, there's half an appeal. Marnus at first slip can't believe he's beaten the outside edge of the bat. And he doesn't spend a lot of time in the slips, does Marnus Labuschagne. I don't know whether that's because he obviously got in first class, we've got Joe Burns and Bryce Street and sometimes Matthew Renshaw, and probably because he's annoying, they put him at mid-off or at cover. But safe hands, Marnus. No one just beats the outside the edge of the bat, and they're excited here, the Tigers. They're standing on their balls of their feet in the slips court, and they're ready to swallow anything Malenko can conjure up. Meanwhile, Max Clayton's got to survive.
I think Marnus would get bored too, wouldn't he, in the slips?
Oh, wouldn't he?
I think he likes to run around and have some energy. He's gone in and out there all day, really.
He probably would be like that. It was one of the things. He'd be yelping in his cage all night, wanting to get out.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And I think he just provides that energy in the field, doesn't he?
Well, you talk about you talk about that energy, and Matthew Renshaw's one of those guys he runs between wickets. He's stealing people's hats, all that sort of stuff that's annoying, but it just keeps that energy up on the field. And Marnus certainly does that as well. Just his presence, obviously, he's a great player, world class player, but on top of that, he brings some energy. He doesn't go into his shell, look, I'm holier than thou, does he? He comes out and just shows that he loves playing cricket for his club. And he certainly can be a little bit annoying, but he's going nuts with that ball, trying to get some shine on there. I don't know whether they're going to try for a little bit of reverse, but anyway. Sinfield will continue from the northern end.
I think Marnus is someone who he loves the Tigers, doesn't he? Growing up in the club, playing for his one club man.
Yeah.
So it's always the beauty of it that when these guys are, they're world-class players, actually come back and they've gone through the whole club system.
So Street, 48, still there. Calls no.
And he's currently the #1 test batter in the world, so it's not the worst person to have, is it?
No. Well, this is the Marnus factor that UQ have to think about when they and if they declare the Marnus factor. Do you add an extra 50 to the total course of that man? Late cuts that one out to deep cover for a single, moves to 49. Yeah, interesting. Now, Gavin Fitness isn't here, Hamish, so I'm just wondering, what's your thoughts of the northern end of that bit of Hessian over the name of the new northern end could be the Gavin Fitness end?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that.
Might just stick to the Gavin Fitness urinals, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Fatty, enjoy that? Or the
might get the statue up of him first, maybe.
There's a lot of brass needed for that.
Yeah, we need to wait for the maybe some inflation to come down to get a good price on the brass.
Well, the 10 fingers themselves have weighed a ton. He's got big fingers, Gav.
They would all be crooked too. They'd be like twisties, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would be. I wouldn't want to be the sculptor. But yeah, yet to be named the northern end stand. We've got the Kath Raymont. Only in the last 3 or 4 weeks that honour has been bestowed on the great Queensland women's cricketer coach, administrator.
Farmer is her nickname, isn't it?
Yeah, she travels all the way. He's let that one go. She travels all the way from, I think it's Gatton, every week to coach or play for Western Suburbs.
It's actually this delivery here, and Max Clayton's let go down the leg side. Last week, they let a lot of these deliveries go of Sinfield turning and bouncing down the leg side. They actually need to pick these up, hit them for 6.
Oh, that's a quicker one. That's jumped on him.
Instead of trying to get tied down here, Max Clayton, I've actually trying to defend Sinfield. Bit outside off stump. You forgot the guy down at deep square. That's a short hit, John, as we've mentioned. Very short hit. Bank yourself to go over that man. Get rid of those guys around the bat.
Yep, they're annoying him. He's playing right in the hands of Sinfield, and he's come out of his crease, but no run, which is important. But Sinfield's, as we talked about previously, he's just slowing it down and making Clayton know and look and count and see who's where.
He's gone for 1 run in his last 11 deliveries, so he's creating a lot of pressure. I don't mind Clayton there using his feet. Got to put something on Sinfield here.
Oh, well, he doesn't bat 4 for his good looks.
That's a good option. Even though he's missed that, he's going to have to really just get a fine tickle on that to get out. If he top edges that or half gets it, it's 4. They need to apply some pressure back to Sinfield, something they didn't do in the first innings. They just let him bowl. Got to go at him, use his shorter side until he changes ends.
They've only added 2 runs to the total since Jack Clayton's dismissal. So, yes, you've got to reset, but as we said, they've got to get on with this run rate, set some sort of a total, and have enough time to bowl out the Tigers. 2 for 109. Malenko?
Well, we're almost an hour away from tea, and they're 12 runs ahead. So, how are they going to build this?
Well, for mine, it's just the quick singles. Wait for that loose one, and at the moment, you know, if you can't get a loose delivery from Malenko or Sinfield, you just got to create runs by just dropping it at your feet and calling communication with your man at the other end, and just come up with some sort of a plan to change this strike over.
You got to create a loose delivery as well.
Yeah.
You need to try something. You need to get into one-day cricket mode.
Yeah, maybe put the charge on.
You need to, I think you need to forget that you're wearing whites and it's a red ball. You need to think about the white ball game, white ball tactics.
So there's no third man. I'd be thinking of throwing the sink at something. If it goes over the top, it probably might even go for 6 down there. But
well, I think what Street's strength is obviously at the body. He loves the pull shot. He's good off his legs. Move across, move laterally across, outside off stump. Pick something up, put it into the Matthew Hayden stand.
You're saying moving across, move that right leg out of the way and make some space? And
just shuffle across, crab across, get outside off stump. Very good off his legs, off his body, and then just back yourself to hit it for 6. That top edge that he thought he was out, I mean, as soon as he top edged it, his head went down. He thought he was a goner, and it's travel for 6. He gets something half. He's going to beat deep fine leg and deep square leg on the fence for sure. He could almost pierce that gap as well. It's quite a big gap. It's probably almost 35 metres between the 2 fielders.
There he goes.
Like that.
And that's going to find the one man. He didn't have to move an inch, but still, he gets his 50. There's Bryce Street off a pull shot there, but he finds the one man in the deep. But you spot on anything over in Cow, it's anything you could run for. Yeah,
and you just see there, he's almost just cue into that, which is forced to go in front of square. If he just rides that, goes with it behind, if he didn't cue into it, it would have been 4 between the 2 men. No, I think that's a hard one for Uni because you're right. Street needs to be able to rotate the strike, but he also needs to find the boundary when his team needs it, and then give enough time for Clayton to get in, and then let Clayton be the aggressor.
I'm just looking at Simon Malenko still got 2 deliveries in this, but I don't see anybody else warming up. I said Baisley's not warming up. Stimson's not. Well, I don't think he does warm up because it exhausts him. They'll find a man at behind square for another single. So. Still using the short pitch balls to left and right handers is Simon Malenko, trying to conjure up a wicket in the deep. But they're
far bigger out that side, isn't it, as well? So it's a good option. No, there's a lot of real estate out there.
There's acres out there.
Stimson. That's why I think Stimson's happy to be on the shorter side. Not as much running, it's either going to go straight to him or it's going to be a boundary.
Yeah, he's labouring a bit, is Stim. I don't know whether he'll be coming back, but if he's asked to, he will, you know that. Oh, a bit of a mix-up. Quick single. Just might have been leaning on his back a bit there. Max Clayton probably wasn't ready for it, but he got there in the end. And that's the end of the over, and that will be drinks with 20 minutes to 2 here local time. We'll take a break here as we see University of Queensland lead by 15, but they've lost 2 wickets, and the important one of Jack Clayton will be back in a couple of minutes. Drinks are taken. Wonder what was said in the huddle there. Gavin Fitness back on the commentary. What was said down there, mate?
I reckon Redlands will just be looking to continue to keep things going the way they are, just as tight as possible, because as we've seen, if they're tight, it creates pressure, and pressure will bring wickets. I think this end's going beautifully with Sinfield. He's bowled 10 overs, or 9 overs now, 1 for 30. And he's continuing from the brothers' end.
So around the wicket, Street brings up his 50 just before the drinks break, but how often do you see something happen after a drinks break? Yeah,
it's just breaks in general.
It doesn't,
as we saw the wicket just before lunch. But then, in saying that, University came back from that pretty well in the first hour. Well bowled again. However, massive wicket, Jack Clayton.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to find that gap down the third man, but he found Marnus's hands in the way.
I heard just talking about Marnus and fielding in the cordon and all that sort of thing. I think the reason why Marnus doesn't field in the cordon is because he's simply one of the best fielders in the world and in front of the wicket.
Probably got, yeah, correct.
He just has the ability to create opportunities with unbelievable speed, unbelievable lateral movement, and real athleticism in the field. It's one of the best in the world. That's the arm ball. Turn on the onside for one by Bryce Street.
Well, for the times he was in the covers, that it makes it the similarities between himself and Mark Waugh.
Yeah,
Mark Waugh was outstanding in the covers.
He was. Yeah,
some screamers.
Jonty Rhodes-ish.
Jonty Rhodes, yeah, definitely. I'd like to go back to the big Super Cat with Clive Lloyd.
Yeah. Remember the days?
Yeah, he couldn't. He grabbed that cherry, and it looked like a cherry in his hands.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Here comes Sinfield again.
Yeah, he's gone. Oh, no shot there. He's gone over the wicket to Sinfield, and he's can't believe Clayton has got something on that.
There's some spin there.
Yep. And sure. Bounce too.
Yeah,
Gav.
Definitely. Yep.
But Hamish is saying they need to take. He needs to get rid of these guys around him. This Clayton. He needs to sweep or be a bit more aggressive. He does that, and that's going to go behind square, and that'll be 4 runs, will it? Stimpson's after that, he won't get there.
And that's the way he's going to do it. That's the way he's going to get rid of those fielders, is by turning the run rate.
Wasn't a good ball from Sinfield, though.
No, it was way too short and straight and turned down the leg side. However,
4 very value runs. They lead by 20 now.
Yep. So reality is they're 2 for 20. But as we know, I still think it's shaping up, because as we go into the later stages of the game, as we know in finals, runs on the board.
Yeah. Yes.
And then, you bring a uni side out here that have got everything to play for. Who knows? A couple early wickets and it could be game on in a big way.
Yeah, they're a mighty club, aren't they? A powerful club.
Definitely. Yep.
UQ, a lot of depth. Peter Clark in the corner.
Yep.
But the Tigers, well, you talk about their passion, good culture down there at Peterborough Oval.
Absolutely.
Wellington Point. This man, Malenko's been part of for many years while he was not in Tasmania. Another single. So they're turning over the strike.
Be interesting to see how many overs Malenko gets out of this spell, because after this, I reckon they would probably look at Marnus again from that end, wouldn't they? Not convinced. Big Stimo's got much left, especially if the ball's not swinging, because I'd imagine the uni boys would look to come pretty hard at him.
Well, I just want to. I'll wait for Malenko to come in. We talked about Sinfield having more overs before, or probably bowling instead of Marnus, and sure enough, second over he gets a wicket to Sinfield, and they actually took to Marnus a little bit there before lunch, got a bit of momentum on, but
I think Marnus got a little bit too straight. Then he come around the wicket, trying to probably overcorrected a bit, Found himself still too straight. He went for a couple of boundaries down the leg side there. But as we know, he has a great ability to get in the game, so anything could happen when he's got the ball in his hand.
Around the wicket, he continues Malenko to the left-handed street. Well, they've also got Thomas Biggs, who bowled a few overs in the first innings as well, who hasn't had a bowl yet.
Yep.
But I don't see anybody doing any calisthenics.
No. I'm warming up at this stage.
And Malenko, with Sinfield at the other end, getting through his overs pretty quick. He's not a machine. He may need a break sooner rather than later, although he's doing his job. One ball left in, oh no, 2 to go. So he's still got 2 men in the deep. One just behind square and one in a traditional fine leg. So is there a bouncer to finish this over to Bryce Street? He got a top edge earlier. No, full pitch. Oh, he's got him out. No way in the world. Malenko gets the run out. Unfortunately, Clayton's on his way. Bryce Street, a straight drive, fires the fingers as Malenko and into the stumps at Cannons, and the umpire gives him out.
Wow.
When you're hot, you're hot.
Correct. Oh dear, that's a big wicket too. Max Clayton just out of his crease. Gee whiz.
You cannot believe it, can you? Do you give it away after that?
However, it looks like Millie's even sort of like guided it on there. I think he was. Yeah,
he didn't actually. He could have stopped it. You're right, Gavin Fitness. He could have hung that hand down there and fielded it, but he presence of mind, the experience of Simon Malenko.
Absolutely.
Says, I'll let that touch the fingers and keep going.
Yeah.
Well spotted, Gav.
Very, very, very clever cricketer, to say the least. And a massive wicket, because it's a rank half volley, isn't it? Streety hits it well. Yep. Yeah, he has.
Gavin Fitness well spotted.
He has, seriously, Malenko. And he celebrates it as well, doesn't he?
He knows. Premeditated.
Yeah. Gee whiz, eh?
Bowled very wide at the crease too, didn't he?
And I'm sure while leaning in the bar, up against the bar tonight, he'll be telling everybody about how he meant to bowl the half volley and how...
It'll be a flick then with the middle finger. Something like that.
Yeah.
So, geez, poor old Max Clayton. He was just starting to... He did the hard work, got himself in.
Yep.
Brings a very talented Yana Kutsi out to the middle. Bryce Street, the other end, still there.
However, I think that Bryce Street might be up for a few beers tonight, especially for Max Clayton. However...
Either side of those stumps, it was 4.
Yeah, correct. Spot on. Now, this is really starting to hot up now as to which way this game's going to go. Redlands get another couple of quick ones here. And you can just about pencil their name on to the trophy for the year. 48
overs still remaining in the day's play.
A lot of cricket.
A lot of cricket. 96 tomorrow, so 144 overs allowed. So plenty of time for Uni to dig in. They might not think about 2 new balls. I think they might just try and survive the day, Gav, and see what sunrise brings. There is forecast of a little bit of rain tomorrow. Not a lot, 3 mil.
There is a bowling change at the brothers' end. Biggs comes into the attack. Left armour.
I wonder whether Sinfield will switch to the other end to give Malenko a breather.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Baisley's... It'll look like he's warming up, but that wouldn't hurt to have Sinfield have a trundle from the other end. But anyway, Biggs will have his first over in the second innings from the northern end. Yana Kutsi with his first delivery. Oh, that's a loosener.
It's almost a wide down leg side.
Almost. I don't understand.
He's covered some ground there, lead running.
Little legs.
Yeah. Got him back. Got his feet back under him in time to dive to catch it.
That's it. It is all about the feet, isn't it? Just getting across and then
absolutely.
taking off on your. On your left foot.
You normally find with wicket keepers, 99% of them have great hands. Comes in again, Biggs. It's down leg side again. Yeah, normally wicket keepers are in that spot because they have great hands. So the theory that I tend to work on with young wicket keepers is if we can get them to move their feet and get to the ball, they'll catch it if they can get to it. So your feet as a wicket keeper are crucial, which Lee Drennan is obviously moving very well out there at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's actually, we talk about it in rugby league, a lot of players fall off tackles because they don't actually go that one extra step. They use their feet to get closer to the tackler. So your same thing applies to the cricket ball.
Correct.
An extra step towards where that ball's going makes it a little bit easier. Biggs over the wicket in the left armour.
That's better.
He's found his line
See
now.
where he wants. Hopefully he'll stay there for him.
Some serious hair too. There's Thomas Biggs.
He has.
Look at that.
Seems to be a thing with young blokes in their hair these days.
I don't get it. I remember Nick Buchanan used to have a ton of hair. Had the bun going.
He used to think it was a wig.
Yeah, I think Harry Wood from South. From Ipswich.
Yeah. We had a little bit of it with, I think Aubrey Stockdale had himself a bit of a mullet at one stage. Well bowled. It's high on the bat. That's what they're after.
Getting a bit of a pace there, and his run-up's not quite smooth yet either. As Biggs. I don't know whether it's the first time I've ever seen him play. I don't know whether it's the way he does run in. Some have a bit of a stutter. Some are nice and flowing and rhythmic. So 53 Bryce Street, Jano Coetzee. Certainly a very, very talented player as Jano. Also voted best rig of the club 5 years straight.
Who's
Jano.
this?
Jano.
Has he?
Oh, yeah. He's an Adonis.
Well bowled.
He's going to have to bring his pretty game to the
Well,
middle of Allen border.
he might be one bloke that can put the throttle down and start to lift the run rate here. The lead's 22.
Yeah, I wouldn't think they would be worrying about tea or anything like that as they were about lunch, but this is, well, while he's got 6 balls to face, he will need to change his game plan next time he faces a delivery or an over. That's well outside off stump. End of an over. A maiden. So 22 the total.
It was a maiden over from Biggs to start with. Wouldn't say it was his greatest over though. He's a couple of dot balls wide down the leg side. They're back to Malenko at the other end.
Well, he's going to keep going.
Yeah, he'll keep going.
His money's worth.
Who knows? I'm not sure. Wouldn't surprise me if this was it for Millie. Not sure if he'll continue to keep playing. I don't think he hasn't played all year. He's been in and out a bit. No, he's got a young family and a business and all that sort of thing. And
it's a long summer, isn't it, Premier Grade cricket?
Especially, well, this has been, I must admit.
Well, we started earlier with the
correct.
KFC.
Yeah, started with the T20 Max, which blew the season out by 4 weeks.
Yeah.
But then, it brought the season, made the season longer, but what it does also is you got to start earlier. Training,
pre-season. Yeah.
So, you're probably starting 6 to 8 weeks earlier than what you normally would. And
well, if you get to the final, you've lost another month.
Correct.
Because you play the semi-final and final in March.
Yeah.
Because everybody else is on the prawns and the beers in the end of February.
I think the Toonville boys are on a cruise at the moment. So.
Really?
Well, we unfortunately didn't make the 4.
There's a lot of rashes coming back from that. Malenko striving for another breakthrough. 2.
Well bowled.
2 wickets he has.
I back Malenko here too.
Or one of them, I should say.
I back Malenko to nick him off here. There's just a little bit of shape. The ball's shaping all the time, that's one thing. But if the ball's only shaping occasionally, that makes it even harder. You can't predict which one's going to go.
I like this field from Lee Drennan. Maybe a third, but
yeah,
he's I don't know whether maybe they think it's a little bit too paced. They've got cover in quite close for one to pop up, and that's just spraying on the pads. He knows it, Malenko.
A little bit straight.
Well, any other day they probably would have gone for 4, but a bit slow outfield, 2 to the total.
He'll just look to adjust his line now. It's just amazing how if you bowl through the corridor, the ball goes, it'll shape. You bring your line a little bit straighter, and it just doesn't go.
I wonder, Malenko looked very, very disappointed in that, and I think it's the fact that it allowed Yano Kudsi to get off the mark. You know, that first touch of the footy, the first time you get the ball off the middle of the bat, that sort of stuff gives you a ton of confidence.
I think also if he missed it, he was probably dead in front, so it's well bowled.
Knows where his off stump is.
He'd be just looking for that, what we call a little skinny outswinger. Doesn't go big, just goes enough to catch the edge.
Yeah, that's right, Gav. You don't want swinging too much. They'll let you. You'll let it go.
Just my dealings with Millie over the years were always he swung the ball quite big, which didn't work in his advantage. But when he got it to go skinny and not as far, it was real dramas.
So is that more 3/4 seam than?
I'm not sure how they held it, John. I just focused on catching them. I'm not sure how they held it. But, I mean, the classic example to me of it was Ryan Harris. Ryan Harris was by no means a big swinger of the ball, but he just bowled these skinny little outswingers that just went enough. Very, very difficult to face.
Can be a game of inches.
Absolutely.
Sun, for the first time appearing at Allen Border Field, and as I say that, it disappears.
Well bowled again.
Good over.
The end of the over. 3 off it. Total goes to 3 for 122. That's 42 overs gone. The lead is now 25. So, reality of it is University of Queensland are 3 for 25.
46 overs remaining.
Yeah.
Just seeing if Biggs is going to continue, as you'd expect. He gets his line length. He's got some pace about him as Thomas Biggs.
Bit of a slinger.
Going to go around the wicket. Oh, sorry, over the wicket, left armour. Bryce Street, 54 off 124. We've seen him do it at Shield level, just batting time. He would have loved to have actually put the foot down a little bit, but now he's had to go back into his normal long form of the game. That's got him in big hundreds in grade cricket.
I think Streety would have felt the weight come back on his shoulders when Jack Clayton got out. He was going along nicely when Jack was going at over 100, a strike rate of over 100 at the other end.
Yeah, Jack looked like he was taking the game back towards UQ, didn't he?
Definitely.
I said that, and it was probably my fault he got out. It looked like the pendulum was starting to swing slightly towards UQ, although they do need to get 10 Tiger wickets. Short ball, that's going to almost kill the umpire. Go to square leg for 1.
A little bit of steep bounce.
Yeah, I think that's umpire Steve
Doinas.
Or Doinas.
Doinas.
I can't remember. So actually, I hosted the. I hosted 2 years in a row. I'll be doing it again, hosting the umpires and scorers awards evening coming up soon, and I got everybody in the crowd to say Steve's last name, and there's about 55 different versions.
Was that the umpires' dinner?
Umpires' dinner.
Not convinced I'd go into that one.
They go crazy.
Don't think I'd
dancing on the tables.
Don't think I'd get an invite to that one, John.
Police are often called. That's going to go for 4 runs.
Through mid-wicket.
A lot of people getting frog marched out of there, I'll tell you, Gav. It's just a lot of has-chem signs up. Most of the umpires actually ring up the night before to apologise for their behaviour, so they don't have to do it the following day, which is quite polite of them. Do a great job, the umpires.
Absolutely.
In the background, you see there's Nathan James. Look at that. Didn't quite get all of it. But
no, still ran away. So.
Yeah, short boundaries.
And here comes again Biggs.
Biggs needs to readjust. It'll do it again. He does so.
That'll go. Through the field for at least one. It's got a bit quick off the wicket block.
Is that Marnus that beat?
No.
No, because he hasn't got the red towel. Where is he? Still in the slips? Oh, there he is. He's at mid-on.
Sniffing around the zone, the bowling crease.
So Yano Kutsy's gone to 7.
That'd be an interesting gig for Lee Drennan to have Marnus come back from Test cricket and have to captain him. And when I say that, the fact that Marnus is always looking to get in the game, which is one of his greatest assets.
Yeah.
I'm sure at times Lee has had to tell him no.
Yeah, tough, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
How do you say no to somebody who's played world-class level? But
Yep.
But obviously, Lee Drennan would have seen a lot more of his opposition and
Definitely.
his plays a little bit more than
Yep.
Marnus. But just that last delivery there from Biggs didn't quite get
Didn't
middle
get
of
through.
Street's bat either. It was might have a bit of a swing from that end. But then again, Lee Drennan also has to do the same thing, I suppose, when Jimmy Pearson comes back.
Yeah,
He
correct.
actually has to field, not glove.
Yeah.
Lovely shot.
Sure.
That's a terrific shot. That might be the shot of the morning. That will go for 4 runs. Stimson dives and too late. That's a lovely shot.
So, as we suggested earlier, Millie going as well, Malenko going as well as he is from that end. He needs to be supported from the other end. Now, Sinfield was doing a great job. Biggs has missed his areas a bit, and he's going at 5s.
Does Sinfield need to come off that soon?
I would imagine. Oh, yeah, I'd certainly have him back in.
Yeah.
I think he's your match winner there. I think you lock him in from one end. At his 20 years of age,
exactly.
he should be able to bowl all day.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not hot here today either. But
No, bowl him all day from this end, rotate your others from the other end.
yeah, ask for 4 or 5 quick ones from the other end.
Yeah,
We'll
4
rotate,
overs, 4 or 5 from Malenko, 4 or 5 from Baisley, 4 or 5 from Biggs. You might throw Marnus in the mix for a look. And you can do that stuff if you get if you're getting if the other end's locked up.
Yeah, well, he got 7 wickets and that was off 32 overs.
Yeah.
So he can bowl big.
Yeah.
So
I don't think he'll be far off again. Here comes Malenko.
Oh,
that's going to be
in
out.
the air, and it is
Beautifully
out. Gavin
bowled by
Fitness.
Malenko.
Malenko.
Yeah.
Yano Kurtzy's on his way. They lose their 4th wicket. Simon Malenko. Well,
That's that shape.
take a bow.
I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of shape there for Malenko. I don't think it was a change of pace. I think it was shape that's done him. He's got it. He's made contact out in front. I'd imagine it's a leading edge. Oh no, it's slow ball, isn't it? I think.
Yeah,
it
he's
is.
put his arms in the air straight away. But
Yeah,
I
that's good
just-
cricket. Jeez, that's good cricket.
Well, he's done it twice now, hasn't he?
Yeah, it is. He's come down the back of it, I think. It's an off-cutting slow ball, I think.
I was just wondering whether earlier I spoke about how they had the extra cover in a little bit closer, whether they thought there was a little bit of two paceness from the other end, but he may have actually bowled that a little bit slower and brought Yano down.
It's hard to pick up.
Yeah.
From
Simon will know.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll tell us about it. But yeah, it looks like he's come down the back of it a little bit. There was a little bit of shape there, but it was a leading edge. He was out in front, and it's gone to mid-off.
Wow.
4 for 132. But as we all know, the reality of it is University of Queensland are 4 for 35, which is the deficit now, 35.
So Bryce Street comes down and has a bit of a chat to Walker. Walker scoring a 50 in the first innings. You want to do that and some.
He's under the pump here too. It'll be great to see how he responds here because Malenko has got himself right into this game. And I certainly know when we talk about playing some of the sides around, you talk about keeping their big players out of the game. Malenko's one bloke you don't want in the game because if he's in the game, he's going to hurt you, which he's doing here.
Tail up, 3 slips in a gully.
Yeah, he's got an extra slip in now. Yeah. And I reckon he's going to sniff him. I reckon he's going to have a go upstairs as well early on the young bloke.
McBride taking that catch at mid-off. But Gavin Finnish, you know, you can watch your Test cricket, you can watch your Sheffield Shield cricket, and you've got a final here, and it has all the same elements.
Absolutely.
All right, of a player who's craft experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's brought it to Allan Border Field in Simon Malenko.
Yeah, he's just cagey, mate.
Yeah.
Cagey.
And
cagey.
I'll put it to you. I thought that Richard Hadley and Dennis Lilly were better bowlers when they got older because they were smarter.
Yeah, definitely. They weren't as quick.
No, but they were smart.
But they know their own game extremely well. They know the areas that, and they know their opponents very well as well.
It's not very often I speak highly of a New Zealander. But he was the greatest I've ever seen of how to bowl at an old age of mid-30s. He was still absolutely cleaning up at first-class cricket. And Simon Malenko, he's just bringing his A game here to Allan Border, as you said.
Hadley had a beautiful action, didn't he? And it was just very easily repeated all the time. And just with slight little differences between swinging the ball away, swinging the ball back, which, unbelievable.
Paddles. But Hamish said it before, he had that demeanour and stuff to annoy the Australian crowds in particular, and the best way he responded was to take a pole.
Correct. It's well bowled again from Malenko. Just nibbling away.
End of the over. I'm going to jump out. And,
Millie's having a little chat there to the young batter as well. That doesn't surprise me. I'm sure they're all starting to have a little bit to say, including their supporters on the far side that I can hear. That's a great piece of bowling. So Sinfield's back into the attack by the looks of things. Welcome back to Hamish.
Yeah, thanks, Gav. Thanks, Fatty. Well, two out of the three of us have actually played for New Zealand this combox, Fatty. from memory. So John's a little bit out of line, trying to have a go at both of us.
I must admit, it's one of my. It's a memory I'll never forget. That's for sure. It was obviously under different circumstances where it was they were trial games, one-day trial games. A fellow called Chris Nevin. Was actually stretchered off during the New Zealand warm-up. I then received a phone call from Graham Dixon as Sinfield comes in. It's well bowled. He's going to get one. I received a phone call from Graham Dixon at the time asking me if I was interested in helping out. And one thing I'll never forget is how, this might hurt to say this, Hamish, but how good of blokes were the Kiwis. Between Stephen Fleming, Dan Vittori, Craig McMillan, just wonderful group of blokes. Walked into their dressing room and you would have sworn I'd played half a dozen, well, 30-odd games from them. However, they just made you feel really welcome and still have the uniform and some wonderful pictures at home of it. Sinfield again, a little bit shorter. And managed to, obviously it was very enjoyable getting to keep to Chris Cairns and Dan Vittori. But then I'll never forget the innings that Chris Cairns played here. It was unbelievable. Oh, there's the bat pad, well bowled again. I reckon we might see Sinfield slow things up a little bit here and really look to extract that bounce and turn. He's got a short leg in position.
Yeah, I like there being aggressive, Fat. Got more of those catches around the bat.
Oh, was that a no ball? Someone call no ball?
Yeah, square leg. They did it all last week, Fat. The person down there on the boundary's falling asleep. He's behind square.
Oh, my God.
Needs to be in front of square. We saw it a few times last week. Just those basic errors of 3 behind square.
Isn't that a coach killer? Wow.
Especially if you get a pole.
And it nearly was. It was nearly a and that'll go for a boundary.
See, that's a good shot. It's not. We didn't see that enough last week when he gets the drag down leg side, a bit of bounce. They're just letting it go through. Walker pounces on that.
Yep.
Actually puts some pressure back onto Sinfield.
Bangs it for 4.
and allows them to block out a few more good deliveries here without feeling any stress.
Yeah. Yeah. In comes Sinfield again. Oh, geez. Dear, oh dear. Interesting now. However, just to finish off that story, Hamish, probably the one dismissal in my career that sticks out ahead of any of them was in that game when my friend and yours, Brendan Creevy, decided to run past Dan Vittori. And it just happened, it gets bunted to mid-off. It just happened to be that the photographer on the sideline picked up a wonderful photo of it just as I was about to take the bail. So that makes it into Creevy's inbox every Christmas.
That's on the front of the Christmas card.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He would have sort of bowed past him, did he, with those bowed
he
legs?
He tripped over, I think.
Put him in to run past it. But
it's quite interesting because it's for a tall man, he was quite athletic, Brendan. However, obviously hobbles around the grounds these days. Both knees are gone.
He's a good fellow, though.
He's a great man.
BC, big Creeves. He's one of the greats.
One of my favourites, say the least. However, we're back to Malenko. Interesting over that last one, the way. It's going to be interesting if Harry Walker continues to try and play Sinfield the way that he has in that over. Malenko, bumper. Guaranteed dot ball at the moment.
I'll tell you something, it sounds like there's a few Redlands fans in who have started just after midday, probably.
Yes.
With a few bivvies.
Yeah, probably been up the Albion first, and you can see a few shirts off over there.
You got to love it, though, don't you? It
Absolutely.
brings something to the game, brings a bit of pressure.
Right. Well bowled again. I can certainly remember this time, what was it? 15, 20 years ago, Sandgate playing in finals and that here. This over here where Champions Corner is would be absolutely full of blokes who are absolutely full as ever. Yeah, interesting times, fun times. And I'd say the Redland boys, as the game gets closer to getting a result, I reckon there'll be more come. So Malenko bowls to Street, turns it on the onside, no run.
I guess you tell you a story about currently Australia A playing New Zealand at Lincoln University, just outside of Christchurch. We played a few trial games. Surprised you went there, actually, Fatty, for New Zealand. Some inter-squad sort of games. Maybe you'd retired from this point. A few students on the boundary, pretty rowdy. Very rowdy. They'd offer the old spates. That's what they drunk down there.
Malenko bowls again on the onside, no run.
So they'd offer a few spates up on the side there to players, and they'd turn it down. And this one player on this occasion, now he hadn't played for New Zealand, and I thought to myself, there he is on the boundary, pretty chilled out guy. This guy turns around, grabs the stubby, nicks about half of it, gives it back to the student. Goes up, gives the hat to the umpire, starts bowling.
Oh, dear.
Has a bit of a bowl, and you think to yourself, everyone's still looking over in the dressing room and going, well, he can probably strike his name off for ever playing for New Zealand.
Well,
and then made his test debut a few weeks or a few months later, and actually turned out to be a very good cricketer. And you think to yourself, maybe that was the changing moment of his life.
Well, if you spoke to most Aussie fast bowlers, I'd imagine that the only thing they'd say about that is he only got it half right because he only necked half the stubby. If he was an Aussie fast bowler, he'd have probably down the whole lot. Whereas, the beer's cold over there, isn't it?
Yeah, the climate helps it chill a little bit.
The Redlands supporters are livened up now. Comes Malenko.
Out.
And that's out. That's out.
Got into his head, Malenko. He had a few words to Walker. He's an aggressive batter. There's a lot of real estate out there, and now they can sniff the title. They can sniff this Redlands. UQ, Walker, he took the right option to try and take it on. It's just flat. He needed to go higher or pretty down on it. Probably a better option is to actually try to hit it harder. Fortunately caught in the boundary there from Moolah. That's a good catch. And they're now, the equivalent now, they're 5 for 44.
Yes. Oh, he's got it all wrong, hasn't he? Really has. Trying to pull off the front foot.
Now UQ just have to graft.
Yeah, they're going to struggle to get themselves back into this game now. However, you never know.
They're going to have to, yes, they have to probably really shut up shop now for the next 20 minutes. Get to tea break, get Street there with someone, whoever's going to come in.
Massive pressure on Bryce Street now.
Yeah, massive pressure. He just has to bat. He has to try and, I think they have to somehow try claw their way to a 200 lead.
Yeah, yep. However, as we've said before, Hamish, finals cricket, mate, they get a lead of 150 and come out and throw everything at them and see what happens. But funny things happen in finals. However, I know which side I'd rather be on at the moment, mate, that's for sure.
We'd rather probably be on the bank.
Correct. Righto, so we're back to Sinfield. The new batter is Grady. I reckon there might be a few more around the bat too when he comes on strike.
Yeah, it's a chance to put the foot down in it.
Yeah,
really create some pressure. You've got to try to bowl them out now if you're Redlands.
With Sinfield turning it the way he is, I reckon I'd consider a leg slip.
Tell you something, Fed. They might have turned the Gabba into a buncer. 3 spinners they got. They got Sinfield, Kuderman, Swepson.
Typically from Skinfield.
Typically only playing one spinner due to the quality of pace bowling that Queensland have. Hard to be a spinner in Queensland.
It is. We've had some good ones. I'm going to say that. You know, there's been some good ones along the way. That's for sure. You know, you look back at obviously at the moment with Swepson, Sinfield are both doing the job. Prior to that, you had a bloke like Cameron Boyce who was fantastic as well.
Horry,
yep. And then you just through the Chris Simpson, great captain, very good spin bowler, and the list goes on. I mean, our error, I'm going to say that, my error, there's probably a little bit of a shortage of spinners. We had Paul Jackson, and the other one that played quite a bit was Jeff Foley. Bowled very well. Foles went from bowling. He's used to run in off about 100 metres to becoming a right arm off spinner.
Sounds like a smart man.
Oh, geez, that's just missed the off stump. It's well bowled. A lot of pressure now. You can feel it building. You know, they have got that leg slip in too. I'm not surprised by that. I reckon I'd even have another one in, Hamish. I reckon. There it is. Oh.
No, I totally agree. He also like to change Vangle as well.
Good bit of work from wicket keeper Lee Drennan. Showed some good skill down the leg side there. Kept his anchor foot in place, which enabled him to get the bails off quickly. Oh, yeah.
You could almost bring 45, who's there saving that one for almost a sweep shot. Bring him into the league gully there with the league slip.
There it is.
Right there.
This is real pressure now. Sinfield's got it on a string as well.
Yeah, he's up and about.
Yeah, they're all up and about. The Redland boys, they're up and about. The spectators are up and about.
This is a good replay here, actually. Fat side on here. See the man under the lid. Oh, jeez. Just a bit late on it. It's hard under there, though.
Absolutely. There it is again. Oh, playing a miss. It's gone. Oh, he's beat him on the inside, I think, has he? Interested to see that replay as well. Or was it on the outside? I'm not sure. It's hard to see with that view, but it must have been on the outside. Coming around the wicket. This might be interesting. There it is. Well bowled. Very good. It's a great over. One off it. 5 for 142. Or in the reality. 5 for 45. Redland University.
Yeah, it's tough. Redlands have always had the nose ahead of the game since
Yep.
day 2. That Pearson-Smith partnership, that 100-run stand, that really put them ahead of the game. And since then, UQ have tried to claw their way back, but every time they get marginally close,
Yeah.
Redlands just pick up a wicket, or they just have that partnership. They also had a couple of 50-run partnerships that drew it really away from them. Something UQ just haven't been able to do. I think they just haven't been able to build those partnerships with the batting.
Malenko from Catherine Raymond end. Just dropping it in exactly where he wants to drop it, or where he's been dropping it all afternoon so far.
What's your wicket? What's your opinion, Fat, on the wicket from, I guess, an Alan Border type wicket to the university wicket?
I'd say similar. I think there might be a little bit more pace in the uni wicket at the moment. But in saying that, you know, I think the wicket here at Alan Border Oval's probably lacked pace all year. I think it probably it will get back, because, you know, the wicket block was ripped up and all that sort of stuff. It will get back to being, you know, the wicket that it was. However, at the moment, it's been a little bit slow. You know, noticed it through the WBBL with the Heat girls. The wicket was a little bit slower than what they were used to. And I look back at some of that stuff, and I think the wicket was a little bit slower. The ground had been made a little bit bigger. Yep. And we found a lot of our girls that were clearing fences the year before were holding out on fences last year. Yep. We didn't have a great record at the games we played here last year, which we'll be looking to improve on next year. Malenko, wide down the leg side.
I guess the only reason I asked that question is just for the rhythm of the uni batters.
Yeah.
They've just looked out of rhythm the whole time that they've actually batted here.
Yeah.
Just with the ball coming on to the bat, a bit more at uni, they can just sort of
absolutely
stand upright, get their hands through the ball, whereas here they've had to actually get into the ball a bit more and work a little bit harder on their shape and their intent.
Yeah.
The shape of their shots.
Just got to stay in their shots that little bit longer. All bowled again from Malenko. But they'll be happy with that, the Redlands boys. They'll be looking to bowl, obviously, at Grady. And the hard part is that if Streety is getting on strike, he's not overly hurting them at the moment.
Well, it's hard for Street, isn't it? He's probably not sure sort of what tempo to go at. Just as he starts to get going, thinking to himself, right, I can build a partnership. Yeah. I can get going. Then Clayton got out. Yeah. And since then, the other Clayton got out, brother of, and then Walker gets out as well, just as I guess he was trying to bring some real oomph to the innings. So it's hard for Clayton. He's had to just to get going. He's got to keep restarting, which is never comfortable for both batters.
Absolutely. Whereas I still think the big wicket, well, the big change was Jack Clayton's wicket. Well, bowled by Malenko, another bouncer.
It's almost like Malenko's brought the whole family just across onto that terrace for almost an early Easter or a late Christmas.
No, as I've said, mate, I know there's a culture and a half down at Redlands in Tigerland. They've always played with passion, and that goes back as far as the days of, you know, the bloke that does a lot of this sort of work, Bangers, Evan Bancroft, and, you know, Mel Freeman, Rowdy Freeman. You know, they were always very passionate. Steve Story, these sorts of blokes. Craig Jesberg. They always played with passion. Always aggressive. It's another good over from Malenko. One off it. So the game's just, well, it's not standing still because Redlands are getting wickets, however. Makes the lead 46.
Isn't it funny, though, what a couple of poles does to the pitch?
Absolutely.
Thought it was a little bit dead, benign maybe.
Yep.
Flat, hard to score, but hard to get out. And now all of a sudden, ball's beating the edge.
Yep.
That seems such in the game, Redlands.
However, if they can knock Bryce Street over, yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether the game goes into tomorrow or not.
I think if they knock Bryce Street over, you probably want to ring the engraver.
Yeah. Sinfield again, continuing from the brothers' end. Comes into Bryce Street. It's well played. They'll get one. That's all I'll be after. Interesting. Streety would have wanted 2 there. Get back down that other end. Because it's really a game on here. Sinfield to Grady. Plenty of them around the bat. I got plenty of them around the bat, but I reckon I'll probably have more. Hamish, I wouldn't mind seeing an extra 1 at least in there.
Well, we might see that. Marnus has sort of pointed to the short 45, but not enough. He needs to come in right onto the edge of that wicket there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just for something there. He needs to be beside that leg slip, almost like 2 leg slips or a leg slip and a leg gully there. Not sure what he's quite. He's saving just a little flick off the pad, but you actually want him to try and flick off the pad more.
Absolutely.
The guys around the bat, he might actually see that as a run-scoring opportunity. Could create a wicket.
Probably find you a
Right there, Fat.
Yeah,
exactly. You're right there. It's on his lap.
Yep. It's like before I said to you, we were talking about the reverse sweep and just, and I think I said to you in regards to putting a second slip in there, and just as it happened, Bryce Street reverse swept and the opportunity went down. All bowled.
Like the intent, though, from Grady.
Yeah, definitely. Get down the other end.
Yeah, but if he gets that slog sweep, it's 6. It's 6 or it's 4.
Correct.
And actually puts a little bit of pressure on. It's just find that balancing act. I think for you, Q, if you're going to try and graft away, it could be pretty tough. He needs someone to try and play a wee cameo. Go with the spin. Try get Sinfield off. Try and make lead in and actually make some tough decisions, because at the moment, it's pretty easy.
The lead's gone to 48. As I said to you, though, runs on the board. Seen some funny finals here over the years, I must admit. I remember one in particular. We'd batted poorly, and we managed to set on a flatty here. We managed to set Wes 71 to get. We bowled him out for 31. Unbelievable bowling by a young bloke called Nathan Remington.
Oh, yeah.
And a fellow called Shane Jurgensen.
Big Jurgo.
Remington got 6, Jurgensen got 4, Wes all out for
the big Jurg.
For 31. The following year, though.
You remember the game, you wouldn't remember the night.
No. I know we were on the clubhouse roof at Sandgate until daylight. However, the following year, I remember Wes bowled us out for 50 odd in the second dig to beat us. So they certainly made up for it the following year, that's for sure. But I guess all I'm saying is anything can happen in a final. You never know. You never know. People react differently to pressure.
Yeah, it's if they can just get whatever they set Redlands, if they can go wee bang within the first 5 overs, definitely squeaky bum time.
Yeah.
Edge of the seat sort of stuff. The crowd will go a bit quieter. There'll be a bit of a silence around the ground.
Yep.
At the moment, they're just going to focus on this 9 minutes, Fat. They got to get through this 9.
9 minutes through till tea. So you'd imagine 1 from Malenko, 1 from Sinfield. You'd imagine. I think Malenko, could get in the game here again too. So a little bit of shape, just back of a length, just holding in the pitch a little bit.
A few little words too.
Of course.
A few little comments.
So there should be. I think Malenko's been round long enough. He probably backs himself to bully a few of the young blokes, and so he should. But in saying that,
Malenko back it up with his actions.
Malenko will try and bully him on the ground, but off the ground, he's a great man. And when I say that, he's a lovely bloke. So comes in and bowls. There it is. That's a great area. That's his area.
That's actually the hard guys to hate, isn't it?
Yep.
You know, when they're actually good guys off the field and you really want to hate them. You don't want to talk to them at any stage.
Yeah. He's found his areas, and he's been the difference today, hasn't he? What's he got? He's got 3 for 30 off, 15 and a half overs. That's very, very good from the old pro. Oh, it's through the cordon. It's exactly what we were talking about, Hamish.
Yeah, well bowled.
Yeah.
Pushing him back with the bumper early in the over.
Yeah.
And then bringing him forward. He gets that outside edge and to Gully's left. And then another Gully in there. Or Gully to pull off a specky.
I reckon he'll be looking for a third slip.
It's actually 4 runs that the students need,
Definitely.
EQ need. And our lead of 50 now, Fat, so it's above that 31 you bowled them out for.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And as well bowled from Malenko.
Whereas I'll probably be in trouble for mentioning that 31 with a few of the West boys, Greg Rowell and Dean Tuckwell, and these sorts of blokes would be banging their heads against the door still. But as I said, they fixed us up the following year. Fixed us up easily.
Be one of those things that haunt you, wouldn't it, for the whole season?
Yeah.
You're just
It did.
Just that one session of your
Yeah.
whole season.
Yeah. Well, as you can imagine, their supporters were pretty vocal when they came out to chase 70 on a flatty here at AB Oval. Malenko comes in, bowls again. It's well bowled.
I could imagine it would have been pretty good being the fielding side. Listen to those supporters go quieter, maybe even leave the ground.
Well, and I think it would be fair to say that we probably drank most of their beer as well. Well, Brendan Creevy probably drank most of their beer, I'd say.
2 ahead, didn't he?
Gee whiz. The best I've ever seen. And I've seen a few over the years.
Got
He is
a
the
hole.
king.
Got a hole in his foot.
Absolutely. Malenko again from the Catherine Raymond end. Another bumper. No ball. Front foot, no ball. It's just overstretched a little bit. I'll be looking to take one with them to tea here.
It's probably not a bad wee result that we know it. Now you can pitch one up. Try and find that outside edge again.
Yeah, drag him forward. There it is. Oh, 2 straight down a fine leg. They'll get 1, and that's not a bad single either, to be honest. For Redlands, they'll be looking. I'd imagine there'd be a great chance here of picking up Grady if Sinfield gets it right.
I'd actually like to see Sinfield try and push through this over. Redlands show some energy, and then I go 1 over Amanus bowling his leggies.
Yeah, that'd be worth an option.
Just something different just before tea. He's got lots of energy. We know he's a pest. Lots of energy in there.
Yeah.
And he'll want a wicket. He'll want to contribute somehow. He knows if he gets 15 or 20 not out with the bat, it's not really got any fingerprints on the game. He'll want to take a pole, contribute.
Correct. That's well bowled.
So Sinfield can push through this, then give Marnus 1. He can bowl his offies to Street, bowl his leagues to Grady.
It's the bounce, I think, that Sinfield could...
Just those deliveries there, Fat. I actually reckon he's got to take those on. Try to put some pressure back on Sinfield.
Yeah, definitely. There's no one behind square down there. So
if there
if
is
he gets anything on it, it's 4, isn't it? So say the least. It's well bowled. Oh, they'll get 1. Or will they get 2? No, they're going to take the 1. Street's going to take strike. Probably for the rest of the... How long we got? We might get another one in, you reckon?
I think we will. With 3 balls to go in the over, 3 minutes.
Yep.
Street's going to have to do some serious gardening for it to be dinner, for it to be tea time.
However, you're going to struggle to get the ball out of Millie's hand last over before tea. I don't think even the great man Marnus himself would be able to extract it out of his hand. Sinfield. Well bowled.
Was bowled. We saw Baisley open up with 3 overs after lunch.
Yep.
And he's just bowled that whole time from one end since then, hasn't he?
Yep.
So he might want to go on ice.
Well bowled again.
That's a great
Good
bit of
fielding
work.
from Sinfield.
But yeah, I would be a fan of seeing Marnus here for 1.
Interesting.
or even Sammy Hazlitt, something different just to push through for one. Just see if they just take, because Malenko's bowling, they're going to be not serious. They're going to be serious the whole time, but going to be focused to really get through it.
Whereas I'm not convinced what they're doing here. Why hasn't mid-wicket in? Stop the one. Streety will get down the other end. Oh. Well,
here we go.
You would have thought that Streety would have been looking to get down the other end, wouldn't you? However, he might be just focused on getting through to tea now. We got one more over before tea. And it's going to be Malenko. That's for sure.
Probably no real shock, but
no.
Would have liked to see something different, just to see if they batters just relaxed a little bit.
Yep, definitely. We all know how wickets leading into breaks are just coach killers.
Is that why you got no hair left?
No question, mate. No question.
Linny throwing it away before too many breaks.
Well, it certainly wasn't from getting patted on the head telling me I was good, that's for sure.
You're a coach, mate. If the team goes well, it's never you're never behind it.
Absolutely. In comes Malenko. Oh, yeah, that's a good area too.
He's got that third grabber in as well, Fat,
yeah,
as you mentioned.
Got the third slip in Sammy Hazlitt.
He's gone back to that conventional sort of 4-day field you see with 3 slips in the gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on. But he's gone deep square and for that bumper. And then finally, he's well in place.
However, what I have found is, what I have noticed is their cordon, their slips cordon, they seem to be very close to, or they looked very close together last ball. I don't know whether they'll adjust. So Marnus has gone into first, so if you get a front-on view of their, gee whiz, they're close together.
Maybe Dredden or Marnus is telling a story.
Jeez. It's certainly not going between them, that's for sure.
Well, it's only going between them with a couple of shoulder arms.
So that's now ticked over to 240, so that will be tea. In comes Malenko. Well bowled. It's a good area.
Well, he certainly has bowled well, Fat, and certainly another session that Redlands have won. 5 poles in the session. Sorry, 4 poles. Had that 1 pole just before lunch.
Before lunch, yep.
But it's definitely a Redlands session. You think, well, they are not far away from putting this game away.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's bowled him, has it? Or LB? Bowled him. It's gone the other way. And it's hit off stump.
They say if you're thereabouts, top of off. And there's 2 types to leave, and that gets that negative mindset, looking to get to tea, just looking to get through.
Well, there's 2 types of leaves, a good one and a bad one. Yep. And I would suggest that that's probably a bad one.
Yeah, Grady. Just that off-stump awareness, not great there. Malenko, well, he gets a break, just as they did before lunch. They get the wicket before tea time.
It's beautifully bowled. Nip back just a little bit, catches the top of off-stump. University, 6 for 152. However, 6 for 55 in the reality. Beautifully bowled by Malenko. It's gone early too, hasn't it? Like,
yeah.
It's gone. It's almost swung back in out of the hand, but then it's gone a little bit again off the wicket. Class act, unbelievable. He's had a good day. He's picked up 4 for 38 off nearly 17 overs. Really been the difference here today. As we've spoken about before, keeping the big players out of the game, you keep Malenko out of the game, you would have been in a far better situation. However, that's tea. So on that, we'll be back soon after the break.
would have been a fairly sombre tea table for the University of Queensland. Hamish, a wicket just before we saw a wicket just before lunch. We've seen a wicket just before tea. And now 6 for 152, University of Queensland. They only lead by 55. It's well, survive to the next day probably.
Yeah, it is, mate, yeah. Welcome back after the tea break. It's Malenko's been on fire, really. He changed that session. Sinfield, as you see, got the wicket before lunch. And Malenko, well, he's got 4 poles in the session. He's definitely changed it. Bowling unchanged after Baisley opened up the bowling and only bowled 3 overs. And you think, well, UQ, well, Street needs to bat a long time. He needs to bat the rest of the day. And here's someone around him. 1 or 2 guys around him. Create a bit of a partnership. Get that lead to 120 maybe overnight. 100 bit of change. And try and make something special happen on day 4.
Yeah, runs on the board as Gavin Fitness the same. Malenko just keeps on keeping around the wicket. And a bizarre dismissal, the last one, just shouldering arms.
Well, there's 2 types. As we mentioned, there's 2 types, and that wasn't a very good one. A little bit of maybe in shape as well. Off the deck and out of the hand. Just trying something before the tea interval, and it paid off for Malenko. Now Sale's in, the left-hand batter. So 2 lefties in. Pretty interesting to see how they adapt. Sinfield will probably really enjoy that, though, having the 2 left-handers on strike. They'll be able to keep him plugged in from this northern end.
And Nick Sale sometimes opens the batting for the University of Queensland. So he's no slouch with the timber, but he'll have to bring his best game to Alan Border. Wicket maiden there for Simon Malenko. No surprise there, but it is a uphill battle. But, you know, it might be one of those like 2-foot putters and you get it 120 and you just never know. University of Queensland got some talented bowlings, Willens, Crook. Certainly make inroads. Kudsi's not too handy. He's very handy, obviously, with these medium paces as well. So, yeah, it's not over yet. Students will think they've still got a couple more classes to go to. With Sinfield looking to...
well, could actually set them up a little bit nicely, having a total that Redlands know they can chase and not necessarily block out. They actually want to chase it down and win the game. They could just create opportunities along the way. We'll see what pressure has done so far for the students. Sort of probably melted a little bit under pressure. But if Redlands got 150, 160 to chase, they could easily turn.
Quick single. That's part of the tack that we'll spoke about. Rotate the strike. That'll bring Sale on, who's yet to get off the mark. Batsman out this morning so far for a University. Lovell out for 13. He faced 70 deliveries. Jack Clayton caught by Marnus Labuschagne. Gets second slip off the bowling of Simon Malenko. As Sale takes guard. Max Clayton run out with a bit of genius from Simon Malenko. A straight drive from Bryce Street towards the stump. And Simon Malenko, rather than just stopping with his hand, just got enough on it to push it onto the stumps. If you look at the replay, if you get the chance, it's sheer brilliance from Simon Malenko. And then Iana Kiltsey caught McBride off the bowling Malenko at extra cover as Sinfield comes in around the wicket. Sweep shot, does it beat the fieldsman? No, gets a hand on it. And I'll get a single. And then just before tee, Walker. Sorry, Grady bowled by Simon Malenko, but before that, Walker was out for 5, scoring a 50 in the first inning. So it hasn't been a happy middle session for UQ. Like I said, that wicket fell just before lunch off this man Sinfield. Only the 1 wicket for him so far. But he certainly aided and abetted Simon Malenko at the northern end of the Kath Raymond end.
Yeah, well, it's just that ability that he can actually they can just plug him in. I plugged him in for that whole session. He's not going, he's going just over 3 runs and over. Picked up a pole and he's actually created a lot of half opportunities as well.
Quicker ball. Throws the right leg right down the middle of his Bryce Street on 66 off 150. Did they dig themselves a bit of a hole before lunch with a slow over run rate? That one's going to be attempted sweep. It misses it, does Street. We can all be hypothetical. That's the beautiful thing about cricket, isn't it? You can make up all hypotheses of what should have or could have happened in this game.
It is a beauty of it. You can sound like a complete expert after it. Once it's all happened.
Exactly right.
I think Lovell and Street just got They just got stuck at ends, didn't really rotate. I think they could have applied a bit more pressure to the opening bowlers. They did move towards them. I think they could have moved laterally, could have moved across, moved to more of their strengths, straight off his legs, or maybe even backed away to a few of those length deliveries and slapped them through point or cover, just to create something. Just think time's not on their side, and now, well, they really just have to bat a lot of time now. They need to bat to the rest of the end of the day, and probably try put ideal situation. Try put Redlands in halfway through that session tomorrow morning and try snip out a couple of poles.
35 overs still remaining in this, but yeah, I reckon the goal for them would be get 100 triple figures, and perhaps.
Yeah, I think they've got to eke out 100.
Yeah.
Between these last 4 wickets, try get about
Another
150.
Yeah, correct.
Try get a 150 run lead, so they can have a little bit of attacking fields as well. Got to have some sort of catches around the bat. Try and create something.
Yeah, I think it'll be quick, sharp spells from the quicks. It's a great catch there at leg gully. Whips it off his pads as Nick Sale. Malenko gets his 5th wicket in a final. Oh, take a bow, Simon Malenko, and what a catch at gully.
Well, when it's your day, it's your day. That's a great way to pick up your 5, and that's a great catch from Sammy Hazlitt there at leg gully. To his natural hand, to his left hand. See on the replay here, see Malenko just nicely coming in, but ball down leg side. Sale thinks it's easy runs, and then Hazlitt, well, that's a sharp catch straight to his left, and well, you think that's almost game over there. Students now, there's 6 down, and they'd only lead by 57.
Yeah, I think they might get let out early today, the students. They'll be on the school bus, but 7 for 154, and Simon Malenko even wasn't the greatest of deliveries, but they put a man there for a reason.
Well,
Hamish,
probably
right?
more for the short ball there, John,
Yeah.
but in about 5 or 10 years' time, maybe the reunion that they had last week, the 25-year, 125th reunion, that story will become perfect plan. Bowled it down the leg side with Hazlitt there. Hit straight to him. You just know cricket's one of those games, isn't it? Sometimes when it's not going your way, it is not going your way at all. And that dismissal really is typical of things not going UQ's way.
Yeah, Sammy Hazlitt. He could have caught that doing a bit of goofy foot on his short board off the point arc right. Loves his surfing, Sammy Hazlitt. And yeah, he's took that one nicely, as you said, Hamish, in his left hand. But wow, Simon Malenko, 5 for 38. He copped a little bit of stick just before lunch. Not a lot, but 10 off 1 over, as I recall. And you were with me then. We thought, oh, well, look out, he might want to have a bit of a breather, Simon Malenko. Well, he did, not for long. And Matt Willens must have thought this morning, well, get the last wicket out, and I can have the rest of the day off.
Yeah, I don't think at least maybe have a wee bowl tonight, but maybe have a bowl with maybe 200 or so lead, not 57. He better bowl in the first innings, though. He got a nice little 32, so
He's a big man.
it's a big front foot that he puts down the wicket, that's for sure. But he got a nice little 32 last week when he batted. So, I mean, if he can contribute something around that, another 30, another 40, somehow with Street, he should be trying to just do little targets here with Street. How can they get to 200, or how can he help Street get 100? How can they get that lead to 100? Just work on little targets. Try and absorb some of this pressure.
3 slips in a gully, and they... Oh, there's an appeal! There's an appeal! No, the crowd was louder than the fieldsmen. I think they're still going and denied. Marnus walks away, cannot believe it. And Lee Drennan's got the teapot going, the sugar bowl.
Yeah, well, it's good umpiring. He's under pressure. There's a lot of pressure there, not only from the Redlands fielders, but from the crowd as well.
Let's check the height on this one.
Well, if it hits Willens above the shin, it's probably going over.
It might be a bit high, yeah. Might be a good call. It's got some pace, Simon Malenko, and Matt Willens is 6'15".
I think it's actually the way it's popped up in the air. It looks like maybe it's hit that back thigh pad and it's just ballooned up. Whereas when it balloons up like that at times, you feel as though maybe it's inside edge that's made it balloon up. So good umpiring there. absorb that pressure. There's a lot of it on him. He's done well, but it's another fantastic over from Malenko.
Look at it straight on this time. Check lead Redlands. Where does he go? Yeah, just a bit too high, I think.
Almost a little bit down as well. I think as soon as we're into Gully's hands, though, John, that's when you get excited. You think you got 2 dismissals of play. Think to yourself, well, if that's not out, surely it's caught.
Caught, yeah.
But it looks like it was just flush pad and good umpiring.
Yeah, I think it's a bit high. So,
well, if it's hit him on the knee roll, then that's probably hit us on the chest.
he's a giant. We watched Sinfield come in and bowl beside the fifth light tower here at Allan Porter.
It's like Glover, isn't it, beside him?
Yes. So one slip for Bryce Street, the glue of the university second innings. Doing all he can to try and stay there. And Sinfield, well, the field spread giving him a single.
It's not often you talk to someone and you get a sore neck, is it?
No, you and I are pretty tall. He's a bit taller than us.
Yeah, well, yeah.
By a bit.
Only by about a torso.
Yes. He's got that little toothpick at the other end. But anyway, Sinfield, still just the 1 wicket that he got just before lunch. 15 overs, he's bowled for 49. Certainly worked well in partnership with Simon Malenko. And there's the single they wanted to give to Street to bring Willens on. And I guarantee you that he'll be using that long stride of his to try and snuff out any spin.
Yeah, well, he's going to get that big foot about halfway down.
Yeah, he might have to bowl a bouncer to bowl a Yorker to to Willens.
Get him back in the crease. I guess
Yeah.
that's the advantage of being, as you said, 6'15", is you can get that big hoof down the wicket. When he does get that lead, his big hoof down the wicket, short leg has to go with him. Has to move with him for that catch. Just can't stay stationary. So there's a little bit of awareness around the bat of having to move. He puts that massive hoof down the wicket.
I don't know whether Matt Willens can sweep. He's got 2 sweepers out there. Let's have a look. And he's halfway down. Look at that.
So it's a long way down if he does sweep.
Well, if I got down that far, I wouldn't be able to get back up. But he's got a deep mid-wicket and a backward square leg either side of short leg. And Marnus at short mid-wicket. So I think that's where they're going to get their wicket, that bat pad or that leg gully.
Yeah, like that there. That's well bowled. Just trying to catch the edge or get him just to feed straight to leg gully. There's Sam Haslett. There's again. There he is again. He's got good hands in there.
Enthralling stuff. Matt Willens' heart will be racing. There's half a shout from everybody.
We crowd catch there.
Yeah.
Not taking much for this crowd to get excited.
No, the Tigers are on a. They've been to the trough a few times this afternoon. The Tigers supporters. Oh, stumping. Bat was in the air for a moment, but not that long. Willens got it back in time. Whisk that bat around.
It's a good bit of keeping from Drennan though as well.
Yeah.
Especially down leg side. We'll see it on this replay here. So there's that massive stride. He gets back. Oh, it's hard to tell, isn't it? Maybe the bat wasn't down, but that's tough to call live. That's when you need the third umpire. If we can get it, maybe a little bit of slow motion from the crew. Yeah, they've done it. Guess now it's make your own mind up at home.
Just in time.
That's a good decision from the square leg umpire. He's been under pressure twice now, back-to-back overs, and he's answered the call.
I think regardless whether it was out or not, with the lead Drennan doing that, it's keeping Willens honest, isn't it? He knows if he's goes for a hoik or anything, he misses it, he's going to lose his bail. So the old man's back. He's come out of the aged care system. He's been given a roadworthy certificate, probably a dodgy one from the same mechanic I take my cars to. But Stimson's back on.
He's got his day past his outing.
He's got his day pass. He should be. Normally he's
probably
half an hour from bedtime. Actually,
I was going to say it's dinner time about 35 minutes. So he's had to wrap this up pretty quick.
So Stimson replaces Simon Malenko with a fantastic fifer. Probably enough to get the silverware down to Peter Burge Oval, but it's a funny game, cricket.
Oh, that's why we love cricket.
Yeah.
So many dramas, so many twists. Still probably a twist to come in this storyline.
Stimson now. It's right on the money. Just straying on the legs there, but you look at him.
Yeah, he looks sore straight away, doesn't he? Looks like they're going to need to run out some more WD-40 or some more oil just to lubricate that right knee.
If I was a vet, I'm sorry. But it's time to
take
take him for a walk.
Take him for a long walk. With a shotgun and a carrot.
Just the last supper. So Simon Lenko.
Maybe adopt him out like one of the greyhounds.
I think you'd rather go to stud. Enjoy the last few days. So Stimson, well, he started off bowling very, very well and very, very tight to start. From 10:30 when they came into the field, did the Tigers. University of Queensland were behind by, I think it was 100 and, oh, my memory's not so good. Or we can do it up on the board there, I suppose, if I'm smart enough, 107.
I think what Stimson bowling, what it will do is create the uni batters to play at more deliveries, just due to the lack of pace. I won't feel as though that they'll be able to leave it. They feel as though it's slower, so they can actually play at the ball.
Stimson, if there's is a downhill to either end, he's picked it. So 18 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 38 for Simon Malenko, and Stimson, the 8 overs this morning, done for 12. Sinfield, 16 overs, 1 for 50. Biggs just the 2 overs for 10. One of those was a maiden. And basically, only the 8 overs, which is interesting in itself. I wonder whether he's labouring Baisley. Stimson.
I think here for John, it's maybe, I'm not sure how much further John's going to go in his playing career. It's probably a last little bit of give him a bowl in the final maybe before it's all over, and then come back and wrap it up with Baisley. See if there's still any swing in the air. Get him play and get the batters playing a more delivery, especially Willens. I mean, if it is Malenko or Baisley bowling, he'll probably leave a lot more deliveries. With Stimson, he'll probably just play it a few more and maybe give feather one behind.
Attacking field here, 2 slips in the gully. The gully's very, very close. Probably only about 10 metres from the bat. There's the gully fieldsman and Heslett. Point covers reasonably close. Mid-off, mid-on. Mid-on's wide, then mid-wicket, and a fine leg 3/4 of the way. Now they're moving mid-wicket back. Not sure how far. The longest boundary here on Allen Border with this pitch 2 from the right on the square. Stimson. Still got a good carry. Old Johnny.
Well, he certainly doesn't lack height, so he's going to get the bounce.
Yeah.
Just a matter of maybe that first over is just an over to get the knee going. And then after that, he could be not too bad to carry on. But to be honest, I'd rather him bowling than me from the looks of it. How sore he looks. I'm happy I'm not going through that amount of pain.
Unbelievable. He's limping to the other end where he's bowling from, which I think is a bit rude, Lee. Brennan?
It's probably not bad for him, though, to keep moving.
Keep moving, yeah. Could be right. Tin Man.
Get some heat in it, yeah. I think the Tin Man probably moved a bit better.
A bit better. But the other thing is we've got to wait for him to move into position before we can start the over. So Sinfield looking for his second around the wicket. 7 in the first innings. He'd love to have a 10 for the match.
Well, he deserves a 10 for, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The way he's played, the way he's done that partnership. He's done with Malenko. Malenko did it in the first innings for him, tied up that end.
We also batted very, very well.
He definitely close to the top of the list for the Andy Bickle medal.
Yeah. One slip, and now he's into his 17th over. He's actually starting to show his age. He's a little bit slower getting back to his mark, which you can understand. Strays on the legs. They're going to get 1. Trying to push for 2, but Matt Willens, he might be tall, but he's not swift.
He needs to turn those 4 steps into 3, doesn't he? Got to turn and go again, but that's a very, very good bit of fielding. I guess this Harfison field here, what he'll be thinking is maybe why he's a little bit slower is, what am I actually bowling to Street? Don't really have many catches in play. You know, Street doesn't really go after the ball. He'll wait to see it and play it on its merit. So this is what he want to do. He want to bowl to Willens.
Oh, he's gone for it. That's going to go all the way for 4.
That's a good shot from Willens. Those are the deliveries he left to the first innings, John. He let those go, and he's actually just picked that up and accumulated an easy boundary.
Well, that's one way to... Well, they haven't scattered the field, but it's... knows his intent now, Willens. Oh, good comebacks infield.
Yeah, that just looks a bit of a tougher shot, doesn't it, on the slower wicket? Almost looks like Labuschagne could come in a touch.
Yeah.
Be a catching opportunity there that should come into a shorter mid-wicket.
Almost similar to where he got his first Shield wicket. That one's gone for a big hoik. That would have landed in the Breakfast Creek Hotel, or the creek itself, into the over. So Matt Willens is not going to be shackled. Anything loose, he's going to go for it. So at the end of the over, 64 the lead, 7 for 64 if you will.
Yeah, he's definitely... he didn't leave anything behind on that shot, that's for sure. He's definitely tried to put that over the NCC, which is behind us, behind the Matthew Hayden stand there. That would have been a rather large hit if he got hold of it. But unfortunately for him, it just hit that pad of his.
Stimpson about to start his 10th over, second over this spell. I think I saw his wife's down here as well, mainly because she's next of kin. Just in case there's any paperwork or last rites to be read to the man. I'll tell you what, you want to put that heart in a jar. It's massive. Here he comes. Been with the club for a long, long time.
She might just be... I'm not sure if there's any sort of mobile scooter shops open.
With the red flag.
Just back in the truck in and get it delivered, drive it out to it, get a clap off. Rightly so, maybe even a wooden wee peg there just to replace the right lower limb. But you're right.
He should get the...
big ticker for what he has to do here.
Yeah. Well, I said it's overcast, but it's still muggy. Still a lot of sweat coming out of Stimo. As he comes in again, that's beating the outside. That's vintage John Stimpson right there. Just enough to beat the outside edge of Matt Willens' bat.
You feel as though if that's Willens facing a Baisley or a Malenko, he's probably looking to leave that. But that lack of pace that Stimpson provides, he just feels as though he can play every delivery. And just a wee nibble there from Willens. You feel as though Marnus will probably be eating that at second slip.
Willens needs to use that left foot and go down and meet on the half volley and just send it straight back over his head. He's not getting a lot of swing and then and throw everything out. There isn't a third man. I'm just going based on what he was doing against Sinfield the previous over, going after him. I'm not sure why he's not applying the same strategy to Stimpson, but probably just the old boy's too good. I love the follow through, and I think it's the reason being, don't stop.
The old brake pads have worn down a bit.
This is the fourth set on the 500k donk.
Yeah, he's got to slowly just pull the handbrake up just to slow himself down and turn himself back around. So
he uses a brick now. I'd love for him to get a wicket in a final. Stimpson. And falls short, probably by a long way to Marnus, but he gets the edge of Matt Willens' bat.
Yeah, something that's the dismissal we're going for there. Just doesn't carry, just goes straight to ground. Willens turns behind nervously, and Marnus, well, he did his best there, but wouldn't matter what effort he put in there. Wouldn't have carried how much he dove forward.
So he survives again. Does Matt Willens survived a stumping? That's in the air and safe. Well, it might be just getting enough luck here, Matt Willens, to cause a bit of a pain in the backside of the Redlands juggernaut. Street on 70.
Tell you something, John, if he does get a pole, The side of that terrace is absolutely going to erupt.
Yeah, they'll be,
They could almost jump the fence and storm onto the field. And they've got their wish. Sinfield's coming off, and he's being replaced by M. Labuschagne.
I don't think he's going to bowl medium pace either. I think he might be going for his finger spin.
Yeah, well, he bowled mediums from the Raymond end, the farmer end, and then he's been pesting Lee Drennan probably for the last 5 hours.
Yeah.
To get another bowl, and Drennan's, his ears are worn down. He's finally had enough, and he said, "Rightio, mate, you can bowl some." I think he'll bowl offies to street. Look to bowl a mixture of off spin and leg spin to street, and then Willens who bowl his leggies.
So the two Bulls teammates will clash. Now he's might be going to bowl his leggies.
Yeah, he's warming up with his leggies, bowling over the wicket. If he comes around, you feel as though he'll bowl his offies like he was in warm-ups, but the field's spread. Look at that. He wants his matchup. He wants Willens on strike.
Yeah, he bowled his leggy then, and they get the single. Willens goes down the other end, and when on the way past said, "Do I have to?" So the field changes dramatically.
Here he goes. He knows what he wants.
Yeah.
I guess this is...
No one's going to say no.
No, and I guess this is what he showed a bit of a team against Sinfield, so Drennan's thought, well, I'll get my wrist spinner on. Can turn it either way. Be interesting to see how Willens picks him. He's only got one guy catching a slip, which is very strange. Two guys on the fence, and no one's having a one from mid-on to the 45, which, again, you feel is very strange.
He's going big, Willens. He's going to go big. Oh, beats the outside edge, the top right shoulder of the bat.
You always feel with the tail enders, John, to see on the replay here, they're always going to struggle to pick the spin if it's a leggy or a toppy.
Look how picky
Or a wrong'un. So I just think you need to have guys around the bat.
Off the back foot, finds cover. Oh, Bryce Street makes his ground. I hate to see Bryce Street get out in that manner. Been very, very strong, but Willens gets to the other end. But, well, Matt Willens standing next to Lee Drennan. Oh. DeVito and Schwarzenegger. Marnus. Got a leg gully or a leg slip. Don't know whether he'll try and find a single or whether Lee Drennan will let him have one.
I think he's probably got to bring that. Maybe after this delivery, he has to bring everyone in. Try and stop Street from being on strike.
That one's straight back in the hands of Marnus. Doesn't try to glide it onto the stumps like Simon Malenko did, but Matt Willens was leaning on his bat. Probably should be wearing the high-vis stuff around the manhole with that stance.
Leaning on the spade.
Leaning on the, yep. Wheels of progress. Marnus, a flatter ball, finds leg glance to fine leg, and that will be over. Street retains the strike. Marnus doesn't make the breakthrough.
Oh, yeah.
Nick out the back for a bit, and it's all been happening, apparently.
Yeah, you've gone away for a touch too long, Fetty.
Stimson continues now from the Catherine Raymond end. The lead is now at 68.
Maybe even a little bit harsh since Sinfield getting taken off there. I know Willens was looking to, really deposit him over the stands, but with that, it does create opportunity.
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't mind seeing one more over.
Mind you, I do see Marnus slowing it up a little bit and Matty Willens possibly running past him.
Yeah.
Comes Stimson again.
The only thing that put Willens off is being the wrist spinner. Is he confident enough in picking which way it's actually going to turn when he does charge? With Sinfield, he knows what way it's going to turn. He's got to worry more about trajectory, and the speed of the delivery, as opposed to Marnus. Does he get a little bit nervous and not sure which way it's going to turn?
And if he does get it, it's going to go. There's no doubt about that.
He's got long levers. He'd hit a big ball off the tee, you would suspect.
Absolutely. You know, Matty Willens gets away from him for 20 minutes, half an hour. Puts another 40 or 50 on. All of a sudden, 130, 125, 130.
Well, he's got a high score of 41 not out this season. Fat.
Yeah,
he's got 32 in the first innings, so
absolutely.
You can definitely hold one. I think I've seen Basie doing a few streaks. If Basie comes on, I'd actually like to see him go up around the head of Willens make him feel uncomfortable.
Stimson again. It's a good area. Straight through to Drennan.
Tell you something, he's taken maybe 9, 10 balls for Stimpo to warm up, but that's looking good, that one. He's got through the crease nicely there. Almost looks like a Bulls Masters game, that first over or so.
Yeah, I'm sure we could slot him in somewhere for a game. No, he's done a great job. He's certainly been tight. Now look at that economy, 1.3. Bowls again. I would like to see him pick one up, though.
Yeah, he definitely deserves
one, definitely.
Well, he's tied the ends up. That's what they've done well. You look at the numbers, and it was the same in the first innings. You know, Malenko bowled 12 overs, none for 8, and Sinfield got 7 for, and now Sinfield hasn't gone for many, and Malenko's picked up the wickets, and Stimson's dried the runs up as well. So it's just that team effort, that partnership bowling.
Yep. Just dot balls build pressure. It's well bowled again.
It's hard to take 20 wickets, so you've got to work together as a team to try and accumulate them over a period of time.
7 for 166. The lead is now 69. 60 overs down. He's got another over. Marnus. So Marnus Labuschagne continues from the brothers' end.
Oh, there's an appeal. There's an appeal for a catch. Out, not sure what for. Could be one or the other. Cannot believe it, Bryce Street. He's finally been dismissed. He's been the glue of the university's shot at trying to make a game of this, but unfortunately he's been given out. Caught Drennan, so it's off the bat, Lee Drennan.
This is going to make an interesting replay. I have no doubt that he's hit it. But as to what's happened after that, I think he's might have hit it into his boot, has he?
He's not happy. Oh, I think
geez.
I think he's missed that.
There was 2 noises. I'm pretty sure there was 2 noises. However,
scoreboard says he's out, but we'll have a look because we have the luxury.
Unless he's been given out LBW. It's a replay, so. Jeez.
We'll leave it for you, the punter, to decide what you think on that one. But anyway, he's on his way. Bryce Street can't believe it. He's probably got a case. But he's out for 73. They've lost their 8th wicket, now have the minor premiers. That brings Crook to the wicket. So we've got the bowlers.
Fairly sure he's been given out court. That's my reading.
He has been given out court, yes. But
it has hit the boot or made contact with the boot or possibly half volleyed the boot. And Drennan has scooted around and caught it cleanly. And it wasn't until the court behind appeal that's when the umpire reacted and gave it out. So I don't think it was out LB. What have they got here?
Well, the interesting part about it is you see at the top of the order there, Court Lee Drennan, was that they appealed initially, I think, for LBW. Then Lee Drennan flew around to take the catch and then appealed again.
As I said, I definitely heard 2 noises. So anyway, Marnus comes in and bowls again. Wrong'un. I think it was a wrong'un.
Interesting.
Will Crook comes to the crease.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. I know that the camp with UQ supporters, there are a few of them, but there's more Tiger supporters here, and it's going to get messy down there at Wellington Point tonight.
No question. So it should, though.
Yes.
They'll be coming out the woodwork. Marnus again.
Well, they've got to still a race to 69. We've still got 27 overs to go. The wicket's still in pretty good nick. I don't think there's any demons in that that's going to cause anything of major concern to a fairly talented Tigers batting order. But still, runs on the board, Gavin Fitness.
As I've said to you, I've seen it before. I've seen it before here. Marnus comes in again from the brothers' end. It's well bowled. On the squeeze there. Man under the lid. Two slips. I think Matty Willens will throw caution to the wind now. I reckon he's going to go hard.
Good launch, 4 minutes until the drinks break.
Oh, jeez, that's well bowled.
Crook.
Very well bowled.
End of the over. So Marnus bowls a wicket maiden. 1 for 15 off his 5 overs.
Is this dismissal again of Streets? So, gee, I don't know.
So Bryce Street, a very welcome pole. 73 is in the sheds now. Now it's for the tail enders to try and get that total somewhere near 100. Baisley and Stimson having a chat at the Catherine Raymond end.
Geez, he's done well to get through his work, hasn't he? Considering the way he's moving now, he was moving like that this morning, and he's gotten through his work beautifully here, Stimson. He's bowled 11 overs.
Yeah, he's got the. Well, here we go. He's getting us the chant from the Tigers.
It's well bowled. That's a good area. Matty Willens, solid in defence, though.
I'm not sure what they'll have to say at the drinks break, but I don't think John Stimson wants to have a drinks break. He wants to just keep moving. You can do some laps. He's bowled from that end all day.
Bowled again. Just hits the same area pretty consistently. It'll be interesting to see if Matty Willens decides to go over the top here. You know, at 8 for you, you've got to be thinking that you want to, if you can get away from him for half an hour, because as we've said, he's got long levers. Well,
sure. Hits Marnus in the chin, I think, in the end.
Slow ball. And it's just caught high on the outside edge. Marnus has dived forward. Hasn't been able to get under it. It's a fair way short, though.
So just checking John Simpson. I'm trying to work out how old John Simpson is, and it's got in here age NA. I don't know whether that's a Roman numeral.
NA?
No, I can't find how old he is, John Simpson, but he's bowling with the heart of a 21-year-old. I'll go through for a single. Leg. Maybe somebody out there can let us know how old the veteran is. But what a way to finish your career if you can get the title.
Absolutely.
I think he won a premiership in 2016.
Is that the last time Redlands won it?
Yeah. So that's 8 years. What's that? 7 years ago.
And he played in that side, did he?
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's well bowled off. Marnus again. He's had him land all around him. In front.
He's in the game all the time, isn't he?
Just can't help it.
No.
Signs of a very, very good player, no doubt.
You probably go places, I reckon.
Wonder if he'll bat 3, will he, for Redlands, you think?
Even they might need him. Swing and a miss.
Stimson.
So Crook's gone to the party.
Now, this is an interesting matchup. Marnus to Woolens.
Bit of a chat in the middle. Well, it's actually supposed to be a drinks break now, I would have thought. Oh, no, top of the hour.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, man. I'm thirsty.
How long have you been playing this game?
I'll get the hang of it one day. Too soon.
So what's he got? He's got none under the lid. He's taken him out. I'm surprised he's taken him out from underneath the lid.
I think he's played his hand, hasn't he, Matt Willens? He's going to go big.
Yeah, well, he's going to try and go big. And
He's rather die on his feet and live on his knees.
And if he's going to go big and he doesn't quite get it right, it's going to bounce up at short leg, isn't it? You'd imagine?
Yep. Well, he's got 2 slips, backward point.
Maybe they can't find anyone to go in there.
Yeah.
Those levers are that long, they're pretty scary.
Yeah, and if he misses with the ball, it might get you with the bat.
I think Marnus might slow it up here and... No, quick again.
Off the back foot. Lovely shot there
Yep.
from Matt
One
Willens.
down the ground.
Now, let's see if they change it for Crook. I think they've got a similar mindset, but they're going to
No,
find a
back
man underneath the
back
lid.
under the lid now.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking about how's Marnus thinking he's going to get Matty Willens out. I'm not sure what his plan is. Because if he's got 2 deep, he's got 2 back on the deep, on the drive to Willens, you'd think he was going to slow things up, wouldn't you? And
Yeah, I don't think
go.
I don't think Marnus is going to get him out. I think Crook will get himself out, and he's gone for the big hoo-ha, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Beats the man at mid-off, and that'll go for 4. There you go.
It's a lovely shot. Lead
Threw
to
it out there.
75.
This has got... It's not over yet. If you're a
Oh, no.
die-hard University of Queensland
That's right.
fan, you think, wow, we've got enough. Let's declare.
There it is.
Again, and that one finds mid-off.
Tell you what, the ball has followed Stimson all day, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Yeah, if he's
Yep.
not bowling, he's fielding it.
Well, he's at long off, and he's bowling
Yeah.
at the other end.
He's had quite a few chases around the boundary, quite a few dives at the rope. He'll be in good stead tonight.
Yeah, ice bath. Marnus, again, that one's been hit off the back foot to extra cover, no run.
Don't think they're coming out quite the way Marnus is hoping for them to come out at the moment.
No, Matt Willens got a solid 30 in the first innings. Trying to replicate that.
He's having a look. Just try and keep him out of the
The
game.
summer of the man cat.
Well,
It's just reared its, well, I could say, ugly head. But keeping him honest.
there we go. That's the length. That's a great piece of fielding.
Marnus is that.
Just a great piece of fielding.
No
It's a
ball?
no ball.
Jeez.
Jeez.
He bowled no ball the other end too, didn't I think, Gav?
I think he did,
Yeah.
yeah.
But over enthusiasm, second over.
Yeah. First time I've seen one called from square leg for having too many behind square. It's been a long time since I've seen that. Well, he's played over the top of that, I think.
End of the over. 77's the lead. 8 down.
Oh, Stimson got another one in him.
He'll say yes when he gets there.
Where are they going? Oh, I've got a funny feeling it's Baisley. The way he's walking.
Oh, Basie's,
Oh,
I
maybe
don't
not.
know. Basie's heading towards this southern end, or northern end, I should say. And John O. Simpson is doing
Jeez.
the Cliffy Young. The shuffle.
Off with that.
Was it Cliffy Young?
Yep, that's the one.
Ultra marathon runner. Shuffled his way to Sydney or Melbourne or something.
That's right.
Yet to get a wicket. You got to have a pretty cold heart if you wouldn't mind seeing. If you wouldn't want to see John Simpson get a wicket from either camp.
Certainly deserves one.
Yeah, he bowled very tight. 12 overs, none for 15. 4 maidens in that. Extraordinary.
In he comes again. Well bowled. Looks like a little, I don't know. I'm not sure. Was it pace off? A little bit of pace off.
It's hard to tell with so he mixes it up.
Yep.
Not really. Sure where his next delivery is going to land for Crook. But if he sticks the outside off stump, I think he'll wear him out, Crook, and he'll go after him.
Yeah, I think he's going to go.
2 slips and a gully. There he goes, and it goes through third slip for 4 runs. I placed it there. You don't put a third slip there, I'm going to make you pay.
Well, he's just, I think he's just come out, hasn't he, the third slip? They had one in there.
They had one in there.
It's typically, well, normally the way you take him out and it goes through there for sure.
81 now. Still 24 and a half overs to go. Minimum overs remaining. So he moves to, he's rocketed to 9 off 11. This one's straight on the pads. Yeah. Reached double figures. So he's got to 10 off 12, and Matt Willens is now on strike 7 off 35.
I wonder what they said when they ran out that water before. I'd be interested to know. Well, I think Uni's best opportunity is for these two blokes to go hard and get as many as they can in the next period of time, and then have a go.
Yeah, you're right.
Played again. It's into the gap too. That could roll away. No, it's going to be fielded.
Come back for 2.
Out there by Biggs.
Well, you might be right there, Gavin Phipps. We talked about the fact that University probably wouldn't want to, won't be able to get 2 uses of a ball. They won't, but if they're going to, I'm sure they'd like to have a trundle this afternoon.
Yeah.
Dim lights.
Yep. See, it's either way. It's like, this afternoon, batsman under pressure, all that sort of stuff. Anything can happen. But then once again, if there's going to be anything in the wicket, it's probably going to be first up in tomorrow morning. So,
Simpson, that one hit along the ground, just the one. Put a little bit more effort into that one. They'd Stimson trying to find a little bit of a more bounce, but just easy enough for Crook to push it around behind square.
I can see Baisley going through his paces now, so I'd imagine he's going to come back.
Yeah, Leedrin's had enough of this.
Yep. Wouldn't surprise me if there was a double change.
Could be, yes.
Baisley and maybe Sinfield, or I think Milenko's probably done, is he?
Yeah, good call, but he hasn't. I don't think he's bowled from the northern end, Simon Milenko. Oh, no, yes, he did start this morning. Then he switched around to the other end because he's getting a little bit of swing. Remember, you were saying he
that's
got.
Right. Yep.
And he is going to give it to Baisley. No, Baisley gave the hat to the umpire. Now he's taking the hat back off the umpire.
Okay.
Marnus said, "Not yet, mate."
I haven't finished yet. Listen here, there's only one big dog around here. It's just, I just love how keen he is. He just loves it, and you just can't keep him out of the game.
We say that in a lot of things in life. You can't deny somebody's enthusiasm, as long as it's within respect of your.
Whereas poor Stimo has gone from bowling again. He's gone to deep mid off at the far end. Gee whiz, he's earning his paycheck. Here comes Marnus again.
Yeah, Willens on 10.
That's
lovely shot.
Yeah, but into the gap. I'll get 2.
Well, I'm surprised that didn't go towards Stimson, so that's a good placement. So 2 more. So it's starting to climb up.
Yep,
Gavin Fitness, 87.
87.
Oh, how good is cricket?
Absolutely.
How good, Marnus. Comes out of the crease. Oh, he almost plays that onto his stumps. So Malenko fielding at first slip. Is he getting any turn there, Gav?
Yeah, a little bit, but it's normally when it's short. That's a little bit better.
That was landing in here.
That's width, though. Width, a little bit wide. It spun a bit as well.
Well, he's using his long legs to get to the pitch of the ball.
He'd be better off trying to hit that over cover, though. Straight to Sammy Hazlitt. He's not going to be able to hit a ball that's that wide, that's spinning away from him. He's not going to be able to hit that up into the commentary box, that's for sure.
The no ball.
He could hit it into Champion's Corner, though.
True.
It was Marnus again. It's up
Full
there.
toss.
And that could be out. No, is it? No, I can't
Straight.
see.
Yeah,
Sorry.
straight. No, one bounce to the fence. I lost it too because of tinted windows.
Can't
but yeah.
see over the edge. Boundary 4. Lead to 92.
Like I was saying, use that big reach, get to the half volley, and then just swing because there's no third man.
Yep. He's got long enough levers, that's for sure.
He goes big and he gets the thick outside edge. It may even go for 6 down that end, but so Redlands has to readjust. Marnus will last ball of this over of his, and that's a better delivery. They're going to go for a single.
We'll get one.
4 steps down, and he's down the other end is Matt Willens.
And he will.
That's one to go with a no ball.
I was going to say he's retained the strike, but there's one to go, being the Noe.
Now does Crook follow suit? Take on Marnus. Nope. Well played.
Yep, good leave. Through to the keeper. 8 for 190. That's the 6. That's 65 overs down. The lead is 93. And we've got a bowling change at the Catherine Raymond end. Looks like Jackson Sinfield's coming back.
Yeah. Basley will probably come from the
Yeah, you'd imagine.
northern.
That,
I don't think Marnus will get another crack.
I think Bays might wrestle the ball off him.
He's a big unit. They're
I'm
good
sure
mates, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure they've wrestled before.
Yeah.
Probably for the remote or something like that.
So we're Sinfield. Redlands gone to his young spinner to try and break this partnership. It's getting a bit annoying, this partnership, Gav.
Yeah, it's just they'll be looking to finish it off as quickly as possible. Whereas Baisley's in the game out here, deep mid-wicket. I reckon Willens is probably going to, well, unless he's happy to. I can't see him butting it on the leg side and screaming back for 2. So he might just be happy to take the single, or Baisley's in the game. Oh.
You got to be impressed. Willens actually took guard against Sinfield, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Round the wickets.
Yeah, no, he certainly knows which end
Did
to
he play
hold, mate.
Queensland under 19s?
Not sure.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
No, I
for
can't
sure.
remember either. My memory's
I think
so
he
good.
might have. I'm pretty, I'm confident, but
Off the back foot, finds backward point for a single.
it's one.
That's good footwork.
Oh, that's a horrible throw in. Who's that?
He apologises.
It's coming from a wicketkeeper too, John.
Yeah, well,
Gee
it's not
whiz.
hard.
Late on the 3rd day, you get one like that.
So this partnership now, they came together at 166. So it's getting up to 25, which is maybe one of the biggest partnerships, although the opening partnership was 51.
Round the wicket. There
Goes for it.
is.
That's
clean.
big.
That's 6.
Arms go up, and that's the first genuine 6. We saw a top edge from Bright Street go over the top of fine leg for 6, but that was a genuine out of the screws shot from Crook. And they reach 100 now. The lead, that is.
It's a big, strong lad. Good contact. Nice and straight. Sinfield again. Comes in. He's gone again, but he's
Just a
quite
single.
got it. He stubbed it out to deep backward square. Picked up and fielded out there by Biggs to a rising reception over on the, what I'd suggest has been Tiger Land for the day.
It's their Bay 13, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it should be.
Lee Drenner now wants to move Biggs around in front of square, probably a genuine deep mid-wicket, and now he's got a man behind square. Oh! Puts that into the ground. I fall for that trap again. I remember calling a brunt ball for a wicket in Sheffield Shield, and I copped it all over the planet. The Indians told me I needed eyesight, OPSM, 200,000 people just give it to me. Now I just wait for the umpire to give it out.
Absolutely.
So 101 the lead, runs on the board.
So it's a double change. Baisley coming on from the brothers' end now. It's normally a bad sign when all the groundsmen are up there overlooking the ground the way they are. They know something that we don't. There's no rain coming in or anything like that, is there?
I don't think so. I don't think so, unless it's...
Right. It'll be interesting to see this contest now between Baisley and Crook/Willens.
Well, he's only bowled the 8 overs today, too, Gav, out of the 66 that have been bowled, which is interesting in itself. The Bulls bowler.
Is he on restrictions, is he?
Don't get me started. What restrictions? There's no games now between now and whatever.
So what's...
I have no idea why he hasn't been bowling. Because obviously Malenko was outstanding.
Yeah.
Anyway, Baisley comes in.
All bowled. Yeah,
and
no,
he looks pretty,
I'm
and he
sure.
looks like he's not carrying anything at all. You know, if anybody shouldn't be bowling, it's Stimson, but he...
I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think he'd be on restrictions at this time of year.
No,
I don't think he's got any cricket.
Look
He's
at him,
not
he's a
going
big
overseas
unit.
or anything
No.
like that, is he?
No, I don't know. It's a final.
Yeah, absolutely.
Paisley.
In comes Baisley. Well bowled again. Good areas.
Yeah, if you can figure that out, it's... but, you know, maybe he was just... like I said, Malenko was bowling very well. Sinfield was bowling well. He gave Biggs a couple of overs. Gave Stimson another 2 or 3 just to see if he could get a wicket in a final. You don't want to bring sentiment in and do it. You just want to go for the throat. But, yeah, Baisley, I would have brought him on probably when Malenko came off rather than Sinfield, and then give Sinfield a few more overs with an older ball. Still 14 overs if they get to that for a new ball. So maybe that's the reason he's waited. Give him a couple of overs here now and then wait for the 80th, if they get that far.
Well bowled. That will be an interesting phase of the game if we get there, if we get to that new ball. I certainly know if you're batting and they take that second new ball,
Well, here's a
great
question.
opportunity to go hard at it.
Here's a question for you, Gavin Fitness. If they do, and the light isn't all that flash,
Yeah.
my calculations, there's 21 overs left in the day and there's 14 till the new ball, so there'll be 6 overs with the new ball around about the 5:15 mark. Is that too dark for a quick to bowl the new ball without the lights? Oh, that's a great ball. It's absolutely cut him in half. Crook, no idea what happened. He didn't look behind to see if he'd been caught because he got beaten all ends up.
Snip back. Snip back.
He did look back.
What's the... I don't know if they can turn the lights on here, can they?
No idea. Not too sure on that one. I might check at the they'll have a drinks break shortly.
Because Stumps is 5 o'clock, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. And I don't want to get in a struggle. I was copping a bit myself, Ray Phillips, that we don't know how many overs left in the day. Because some day you can play till 6:30, other days it's 5:35.
Yeah.
Can
It's
you bowl 80 overs? 96 overs. We stopped play at 5:35 in a Shield game, 95 overs bowled, because that's all they were allowed to do. I'm thinking, well, 3 more minutes.
Yeah.
You would have got 96 in a day. So I don't know. I'll check with
I'm pretty sure it'll be 5 o'clock Stumps.
Well, this time of the year.
But I think there's overs to bowl, isn't there? Like, yeah. I'm not sure how many.
But you went to 5:30. I think they went to 5:30 last Sunday before.
Did they?
It was stopped. Well, they had to make up for the rain delay.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah.
So that might be a different beast. But like I said, we're going to have a drinks break now. We'll come back shortly here for the final hour on day 3. This is the Students up against the Tigers. Let's see what happens in the last hour.
It's going to be a big last hour, Hamish.
Sure is, Fat. I think. That sure is, Fat. I think. Wow, these two can keep going.
Absolutely.
That's what they're going to need. They're going to need a bit of a partnership here, and that motivation of two bowlers at the crease, that motivation, not wanting to bowl, should be pretty big, that motivation. So they've got to try and eke out another sort of 40 or 50 runs somehow for these last 2 wickets. And that will be a total that Redlands think they can chase. Might play a few more shots, and by playing some shots, they'll create opportunities. And then if they get one or two opportunities, just never know in this game.
Absolutely. Sinfield to continue from the Catherine Raymond end. In he comes. Boulder Willens. Turned on the leg side. No run. Fielder on 45.
I think what surprises me, Fat, is how defensive this field is. They're 8 for 100.
Yep.
And you've got 4 guys on the boundary at 8 for 100.
Comes Sinfield again. It's bowled him. It's gone through the gate, spun through the gate, and it's beautifully bowled by Jackson Sinfield. Bowling round the wicket. He's thrown it up outside off stump and it spun back through the gate from what I can tell.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. When you bowl deliveries like that, it doesn't matter how many blokes are on the fence. It's an absolute ripper. Gone through the fence of Willens, and he's got a big stride there, but he doesn't cover the gap between bat and pad. Just nips the top of off bail, and that's one of those deliveries an off-spinner absolutely dreams of. Very well bowled, very well deserved, and one away from taking a 10 for.
I think Matty Willens will be pretty disappointed when he looks at that footage tonight. He's played all round it. He had been hitting the ball beautifully straight down the ground. Played all around that one. It's caught the top of off.
Something I guess University haven't done well for is around the breaks. They've lost
Correct.
wickets before breaks, and now just after a break, they just haven't managed to settle back into the game.
Yep.
Redlands have been on task straight away, and that's just really hurt them throughout this 4-day final. I'll tell you something, though. There's a man here, Henderson, coming to the crease. I quite like this bloke when he runs in and bowls. He got the wicket this morning. Stuff happens. Also had a catch this morning that should have been given early, but it wasn't. He's just got a bit of character about him. It wouldn't surprise me if he scores a quick few runs or hangs around and they can create a partnership. Just got a bit of character. One of those cricketers you just like to see.
It'll be interesting to see what his mindset is here. Is he going to go? Or is he just going to try and get down the other end? Yeah, all played. Get one, easy one. Now that's more the sort of field you'd be looking for, isn't it?
Wow, again, a 9 for 102 and you got 3 sweepers on the fence. Bring mid on up. Just have deep square. You don't need 4 guys on the fence now that what they've got. They've got Marnus who's pushing in mid-wicket. He's going halfway, but that's a massive boundary, so that's a 1. Anything on the lee side's an easy single. We've got 1 guy effectively in the 30-metre circle, which is cover, Sam Hazlitt.
Well, that is interesting. I reckon the one bloke I would have out, he's going now, is Marnus to Cow's corner. Because that's, well, he's going to try and go straight, but if it spins, he's going to drag it straight to Cow. He's got fair hands out there, Marnus. So there it is. That's gone too far. That has gone. Oh, no, it's hit the scoreboard on the full, hasn't it? That's a great hit.
That is a great hit. Love seeing that. Something they missed out in the first innings, not playing and attacking shots. Obviously, Crook doesn't really back Henderson with the stick either. Straight away, you can tell that. That's a great shot. That puts another man on the fence. Going for the straight hit. They've got a guy just right of Sinfield there on the fence, almost in Crook's eye line.
Is he going to slow it up? If he slows it up, he'll drag it straight down. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. He's gone quicker.
This is the time where you bowl a few hand grenades, isn't it? You chuck the ball up there and
get it up there
right.
and see if, however, he might slow it up now.
It's a big boundary out to his leg side, out of Crook's leg side.
He's come wide outside.
He's 1 away from a 10 foot. It doesn't matter if you've got to buy, just buy a wicket.
That's the end of the over. The lead goes to 108. University of Queensland are 9 for 205.
It'll be interesting now to see who bowled Baisley. He's probably got I reckon, I have a guy at short leg, guy at leg gully around the corner, guy in on the offside. Maybe a couple of slips, maybe even a fly slip, something. Get it up around Henderson's ears.
Yeah.
Test his bravery.
However, it looks like they're going to go, 2 slips? 2 slips a gully. Point, it's a short cover, not a catching cover, but a short cover. Mid off. They've still got the fine leg in place.
Yeah, going pretty traditional. Even that cover comes in a little bit as a catching cover. Just try getting the eye line, even if it's a catching short mid off or mid on.
You'd certainly be coming hard at him to try and finish innings now. You don't want Crook to get another free hit. Well played, big stride in.
Yeah, I reckon he's got a tick of this bloke, Fat. Just, I like him. Something about him.
Yeah, as you said, he got one that was given not out this morning, but then followed up, didn't he? Didn't he end up getting a wicket?
Yeah, Guy Simpson caught down the leg side, but
That's
last
right,
week he really ran in and bowled hard. He created
Nice.
opportunities last week. He's actually someone that I think he had 2 catches dropped last week, and then the next over that Willens or someone else, Crook got a wicket.
Yeah,
and
I like him as well. I like Crook.
They just create energy, Fat, and that's something I just like.
He's a big, strong boy, Crook.
You can have skill and you can have, all the ability, but if you don't have the attitude or the right desire to run in and bowl hard and put it all on the line for your team, then for me that doesn't really matter.
Sure.
I like Henderson wears his heart on his sleeve. He runs in,
Yep.
wholehearted competitor, and as a coach, that's all you want. Guy walking off, leaving it all out there.
Correct. Baisley again. There's a bouncer. It's a little bit, was he early? It's gone through to the keeper. Didn't have any real pace on it though.
Yeah, just the slowness of the surface.
Yeah.
Probably not high enough either.
Yep.
Even one around the wicket here. Maybe if it's the last ball of the over, just come around and just see if you get a wee glove down Lee's side. Just something just to make him not want to be out here. That was always the worst batting 11. I can tell you from experience, just when someone's getting up around your head and you think, I actually don't really want to be out here.
Yeah. Here comes Baisley. Played. 2 balls to go on the over. It's going to be an interesting if Crook's on strike for if Sinfield continues from that far end, which I'm sure he will. It'll be an interesting over. Something I think will happen.
Yeah, I think it could be one of those ones where I think Crook's going to go for the over of 36. I think Sinfield just has to be brave enough to toss one up. He gets one more, he's got a 10 foot.
He deserves 10. He's been very good again today. Oh, beautifully. Here comes Baisley. Played on the onside. No run.
I'll tell you a quick another little story fact. When I was played against Australia, and speaking of not wanting to bat, bowling attack of Johnson, Tate and Lee.
Scary, mate.
I walked out there to Tim Southey, and I said, John Wright's coach, he said, mate, Righty wants us to dig in and bat out the overs. Southey got caught at mid-on or mid-off, caught by Ricky Ponting, walked off, and Southey said, don't worry, you can thank me later. I said, oh, thank you right now. Thank you, Timothy.
Whereas if John Wright told you to dig in, you should have asked him to come out there. Because
well, I dug in from the non-strikers end.
I
did my part. I did my part. I did make sure I wasn't backing up. And if we were running too.
Best to play from the other end against that attack. That's for sure. Another short ball from Baisley. There wasn't any venom about it. Didn't bounce the way you would have hoped for.
No, it just died, didn't it?
It did. Well, it was a no ball too. Sorry, I didn't pick that up. So we've still got 2 to go on the over. Well, good defence. One to go on the over. That's the over bowled. What do we got?
Plenty of noise between overs here from the Redlands sort of crew.
They're up and about. So they should be.
Rightly so.
They're 110 runs at the moment away from a grand final. Grand final win. Sinfield again. He's gone 3, 4 on the fence now. He's got 5 on the fence. Mid-off, 6 on the fence, sorry. He's got deep point. Mid-off, mid-on. What's that? Between mid-on and cow corner or mid-wicket and mid-wicket as well. He's gone. It's going straight to Marnus. And there it is.
10 for
10 for Sinfield. Was always going to happen. He's just slowed it up. Instead of it disappearing over the scoreboard this time, Sinfield slowed it up. He's dragged it straight down Marnus's throat out there at cow corner. And that brings the University of Queensland's innings to an end. They've been bowled out for 206. And that leaves the deficit at 110, I think. The scoreboard's just gone down here at the moment. But yeah, if it's not 110, it's 111.
Yeah, very well bowled. Jackson Field, 10 for in the match. 7 for 83 in the first innings, 3 for 70 now. Very well deserved. Put Redlands on his back, especially in the first innings. Managed to bowl UQ out, and since then Redlands just applied the pressure. And they're only 110 runs away from taking out this premiership.
So we'll have 10 minutes between innings, and then we'll have a nervous little hour, or 45 minutes, I'd suggest, Hamish. I think if University can go bang, bang, bang here up front, get the dressing room hopping, you never know. We'll never know. Malenko and Sinfield lead them off. Both been very, very good today. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
4:22 local time. How long we go for, not too sure. How many wickets will University collect in the Tigers' batting order? That is yet to be determined. They'll need to get a couple to put some nerves into the dressing shed. 109 is the lead, 110 to win the premiership for Redlands, and for the University of Queensland, they need 10 wickets before that total is reached. Hamish, I wouldn't like to be batting out here. Like it or not, I probably think UQ are pretty happy they've got an hour out of them anyway.
Yeah, I think UQ just be happy that total's over 100. Obviously, things didn't go to plan with the stick. But, you look at these two openers. Muller only got 2 in the first innings, so he'll be a little bit nervous. Smith's going to take strike. He got 56 in the first dig. Batted nicely, occupied the crease, batted a lot of time, but things just changed here. There's pressure in this game now. Willens can just get one in this over. They can sort of just grab a pole within this first 5 overs and things are on.
So Willens from the Kath Raymond end. Get things underway. 3 slips, gully, point. A wide mid-off, mid-on, and square leg and fine leg. They need to attack and keep the banter up. This morning, one thing, Hamish, we noticed in the first half hour, they're very lethargic, weren't they, the students? They really thought they'd rather be somewhere else where they tried to get that final wicket.
Probably just thought, coming in back into it, probably just thought it was going to happen. The batters and the ones that are meant to provide the energy when they're out there are probably worried about batting. Probably trying to get their heads in the game.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking they're at the crease a little bit earlier than they actually were.
Well, here they have to make things happen. They have to save every run. They have to put pressure on. Do they bowl 2 or 3 over quick, sharp spells? It's all these things that Captain Clayton will have to bring all his experience. The Queensland Bulls' latest batsman, latest star for the Queensland Bulls, but now he's a University of Queensland player. Has been all his career. I'll be looking forward to 2 poles or 3 even before stumps with the score around the 20 mark.
Sounding greedy now,
I am,
John, but I like it.
See how we go. I think you got to be positive. There's a thick outside edge. There's 4 off the total. Not ideal, but he got the edge.
Well, it doesn't matter how you get them. Redlands won't care how they get them as long as they get them. Thick outside edge, making things happen. Matty Willens getting the outside edge, just going to ground though and going in the gap. Hasn't been UQ's day at all, and
no,
little things like that just going against you. They need to somehow try to get back here tomorrow. Try to create some pressure.
Yes.
Things like that need to go their way. They need to go to hand.
3 slips in a gully. They're a bit bunched, if you ask me, those 3 slips in Hayes. We'll come back to that. Left arm over the wicket. It's Willens getting some pace. He just had a bit of a knock there, but are they tight?
Yeah, they look a little bit tight. And Redlands were tight as well.
Yeah.
Not really spaced. Maybe it's just I think with the way the wicket is, John, sorry to cut you off there, you can actually be a little bit wider. Maybe it's actually a more of a 2 slips, 2 gullies type surface, being a little bit slower. Not actually the ball's probably not going to fly through. You've seen a lot of nicks today. She hit the outside edge and go straight to ground.
I agree with that totally.
Not actually carry.
I think Walker's got some spring in his step. First slip doesn't need to be that close. Likes of Jimmy Pearson, Gavin Fitness in his day could fly through the air there. So first slip needs to be 1.5 perhaps because of their mobility. A lot of chat in the slips cordon here from the University of Queensland side. Minor premiers.
Well, I think UQ, they look like a team who like to slowly kill a team, don't they?
Yeah.
With the bat and like to put you through that slow torture.
Lovely shot through cover off the front foot. It's going to head towards the rope. It might just beat the fieldsman. It does. So there's 8.
Wow, beautiful shot there from Smith through the covers, and the Redlands crowd going up. That's a beautiful shot through the covers. That's a great start for Redlands. Just takes a little bit of oomph out of UQ. They've just been liking a few maidens at the start. Maybe sniff a pole out. You also don't mind that though, a little bit from UQ. They obviously don't have runs to play with, but if they can just try and get one sort of pole here from playing a few shots, they'll be in this game, and a lot of it's going to be on Crook. He bowled excellent in the first innings. 19 overs, 1 maiden and 2 for 77. Those figures probably don't reflect how well he did actually bowl. and opportunities he created, he's going to be right in the money straight away.
That's Sun decided to turn up, wants us to go the distance this afternoon. Very kind of Mother Nature to bring out the sun. But yeah, it's 1 or 2 wickets. The 2 batsmen coming in, or that it would be in, would probably be sleeping a little bit nervously. This is the decider. Long summer culminating in this appearance here this afternoon. That's a lovely shot. Takes the hand off it. That's going to go towards the rope. 4 more. So 3 boundaries from the bats of the Tigers.
Tell you something, maybe they do want to end it tonight.
I think they're there to be hit, Hamish. I think you play your natural game and you just, if they're out there, bang. And I'll tell you, I don't care how much Big Bash, how much one-day cricket you watch, but cover drives given to me every day. I can't get enough of them. They're absolutely glorious shot in the game of cricket.
Yeah, they do look good on the eye, don't they? There's never really a bad cover drive on the eye.
No. And you get the same result as one bounce into the rope if somebody's going for a big slog. So straight away, Jack Clayton has made some moves, and I don't understand what. Well, obviously, he's going to bounce him because square leg has gone onto the rope. Fine leg. 3 slips in the gully remain. That one's wide outside the off stump. That's better.
A little bit of shape there. Maybe just a touch little shape and then just straightened off the surface. Not a bad area reply from Crook. Holly from Moolah, but he's just got to keep chipping away here. Crook, he's just got to try and create something. Get some energy going in his legs. That's what was impressive about him in the first innings, was his run up. He ran in nicely from the Raymond end. Ran in really nicely. So just the change of ends, and he's just to adapt to the end.
Foolish ball. That one's been slashed over gully. 4 more. They don't like running, do the Tigers. And the Bay 13 erupt again.
Yeah, just everything going Redlands way there. The snack there. Going over top of the cordon. Unlucky not to go to hand. Not a control at all, but gets a reward of 4 runs. Quite often, openers talk about when they chase a small total, it's actually good to go hard. Don't try to drag the game out. Try and get about 30 or 40 runs pretty quickly. Try and knock the top off the total. And the rest of the batters can come in with a bit of less pressure on them and actually just play the ball on its merit. So it's not bad from these 2 openers.
Yeah, and the field drops, doesn't it? This energy drops when that sort of thing happens. That one's wide outside the off stump. Shoulders, arms. Good comeback there from Muller.
Yeah, and it's created a fly slip position there. The 3rd slip's gone out. He's still at sort of 3rd, 4th slip line, but he's 3/4 way back and is a fly slip. So interesting position there. Try save some runs maybe if he goes to the cover drive, a catch. It'll look absolute genius if he can find the outside edge and it goes to that fly slip. Jack Clayton, I know he's a clever boy. Does a lot of study at university. He's a very smart boy, but if this pays off, he's an absolute genius.
It's like a hole in one, isn't it? No ball as well, so 2 more to the total. That's the first time there's been a single. The rest have been all boundaries, so the score moves to 18.
Isn't it funny, this game? It almost looks like it's playing on 2 different surfaces. Ball didn't really look like it was coming on to the UQ batters. They struggled to take their time. They tried to bat. I feel as though if they look on reflection of this game, they've just tried to bat too much time. Haven't actually shown the intent to score runs. That's what it's about. Doesn't matter if you get 300 off 100 overs or 300 off 50 overs. You still get 300. You need to be looking to score all the time as a batter. If it's not there, you can let it go through the keeper or defender. It's all that attitude.
2 balls still remaining here. 2 slips. Well, you would have thought they'd been on the attack, so a bit of gamesmanship here between Smith and Crook. Crook goes back to his mark and sets sail from the northern end. Short ball, there's an appeal. I could see actually we're not in a good spot that was going down leg side.
Yeah, hopefully we get a replay here. We can have a look.
So I'll check the height first for this one. That's pretty high, but let's see if it was going down leg side.
Smith said he's just said to his opening partner that it's just seamed in a little bit. This will be the better replay for us front on.
Yep.
Yeah.
You see all 3 sticks.
It's just good that it's cut back though. Shows there's a little bit in there with the new rock.
Good call. End of the over, and it's only the second over, and so much has happened in, I was going to say 12 balls, 13 deliveries. And they've already whittled 18 runs off the 110 required for the premiership.
I'll tell you something, John. You said about the sun coming out. The issue with that is it's going to create a shadow from the Matthew Hayden stand across the pitch. So it could almost make the day shorter as well, which EQ probably wouldn't mind coming back tomorrow. And you see the lights in the background from Albion Park as well. Actually probably makes it realise how dark it actually is, how gloomy it's actually starting to get. So if they can get one, get Marnison, nick him off, then go off for bad light, I think tomorrow it could be a new little day.
Yeah, you're always expecting here in southeast Queensland to get early polls, whether it's at the Gabba, Allan Border, Shore Road, Yockyu Road, all these places. It's always a little bit hard that first hour. I'm sure it's the same down south. So Willens continues from the Cathraymont end, and that's a nice drive to mid-off.
Yeah, this where Willens has to put the team on his back. He used to say to himself, right, I just need to get really energised. I need to get into that dark place. He's a fast bowler. You need that mental ability to be able to get into that dark zone. No one talk to you. You grunt back to them. If they talk to you, talk to them. You tell them a little bit of a choice word and follow with an off.
Well, he really opened his shoulders up there. That's going to be half hit into the cover region for one.
This is where all that training pays off, John. All those runs, all the times in the gym, all that extra bit of bowling you've had to do to get to the skill and position you are. You don't train for batters to get runs. You train to get wickets. This is what he has to do. It's put all that training and hard yards he's done into this spell here. If I was Clayton, I'd be saying to him, I just want 3 or 4 overs of your fastest bowler.
Yep.
Hit the wicket as hard as possible. Put the ball through the wicket.
Yeah, get that. Have that follow through. Go all the way down. We've got plenty of time. Down the leg side. An appeal from everybody except the bowler and the keeper. So
the two probably most important people on an appeal.
You want them sort of going up a little bit just to...
It's probably something, though, UQ need, isn't it? They just need a little bit of luck, like get a leg side dismissal.
Yeah.
That would be something that could just turn it and just give them a little bit of belief.
Was that the 10th wicket this morning? It was down the leg side, I think.
Was, yeah. Off Stimson's glove. It's just something they just need. You feel as though if Redlands were bowling, the UQ batter probably just would have hit it straight off the face to the keeper.
There's an edge, catch, gone. Wills makes the breakthrough. Smith's on his way. That's what they needed, the students. And they make the first breakthrough on the score of 19.
Yeah, that's what they needed. Pole in the first couple of overs. Willens has done it. He's put the team on his back. Smith looking to play that glorious cover drive that we know he can play. Outside half. It's actually a beautiful catch. We'll see on the replay here. Beautiful catch at second grabber. Willens running in, trying to shape it back. Just goes across and nearly nicks it over second slip's head, showing that's the hardness of the new ball. And just a bounce that Willens gets. Smith just throws his hands in. He can't complain. They've got away with a bit of luck so far in the Redlands innings. But that's a great pole to get. Redlands now 1 for 19. With Sammy Hazlitt walking to the crease.
Well, I was going to say, is there such a thing as a... Do you use a night watchman? I suppose, why not? Is he a night watchman? I wouldn't have thought so. I thought somebody probably further down, maybe.
Well, he batted 3 in the first innings. Probably batted 3 all year for Redlands. Keep him there. Put Marnus at 4 to replace Pearson. Also gives you that left to right hand combination. Could just stray the line of the students' bowlers. Be able to accumulate some ones. But this is big here. And actually, yeah, I don't mind this to an extent. Almost think about trying to bring someone else in as a grabber. Just for a couple of deliveries. Trying to apply some real pressure to Hazlitt.
Just a single down to behind square.
There it is there. Just that left-hand, right-hand combination. Just straying Matty Williams. That ball not swinging away as he would have wished to catch the outside edge. Hazlitt is playing with some soft paws, being able to tuck it around the corner, get his single, open his account. And I like this as well, John. Starting to come. Oh, no, he's not. Thought he's going to come around the wicket to Muller, maybe for the last delivery, but he's going to stay over. Coming around could have been a good option for the big left armour as well.
Half shot to mid-on. End of the over. An eventful one, a wicket-taking one. So, a few nerves. The sun sort of half in, ducking through the clouds. See Crook there with some tape on his shin. Might have cut himself shaving. Decided to stop. Whippersnippers can hurt. And he needs to back up Willens and get a pole himself. So he sets sail from the northern end. Hazlitt on 1.
Straight away you can see that field. He's explaining it to the viewers at home. They've got a mid-on, sort of a guy around about squarely, but they've also got the deep square around the corner. Then they're finally knowing Hazlitt in the first innings. He does like that pull shot, pick-up shot from anything about waist height, stomach height. They've got the man there appropriately. Deep sort of square just behind, about 3/4 of the way back. So don't be surprised if Crook goes upstairs.
That's better.
Isn't it funny what a wicket does? You feel the momentum has changed. You feel as though now Redlands just trying to get through the night. Hazlitt's just trying to get in, just trying to be mature, trying to take the responsibility. He's not too worried about how long this 110 is going to take. He probably wouldn't mind playing a few shots. I'm sure he's going to the Queensland Cricket Gala dinner tonight. Probably wouldn't mind a few extra reds or maybe a few extra golds. Might just have to be sensible. He might be the sober driver.
So, according to our scoreboard, there's still 11 overs to go after this. Local time is 20 to 5.
Crook coming around the wicket now as well, trying to change the angle. Not much shape back into the left-hander from over the wicket. So trying to go across him. Trying to see what he can do. Just change that line, just get Hazlitt thinking. Get him to bring some more off. Try to get him be a bit more aware of his off stump.
It's just a hush all around the ground at the moment. Another wicket that turns it on its head. 1 for 20. You get 110, so 90 to go.
It feels like light could become an issue pretty soon, though. Close to we get to 5 o'clock. Starting to get a little bit gloomy out there. Sure, Redlands, I wouldn't mind maybe 10 or 15 more runs and then come off and know that they're in pole position for tomorrow.
Round the wicket. That's in the air. That'll go down to fine leg for no, just the one, I should say.
Yeah, not quite controlled there. Probably got inside it too much. Most the leading edge down there. Down to the big fella Willens. You think maybe if he dived, he could have dived about 10 metres with his frame and his long arms. Maybe scoop that up, but not to be. That was from the other end. That'd probably actually be out, John, with that shorter boundary. With fine leg only about 45 metres away. Could have actually flown to Willens.
Well, he's a tall man. It's wide outside of stump. Doesn't have to do anything with that. There's Muller. Probably need to make them play this new ball. Into the over, into the fourth over. 1 for 21. Slow run rate slowed up quite a bit.
Yeah, she was fireworks at the start. First 2 overs was definitely fireworks. Now it's normal business.
Well, Peter Clark has called Crook down to the boundary for a reason. I'm not sure what's happened here, but umpire's having a chat through the intercom, so...
Maybe he's going off to make sure he might be off shaving the rest of that leg. Maybe.
Yes, get the 40-year-old virgin film clip going with the legs. So he comes to the sideline. I don't know whether he's injured or not.
I think if there's any tape on the shin, he's probably struggling with some shin splints or just sheer volume of cricket play throughout the season.
I'm just interested whether you're allowed to come off for any reason, injury in a toilet break. You can't just come off and get some words of wisdom, can you? I suppose.
Well, yeah, I guess you can make up any excuse you like, really.
Go off, yeah.
To go off, but you feel as though that it's probably that shin, if that's heavily taped, it's probably causing a lot of discomfort. Doesn't quite look like running in like he was last week. Doesn't quite look as smooth.
Like Simo.
Yeah.
But Williams is looking very, very agile and got some pace going up too. Got the 1 wicket so far.
Yeah, that's right. Bowler's good length. Just needs to try and get Hazlitt to have a wee defender that. Just a wee tickle. Grab the outside edge. He's doing well here. This is the matchup Williams would like, bowling to the left-hander. Hazlitt will just have to be careful if one does shape away from him or if one just carries on with the arm. Feels like it's a little bit of game on here. Quite like sense this matchup here. Sammy Hazlitt, though, he's an experienced campaigner. One day international for Australia, so he's experienced the highest level. This pressure shouldn't get to him. He knows he'll just be trying to bat the rest of the day. Just trying to see it out and just have some good off-stump awareness.
How tight those slips. Just, anyway, see what happens. It might go straight in the middle of one of those hands.
Just carry there, John. Probably haven't really seen that sort of carry from there today. But when you've bowled from 6 foot plenty,
Yeah.
it's a beautiful bounce. It's a pretty length, isn't it?
Is it, yeah, I know they're trying to save runs. I'd just like to see Sam Hazlitt, 2 from 10. Have square leg come up just in front of square. Just give Sammy some idea that somebody's close on his neck. It's going to go straight to mid-on. I'll go for 2, thinking about 3. Hazlitt, oh. Geez, a scooter between the wickets there. 1 ball remaining in the over.
Yeah, well, they're fast. No doubt about that. It's a nice shot from Hazlitt. Just Williams over pitching. Just playing with a nice straight bat, just to push down the ground. It's good to see he's still looking to score and getting in some good positions, just to keep accumulating the runs, keep them ticking over.
All right, Hamish. They've both had, or Williams has had 3. Does he have another one? He seems to be the pick of the 2 of them at the moment. Or do you go for somebody else before stumps? 10 overs remaining.
I think you definitely go Willens.
Again, yep.
You have to go Willens for 1 more. No doubt about that. He deserves 1 more. Have 4. But he feels like after this over, looks like this does look like Crook's back on.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. And
Maybe it's just to, like you said, to adjust that strapping. He's doing a little bit of jumping, few exercises, maybe get that shin, get that leg, ankle going. But no, I think Willens goes 1 more and then you assess after that. I think light's going to become an issue after the next Willens over as well.
correct. Muller, right arm over. That's a lovely action. Finds the middle of the bat. Muller's looking solid as well, 10 off 10. Very strong.
Yeah.
Just off the front foot.
He gets in some good positions. Missed out in the first innings, only getting 2.
And then the experience of Sam Hazlitt.
See how these words of wisdom went on the sideline. See if Crook can just create some magic.
Well, he is a cricket wizard, Peter Clark, and that's been driven backward of 0.4 runs. Lovely shot from Muller. Give me that on toast every morning. Lovely.
I was going to say, you mentioned about T20 cricket. How it goes 1 bounce 4 sometimes, and there's some outrageous shots we've seen being played over the years in T20 cricket, but that shot there is absolutely beautiful. Just strokes it, just behind point. Just great flow, swing of the bat.
And I think you need to know how to play those shots before you can play the big ones.
Yeah, so it's just about the
Just the
positions
top,
you get in, isn't it? Just making sure you're transferring your weight nicely forward. Your head and your head's over your front foot, and you're getting your hands through the ball.
Yep.
It's a beautiful shot. Something you can watch all day.
Ooh.
And in saying that, I could watch that all day as well. Absolute beauty. Follow up.
I do like seeing that ball that just shimmies past the outside edge of the Glenn McGrath, the corridor, as Damien Fleming says, of uncertainty. The thing that where ball beats bat. Being a bowler, I'd like to see the dominance of ball over bat. They talk about that some of the wickets where wickets fell pretty quick, but then I'd rather watch that than see a tame draw of 600 runs. It should be an equal playing field, and so as a single, Walker throws that to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I think over the years we've probably seen too many easy hundreds being scored, haven't we? Not that scoring 100's easy, but challenging the outside edge, having to work hard for a period to get some runs. You feel as though when a team bats first in Test cricket, gets 300, and then when the team bats for their first innings and the second innings of the match, they get just above or below that 300. He feels like it's going to be a great game, seeing a result.
Yep. Exactly. It's just, then again, if you get, didn't get all that. But then you can get absolutely thrilling draws that can just on the edge of your seat. I mean,
boring for 4.5 days until their last two sessions.
Exactly right. And I'll give you an example. The final test between Australia and India, and it was the last test for the very strange reasons why the last test was played in Brisbane. It looked like India were going to go to a draw, and then all of a sudden thought, well, hang on a second, we might take this to the Australians. They ended up winning that there, but for a majority of the game, it was a tantalising draw, and before India actually took the win. There's an appeal. I saw a nod ahead straight away from the umpire.
Inside edge, you feel from Hazlitt there. A couple of noises inside edge onto that back thigh pad for mine straight away. So we see the replay here.
It's back pad, but bowling around the wicket to a left-hander still has the opportunity for a LBW. It was just doing too much, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I was creasing. I feel as though I hit the bat as well. You'd hear the noise. You see Hazlitt looking at his bat after that replay, just making sure his inside edge is in check. Getting back to your point about the Test cricket, John, I mean, those first few tests in India when Australia played, you missed half an hour, you could miss 3 or 4 wickets.
Yeah.
That was some of the great Test cricket, even though it only went for 2, maybe 3 days. Someone just seeing that spin just dominate. Matthew Kuhneman, obviously Queenslander. So you're all very proud of him in Queensland making his Test debut and flying the flag very high.
Yeah. It's something about red ball cricket. Obviously, as we see Williams continue, that's beating the outside edge. He went after that there to Muller. He's not changing his game, is he? It's there to be hit. He'll have a crack. Nick Saar warming up at first slip. But, yeah, I just... so I love calling the Sheffield Shield. It's just a game within a game within a game. It's all these different things, that different scenarios can pop up. Overs left, bowls, new balls due. All these sort of little things that come into a game. You don't see it in any other code. Rugby league, tiddlywinks, chess. Well, maybe chess, I don't care. But do you know what I mean? There's just so many things that can just turn this game on its head. And that's just what's so wonderful. This game could go the distance, 2 more wickets before stumps. Holy smokes, 3 for 28.
Well, I think
And that's 3 top order batsmen.
yeah, I think that's what
You know?
Redlands have done throughout the course of that game. They've been able to go bang, bang. When you look at the scorecard, they can get 2 poles pretty much straight away. Uni haven't been able to do that. Redlands have just been able to build enough of a partnership, and they just haven't been able to go bang, bang, the students.
And they've had a lot of luck too, haven't they? The Tigers.
Just need to nick one of those. He just needs one more pole here. Get Martison just before the light. Get him out. And like you said, John, absolute game on, 3 for 30 overnight.
Willens is certainly bowling with some pace, and he's probably bowling too well. But I'm liking Muller that he's not going into his shell after he plays and misses. He still go after that shot if it's outside off stump to go for. Short boundary on that cover side. I'll go through for a single misfield. Good pressure.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there. Probably a little bit deep as well, to be honest. Need to be up there just trying to stop those easy singles. Just switching off there. But nah, with Willens, he's probably, if he's actually bowling day one, he's probably actually getting that edge because there'll be more shape. It's probably just a lack of swing ball conditions. It's probably costing him a little bit. He's bowling the very good line of length, as you mentioned, and has been a little bit unlucky.
So a third slip comes in. 3 slips in a gully. Jack Clayton going on the attack. I think there's an edge here from Sammy Heslett, who's got to 4. And although there's been a lot of experience, not everybody would have played on Allan Border Field, or this new one in particular, at all.
Yeah, it's just a great experience. Being out here as a player, getting to play on different grounds and getting to play on first class and international cricket grounds.
And the groundsman is neutral. I'm not saying you make a pitch, but you do prepare pitches that favour your quick bowlers or your batsmen to a degree. You know, that's part of home and away series. Down the leg side, there's an appeal by everybody. Arms go up except that of the umpire.
That's unlucky. Have to see a replay, see if there's actually anything on there, whether it's clip pad or clip bat. But University gone straight up. They've heard a noise. And all they were hoping is for the umpire just to be on their side. That's the shake of the head.
I think you might find the bats hit the ground on the way through. From Sam Heslett, this is a better view. I don't think he's got anything on this. It's just, no.
Maybe just brush the pad as he's gone past, maybe even the straps. But it's a great appeal.
It was a good appeal. Umpires have been pretty well spot on. We had a stumping that they got right. A couple that have been a bit high.
Probably
right.
one decision that's dismissal of Street is probably the only talking point from the game. And I don't mind this either. Henderson, I keep going on about it through the duration of this game, but he does make stuff happen. He runs in hard, puts it all on the line.
It needs a third slip for mine. Look at that.
Bit of shape
Single.
back in there, just hit the thigh pad. It's hard though, isn't it? Where do you take him from? And if you put 3 slips in, Henderson can leak some runs, but he spends money to make money. He leaks some runs and he can take a pole. But unfortunately, you just don't have enough money in the bank to be able to give out any donations.
You should be writing this down, mate. That's very poetic. Good analogy, though. You're spot on. Spend money to make money, but really you might need to get a loan, and I think he needs to put a third in there just for his first over. Hazlett's still on 4.
Yeah, it's probably the third slip's probably better for Heslett.
Yeah.
And he needs to come around the wicket to him because his natural shape's across him. He could square Heslett up around the wicket, get him to nibble at something that he just doesn't want to quite play at, but feels as though he has to. Obviously pretty certain on the short ball tactic of having the deep square and obviously you got to have fine leg, but the deep square just behind for that pickup shot of Heslett. But Henderson goes across the left-hander. So if he plays that shot, I think it's going to go in front of him.
Oh, great delivery. Wow.
Like
Sammy Heslett. Yeah, you're right. Hamish, look at that.
That there is an absolute seed. And he feels like if he comes around the wicket, he can produce one of those types of deliveries. That's going to be out with the angle coming back into the left-hander. What harms Henderson from bowling over the wicket is the angle naturally going across and then the shape he gets going across.
Put a third in, I'm telling you, Hamish. 3 balls to go.
I like the idea of a third slip to
Yep.
Hazlitt. No doubt about that.
You just cry in your soup if this goes into the vacant chord in there. And that's whoa, that didn't carry through to Walker.
It's encouraging signs for Uni.
Hmm.
As you said before.
They don't have to bat on it again.
Yeah. As you said before about the curator, Tony Potts, making that. He's just making a good cricket wicket. He's just trying to make a wicket where there's going to be a result. It's not going to favour bat or ball, and I think we've seen that. I think we've seen batters get in, been able to produce good scores, and we've seen bowlers been able to bowl well.
I think my memory's not the greatest. Basically, he's got the top score of the match,
Yeah, 91.
Henderson, a bit more juice in that one, but nothing to do with Hazlitt. He'll let that go all day.
You see, that's just an easy leave.
Yeah.
It's well bowled, it's good line, it's good length, but Henderson shaping the ball away from him. And also the angle, he jumped wider on the crease then. Just pushing it across, come around the wicket. Started on that middle and off line. Shaped the ball away from there. There we go, we reached that.
You've run out of data, so where that record button is for replay, there's a cog next to it. Click on that.
Still on.
Click on that, and then it says the leg all in the middle.
Oh, that outside edge again. Willens pitches it up. Beautiful delivery. Muller going at the ball. Just gets the outer half of the bat and just flies away for 4. That short boundary. Another outside edge for Redlands. Outer half of the bat. Shot not quite in control. Looks good, but that left arm angle just be able to grab the edge and just goes between gully and point for 4. Very unfortunate.
Just when you think UQ are mounting some pressure, the relief valve has been let off.
Yeah, and it's the valve that's an unlucky valve, really. They're coming up with getting problems they can't control. That's been the issue. Bowled well, Willens. He's grabbed the outside edge and the outer half of the bat a few times. Had one go to hand, absolutely flew to second slip, nearly over his head. Smith went at it. Just needs to be able to grab one more pole, the big fella, before they come off.
He's trying his hardest.
See here as well, scoreboard's actually lining up a little bit as well. It's become quite bright in the last sort of 10 or so minutes. It feels after this over, or if the students do take a poll, they're going to come off a bad light. Because it is getting pretty gloomy out there.
Okay.
5 o'clock was always going to be an issue.
Yeah, 2nd of April, or 1st of April. Sun goes down. A lot of, if this was in 1st of January, we'd be laughing. Ooh. Willens with his height gets that extra bounce into Muller's top half of the bat.
Just looks uncomfortable, doesn't it, on Muller's bat? Well, there's just no pace in the surface, though, for that to be able to bounce a little bit more and just grab the edge and go to gully. Should probably control that quite well on the end. Jarring the bat, jarring the handle. Got his rhythm up though, John, the big fella. He's running in quite nice.
Well, he's got one more ball left in the over. I think they'll keep him going until
Sunset.
till they call it. Yeah.
Ride him off into sunset. I think Henderson as well. I'd like to see Henderson keep going. He's bowled a nice few deliveries, but Jack Clayton's waving the arms. You feel as though they might bring Sale on and maybe Henderson come around from the other end.
Lovely straight shot, and that's going to find Williams in the way. End of the over. Umpires, no. Oh. No, they're not going to come together, so.
Thinking about it, weren't they?
Yeah, I thought
for a wee chit-chat. We've got the spinner on, so they're probably not too concerned about the light this over. Henderson bowled one from the brothers' end. I'd swing him around from the farmer's end. Because if a pace bowler comes on, the batters get the option of light. They're definitely going to go off. But I think if you're UQ, you don't mind that. Come back tomorrow, but they're going to try to sniff one out. But it has got significantly darker in the last 5 or so minutes.
So Nick Sale, I saw him warming up at the first slip, so he's going to come from the northern end. Maybe because of the light. I think this is a good move. We saw Sinfield bowl very well from both ends with some turn. Nick Sale certainly gives it a fair rip. So a slip and a gully. Interesting. Or leg slip, sorry, and a first slip. So that's one behind point. Thinking about two. Ooh. How's that for the worst throw you've ever seen? They could have run 3 on that.
Well, moments like this, it's safety first.
Yep.
Just get through the night.
Keeping them honest, all right. Field changing for Muller. Got a bat pad for the right-hander.
Precious, see what EQ do from the other end. You feel as though if pace comes on, we're definitely going off.
Yeah.
Sale just needs to get one through. Get one to keep low, skid one through.
Bit of a skip at the end of that delivery from Sale. Thought he had Muller in a little bit of indecision. Here we go.
Here we go.
Halfway through the over.
Isn't it strange how they do that halfway through the over? Just don't start. Let them complete the over, but halfway through, I just don't see the... There's obviously a difference of what 30 seconds makes, but it just seems strange, doesn't it, how we just seem to call it halfway through and over.
Well, I'm assuming they're not going to expect the light to get any better, so that, you would think, ladies and gentlemen, will be stumps. We'll wait for the bails to go off. They do go, both of them go off, so therefore we have had the end of day 3. Bizarre as you like, we started with 3 balls remaining this morning from Jack Clayton, and Nick Sale will have to do exactly the same thing tomorrow morning, Sunday. Just check the socials for what time we'll restart. I'm assuming, because it wasn't because of rain, those overs will be burnt and we will start at 10 a.m. I'll just let you go through with it, Hamish, while I just double check with the third umpire on that one.
Yeah, no, we'll start again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Redlands Day for sure. They finished 1 for 35 for chasing 110. Overnight, Muller, well, he'll be 21, not out. Hasler will be 5. They've done their job. It's been a good day for Redlands, and you feel as though they engrave it. Well, he's got the trophy already starting to engrave it. The UQ are going to have to come up tomorrow with a hell of an effort. You're going to have to regroup overnight, come up with a plan, get a few early polls, but he finished the day there. You see UQ got bowled out for 206. Magnificent effort from Simon Malenko, 5 for 38. Jackson Field 3 for 70 to go with the 7 wickets in the first innings, team with 10 wickets in the game. They set Redlands 110 to win. And after 9.3 overs with the light, not going to get any better since we can't use the lights here at Allen Border. You feel as though that's our day over. So I'll finish 1 for 35 off 9.3. And we'll catch you tomorrow morning just before 10 o'clock.
Well, then, Hamish, thank you for that. And Gavin Fitness as well. And Gavin Fitness, if you see him on page 3 tomorrow, he had a great night at the Cricketers Awards, but hopefully we'll see him tomorrow as well. Thanks for your time. So 110 still required, 110 required by Redlands to take the toll. They are 1 for 35. University of Queensland need 9 wickets. It all shapes up to be an exciting 2 hours tomorrow. I don't think we'll get far past lunch. So hopefully you can tune in then. Bye for now.